You know, like, for example, where does Luke get his shirts from? You know, and how many people threw that one out? And why is it somebody buys a long sleeve shirt and then rolls the sleeves up? Why don't you just buy a short sleeve shirt? Cuts out the middleman, doesn't it? Ridiculous, honestly. But anyway, nice to have you back in town. Yeah, we will do the gossip. We'll try and do it tomorrow. Do a little catch-up then. So many bits and pieces to tell him, you know. So many things like that. We like a bit of gossip. I tell you now, it's cold outside. It's cold, it's windy, it's not wet, but it was when I left here the other day, was it wet the other day or not? A little bit wet, but nothing particularly too much. I got in and I thought, oh, do you know, I've got to water the baskets. And I've now got an extra 2 baskets. So what I did, I decided not to do the basket straight away. So instead, I did myself a bacon roll. Now, I never do bacon rolls, and I just happened to do a couple of bacon rolls, so that sort of set me up for falling asleep and doing nothing at all. And then eventually I got out there, watered the basket, but it was so windy, they dry out fairly quickly. So it's all looking good at the moment, and I'm looking forward to your company through till 7 this morning, as indeed we're here every day, Monday through Friday, and we're here Saturday as well. And I got an email. I love an email. This one is obviously, I mean, you can almost pull it apart from day one. Steve. You can tell that's how this person talks. His name is George. That's all I'll tell you. George says, yes. You can just tell, can't you? You know where this one is going. We all understand you can afford new socks and pants every day. You tell us often enough. So George is a regular listener. Doesn't like it, but he's a regular listener because he's got nothing else, unfortunately. If you, in brackets, your cleaner, washed the said articles, you could donate about £2,500 to charity every year, plus they claim the tax back, £3,000 in total. I've just donated more than £100,000 for charity, George. How much have you given this year? I suspect probably nothing. He says, I'm not a snowflake, but it's such an unnecessary waste, it makes me cringe. You're not a snowflake, George. You've moved on from that. You're a curtain twitcher. You're one of those people. What are they doing next door? Let's have a quick... I don't like that. They've got children playing outside and they're very noisy. Oh, I bet you're a very angry little person, aren't you? Never mind. I suppose, you know, as you're in your twilight years, I mean, things can only get worse. They're not going to get any better for you, are they? So Leicester's about to go into lockdown. You wait. Bournemouth, they're all going to go in for it. All these areas of London, people going out partying, people going out attacking the police, stupid people, limited intelligence people, people with no brain cell. Seriously, I mean, the police are printing pictures in the papers every day of people that they want to talk to for some of the incidents. And Priti Patel, I mean, whether it's hot air, I don't know, has promised us that we're going to see, we're going to see these people in court and then in prison, and we're going to fast track them as quick as possible. Because the sooner we clear this scum off the place of the, that we have around our green and pleasant land, the happier everybody will be. Did you see the oh, you won't have seen them yet. Pictures of Clapham Common the other day. I thought it was a rubbish dump. I had no idea. No idea that Clapham Common is surrounded, or Clam as we call it, by some really super-duper houses. It's very nice. And they're exactly the same as the people who go and sit on Shepherd's Bush Green, or as I call them, the drunks. They sit down there, they drink their Stella, and this and that, and then they don't even bother looking for a bin. They just leave it on the grass like the peasants that they are. Clapham Common is disgusting. People who live at Clapham Common will not be the ones sitting on the grass. They will be the people who've sort of wanted to go, oh, look, a piece of grass, let's go and sit on it. And we'll just leave our rubbish for the cleaners to pick up, because that's what we do, because we're peasants. Like the people who sit on the beach, Bournemouth Beach. All the rubbish they left behind. Don't you have the inability to pick it up, Diddums? Bus stop. I was looking this morning at the bus stop. Somebody had obviously eaten some chips or something like that. They came in a polystyrene box. The bus came along. Right next door to the bus stop is a bin. No, they just left it right on the ground. You want to say to them, oi, off the bus now. I'm a special constable. Get off the bus, you peasant. Pick it up. Bus driver, you can go on. You'll wait for the next one, OK? And you're not getting on that one either. I'm going to make life very difficult for you. What are the police doing nowadays? Are they doing anything? Why are the bus drivers taking people on there? Have you noticed that there's a new recording that goes on the back? Normally say, you are required to wear your face mask and all the rest of it. Now they've added on a little bit at the end, which goes, and some people will not be wearing masks because they're exempt. Well, I tell you, the people I saw sitting on the bus didn't look like they were exempt to me. They just looked like they were sort of complete and utter buffoons. You know, but there you go. Listen, Leicester one day, London the next. Because it's going to get worse. Going to get worse. Not all the pubs are going to be opening. There's only about 50% of pubs opening for this Saturday. And what was the other one? Oh, restaurants. You'll never get in a restaurant. You will never. They're fully booked for up until the end of August. Many of them. So I'm going out for a lunch soon. That's different. I'm a celebrity, and I don't do the sort of. I don't talk about whether I get fast tracked. Of course I do. Don't be so ridiculous. I don't actually. I'm quite happy to wait. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. But I'm getting my hair cut. Kasha sent me a thing yesterday. Even I was surprised, and she said you are booked in for Saturday at 8 a.m. for a number one all over. And when she says all over, I'm first in the queue. And it's all over as well, having a number one. So that's quite good. Because beard, I'm doing the beard, yes. Don't you think Darren looks different? Don't you think he looks different? Because I like it. It's because his hair's grown a little bit. And so it does take on a different meaning of your face. You know, it's like Corey. When Corey eventually gets his hair cut, he'll walk in the building. Nobody will know who he is. Nobody will know him at all. Yes, but he is a bit like one of those dogs where they've got that hair over their eyes. You have to sort of pin it back, don't you? And sort of doing a little... Are they Afghans? I used to have a friend of mine, Steve. He's a black cab driver. He used to have a Afghan. He used to leave it in the back of his... He used to have a Mini, which he used to park out. He'll be listening, I know. And I remember the dog more than I remember him, actually. I quite like them, but they now take some looking after. That's a lot of hair. That is a lot of hair. Seriously, my Auntie Enid looks a bit like that. She's been growing it since the day she was born. I mean, frankly, she looks a bit like a yeti at the moment. She's looking forward to having her roots done once they can find the blooming things. It'll take ages, but I'm looking forward to it. So on Saturday, I'm going to look fantastic. It's just so. I mean, I think I've done quite well. I've sort of coped with, but Darren's has definitely gone on a little bit. So what do we got in the newspapers today? Well, as I say, Leicester heading towards lockdown. The number of cases have increased, and you're going to see this all over the country. You know why? Because people are stupid, and they don't take any notice of the advice that they're given. And the advice is, the pandemic is still with us. It ain't gone away. It ain't gone away. And the government is still trying to bang home the message. You've got to stay safe. They're helping you out so that they can help businesses out. But unfortunately, people are completely misconstruing, and they think it's an opportunity to go out and party and have these sort of stupid raves and everything else. You know who they're for? Drug dealers. That's who they're for. Drug dealers are the people capitalising on these raves. They're the ones setting them up so they can flog their drugs. I mean, it really is. I'm not surprised people are attacking the police cars. They're there to catch the drug dealers, of which there are many. Ridiculous. Common sense in this country is in very short supply, says Alan, like the toilet rolls in the supermarkets at the start of the pandemic. Do you know, I've still got a huge pack of toilet rolls that I bought because I didn't need to go in there and fight my way through anything. I didn't need to do anything at all. I just went in there and they had some toilet rolls, so I just sort of picked one up. And I took it home, but unfortunately, you know, obviously it doesn't really make any difference. You just sort of go out there and you sort of buy the things that you couldn't get. But I remember going to Waitrose and seeing empty shelves. All the pasta had gone, all the tins, there were no baked beans, there was no... And I think to myself, God, it's like being in a third world country. Now, of course, the supermarkets have got everything. Fresh fruit, vegetables, they're open Monday through Friday. And, 7:30 in the morning. And it's quite... In fact, I might go today, actually, at 7:30. I don't know, see how I feel. Because I can't use my Freedom Pass on the bus till 9 o'clock. So I have to pay, but that's all right. I can do that. I used to pay before the government went, oh, you can have a free pass even because you're ancient. And you go, thank you very much indeed. I'll sit on the bus with another load of ancient people. But I could, in theory, if I push myself, I could probably walk to the supermarket. But I mean, who the heck's going to do that when you've got a nice little pass on you? In fact, I've got quite a few little passes. George would be delighted. George, of course, has given up now and gone off to have his breakfast. That'll be a pipe tobacco, I should imagine, and a cup of very strong coffee as he wanders through the papers. Steve, your comment to George about him being a curtain twitcher. Well, that's what we call them now. They're called curtain twitchers. They're actually beyond... Snowflakes are pretty sort of... But curtain twitchers are the worst kind because they think that they're not snowflakes. And they write it in an email, I'm not a snowflake, accepting the fact that they even understand what it means in the first place. So that's why he's a curtain twitcher. He'll be sitting there, the garden gate will go, because I imagine George has probably got a garden gate. Do you get those on council flats? I can't remember actually nowadays. Anyway, he'll be out the window, looking like that. just to see who it is. Is it the postman with something for George? No, nothing for George at all, I'm afraid. Not for many a year. Whereas me, post on a daily basis. I love it. I love post. And you know, I get post here, yeah. I get post everywhere. Post to the doctors, post to home, post to here. But I got carried away the other day, and I don't know why. I was having one of my sessions where I all of a sudden think, oh, I must go to Amazon. I must buy something. And so I went to Amazon. Well, unfortunately, I must have had a bit of a dicky finger because I ordered a load of stuff, but I ordered it all twice. So today, 2 boxes of Mr. Tom, the peanut brittle thing, 2 boxes turned up, 2 boxes of the sesame snaps, and 2 of the vegan sweets. Remember the vegan sweets? 2, yeah, not for you. 2 packs of those turned. I could barely lift the stuff into the car. So the car is absolutely full of sweets now, and I suddenly realised I've got another 6 boxes of things which are turning up. I don't know, seriously, complete breakdown, but hilarious. It's what fills a good programme, as they say. Steve says, Shane, I've seen people leave their rubbish in a car park near the Sydney Harbour Bridge. The bin was next to them. I know. That's what amazes me. You literally want... I want to stop everybody going on the bus if they're not wearing a face mask. I couldn't care less, you know, why or what your excuse is for not wearing a face mask. But there are elderly people out there who should be wearing a face mask, and they're totally oblivious to it. And these people are very vulnerable. Very, very... I mean, I quite like getting on the bus, and we all look the same. We all look like we've got no smiles or anything else like that, because we're sitting there. We've got our masks on, because I want to live. There were 2 girls the other day, you know, right little, you know, the ones who have loud conversations. So I said to him, and he said to me, and neither of them were wearing masks. And you want to say to them, is there something the matter with you? Do you have an illness that you want to tell people about? Because frankly, you're a complete dipstick sitting on a bus. I don't have a problem with people coming in, as long as they're all checked. As long as people... Have you pushed that button again? Yeah, so what? You take your finger away from that button, it's going to get you into trouble one day. What did you push it for on that time? I do worry. We had a bet, didn't we? We had a bet on how quick it would be before we push the little button. So I'm going to have to chain your hands behind you, I think. Not to me, never. Never he did. Never to me. Never to me. No, I can tell you that for a fact. It's not the last day of the month, is it? Tomorrow's last day of the month, which is good news, I suppose, for some people, saying, oh, thank goodness for that, because this weekend they're going to start opening some restaurants. By the way, swimming pools, not a lot of those going to be happening anytime soon. No gyms happening anytime soon. You can have your hair cut, but you can't get your nails done. I don't quite understand that. If you're having your nails done, you're not exactly sitting on you're not sitting on their lap having them done, are you? And then somebody says, my local fire station has a gay pride flag flying on its flagpole. Why can't they just be firefighters? Maybe they're gay firefighters. You do get such a thing, you know. I mean, it's like, you know, there are gay MPs. We've had gay speakers of the House of Commons. We might at one time have had a gay Prime Minister. But I don't see any problem with... Are you sure it's a gay pride flag or it's not an NHS flag? There seems to be very little between the two of them, actually, nowadays. So it could be that. Could be a support, couldn't it? But even if it was a gay pride flag, and, you know, would that be... I mean, are you going to object to a gay firefighter coming around your house, going to be putting out your little fire? And are you going to go, I'm sorry, are you gay firefighter? They're going to go, yes. And you're going to go, well, I don't want you putting my fire out. In which case, I might as well just get back on their big, shiny red fire engine, ring their bell like mad, and head back to the station as fast as possible so they can watch another episode of Queer as Folk, which actually turned up in America. And I think I must watch it. And I've just realised I don't have a multi-region DVD player at the moment. I thought it was multi-region. They said it plays anything, obviously not multi-region, which was a little bit disappointing. So I might have to go and I might have to go and check. I told you Steve the cab driver would be listening. I told you. Seriously. He says, I met you over 40 years ago in Richmond. Listen, the ageing process we don't like, do we, Stevie? The ageing process is really, really bad. Except for Darren. I thought he looked really good. I thought he looked older when he went away. Well, he looked like that, but older. And now, because he's got the hair, I mean, it sort of changes the shape of it, and he's got a nice colour to his face. probably fake tan, I should know, something like that. And not that it makes any difference, you know. If you live in Scotland, you have to put something on to take away the pallor of the Gaubles. And it's all very nice indeed, actually. Yeah, but Steve I met, and he was a bouncer at Cheeky Pete's, and we just sort of got sort of chatty. He was sort of tall, blonde. In fact, very similar to myself, I seem to remember at the time. Tall, blonde, good-looking. But he had this Afghan hound, and it was... that's all I remember about it. I can't remember anything else. But I think he drove a Mini, I'm pretty certain. And then we bumped into each other when we were in another building. And when you think how many years have gone by and how much water has flowed under the bridge, it is really bizarre. I mean, it is really, really bizarre. They were doing a thing on the television the other day, Stevie, and it was the television of the 80s... And on one of them, it was it George and Mildred? They lived next door to the Fairmiles, and they had a son called Tristan, who used to wear glasses. And he was only a young boy. He was about 11 or something like that. Well, now he's an adult. He's grown up. Unrecognisable. They had loads of people who were on all these programmes. And I think that was in George and Mildred. Was it the Fairmiles next door and their son Tristan? 4 Mile. That's it. There you go. George and Mildred Roper, Eutha Joyce. Sadly, just as they were about to go, because the young lad remembered that they were going back into filming, and I think they were filming a week away, and they got a phone call at home, he was saying, from the director, and his mum came off the phone, and she had a sort of a bit of a sad face on her because Eutha Joyce had died. She had a drink problem that not many people were aware of. So she died suddenly, just as they were about to film the 6th series. And, well, it wasn't really a spin-off. It was a case of... It was the spin-off from Man About the House. And then they had George and Mildred Roper, and they were living in... I thought they were supposed to be living around Hampton. And it was then made into a film as well. They made a film about it. It was really good. She was lovely. You'd never have known that she had a drink problem. And I think she sort of managed to keep it fairly quiet. Tristan Formar was played by Nicholas Bond Owen. Well, he was sort of a grown-up lad in this thing. But he was saying, he said we've had to postpone filming because she died quite suddenly. That was back in 1980. 1980. She was lovely. She popped up on the television. They had all sorts of little clips of her. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. Steve, don't you think that the bus drivers have to tell people they have to wear the face masks? So why are they breaking the law and let people on buses who aren't wearing them? Well, there you hit a dilemma. The dilemma is, if I was driving a bus, I wouldn't want to be telling people, I mean... Or perhaps I would, actually. No, I would be telling people, I'm sorry. It would be a case of, there's got to be a good reason why you're not wearing a mask on a bus. Because it's dangerous. It's dangerous. If this thing comes back, it's going to bite us on the bums. And I promise you, it's going to be even worse than it was first time round. So we'll have to wait and see. But, I mean, if I was the bus driver, I'd be saying no, and especially late at night. If I saw somebody standing at the bus stop, they didn't have a mask on, I'd drive straight past. Seriously, I would not be. Let them go and complain about it. And you go, listen, the law is, and it says on the bus, you must wear a face mask unless you fit into one of these categories. I think it's people who can't wear them because of various medical reasons or things like that. And children don't have to wear them. But I think some of the kids like wearing them because it's good. It's good. It just means that you're being safe. You have to be safe in this day and age. Mind you, when my driver picked me up this morning, it was so blooming cold outside. I was so frozen. I don't know why, actually, I ended up, being freezing cold and not even remembering that I was supposed to be wearing a coat. His name was Jeff, my driver this morning. But he just sort of said, "Oh, I'm fine." And then he said, when I got out, he said, "I'll be listening to you later," which I thought was quite a nice thing to say. But I was so tired this morning. At one point, after I checked the news and I check all my emails and everything else, I then just sort of closed my eyes. It's quite a nice thing to do, and I'm quite good at sleeping in the back of cars. In fact, I'm very good at sleeping in the back of cars. So thank you, Jeff, this morning for letting me sleep. What did I watch yesterday? Did I watch a Christmas film? No, I watched The Amazing Mr. Blunden again. God damn it! I gave my brother a copy of it, and he said, "Oh, I'll watch that." And he hasn't. He didn't contact me to say, "Oh, I'm going to be watching the film." I just assumed that he might at some point, because I think it's quite good. And then I wasn't sure, because I gave him the DVD, I wasn't really sure whether or not it was a case of, is it a children's film or is it not a children's film? But there were so many good bits in it that there's extras. Excuse me. there's extras in the film of the cast talking about what went on behind the filming. So they were sort of showing you the film, but the cast were talking about it. I thought it was wonderful, actually. Marilyn says it's a face covering, so a scarf can be used. Yeah, a scarf, or pull up a T-shirt or something like that. Just do something. Just do something. And they always try and make sure. So some bloke got on yesterday on the bus. He looked like, well, this is going to sound ever so rude. He didn't look like he'd be a Marks and Spencer's customer, but he was queuing up at Marks and Spencer's to go, and he went straight in there with such a determined look. I looked at him, I thought, you're definitely not a Marks and Spencer's customer. There was something odd about him. I never sort of followed. There was somebody the other day in Marks and Spencer's in Twickenham who was doing a bit of light-fingered shoplifting, which is not very good. Steve, it's face covering. Give correct info. Oh, here we go, another curtain twitcher. I'll put you in contact with George. You can probably have a great conversation, I should imagine. Steve, the message about the dangers of this deadly virus need to be similar to the AIDS adverts of 3 decades ago. But it's the kind of thing, though, is it? If you go to the doctor and the doctor says, listen, how many do you smoke? And you go, oh, I smoke about 40 cigarettes a day. And he says to you, if you don't stop smoking, you're going to die. You're going to get emphysema and you're going to die, okay? Would you carry on smoking? No, you would obviously make a concerted effort to try and give up smoking. You'd either use Alan Carr's method, or you'd try patches or a spray or whatever it happens to be. You'd be stupid to carry on smoking if your doctor has said, listen, you're destroying your lungs, you're destroying your bodily functions, and if you don't stop, and I mean stop, you're going to die. Why would you want to die? Life's for living. It's not for dying. That would be a pointless exercise. But then, and yet somebody says to you, go out, don't wear a thing, go and hang around with people you don't know, go and sit on a beach in your swimming costume, have the kids running up and down the beach, touching come for goodness sake. I mean, surely anybody with half a brain cell, would be realising that it's dangerous. There is a very, very good chance. Well, there's some people the other day, I read it in a paper, they went to a party in America, 38 of them came back positive with coronavirus, and that's 38 young people. So it doesn't differentiate this virus, and we're still in the middle of a pandemic. Okay, you're going to have to follow all the guidelines. If you go to the hairdressers, they're going to have to clean and sterilise everything after you've vacated the seat. They're going to be wearing a mask. I'll be wearing a mask. All I want's the haircut. I couldn't care less about anything else. I mean, it'll be lovely when it's done, and I'll breathe a sigh of relief. But unless you sort of follow the guidelines, there is danger for you, like going out to a restaurant or a pub. They're going to have to distance you from other people, so they won't be serving as many people. Everything's got to be cleaned. If you go to the toilet, they've got to say, wait. On the aeroplane, if you want to go to the toilet, if it's a long haul, if it's only an hour, you can manage, can't you? Well, hopefully. Unless you're incontinent, in which case you probably can't. But it's a case of, you have to put your hand up and go, I need to use the loo. You can't just go and stand up like you normally do on a flight. They then have to go in there, disinfect it. You use it. When you finish with it, they've got to go back in, disinfect it again. That's how dangerous it is. Although actually they're now saying that they're not going to stop you, I think from Southend Airport, taking drink on. Liquids were a bit of a problem for them, and they think they're going to relax that rule, which is okay, isn't it? But I don't want to sit next to somebody on a plane. I don't want to sit next to somebody in a restaurant, but I do want to go to restaurants. We'll find out more about that during the week, and find out more about holidays with John Warrington from Janaway Travel. Plus, the same story in all the papers today that I did yesterday about celebrities who are making money by doing little videos for people. So if you want James Buckley from The Inbetweeners to do your video using a rude word, he will do it for £41.80 a time. And he raked in 100,000 quid in 3 months. And then they put loads of other... If you want Dick Van Dyke to do something, oh, God blimey, Steve Allen, up on the rooftops with Mary Poppins, that's going to cost you about 900 quid. But it's Dick Van Dyke. I mean, where are you? I mean, it's like a great birthday present, isn't it? It's going to be like the birthday present. If you're a fan of I'm trying to think of something, Jordan, about £1, and she'll do something that drones on and on and on and on. I don't even know if she's doing it, actually, but they've got all sorts of people doing these sort of video messages. There's a whole agency devoted to them, which I think is quite good. So it's the celebrities raking in cash, and why not? They've got to live. Goodness sake, honestly. Short break for Monday morning. It's the 29th of June. I trust you had a good weekend. It's a bit chilly this morning, a little bit sort of blustery out there. But it doesn't matter. It's Monday. We love Monday. Monday's a great day of the week. Great day of the week. Sean Ryder. You might know Sean Ryder, or you might not know Sean Ryder. Apparently he was in a group called the Happy Tuesdays, and it was all very exciting. But he wants to have his own reality TV show. I don't know why. I saw him on Gogglebox the other day. I've never seen somebody more boring in my entire life. But why does he want a reality TV show? He's adopted some chickens. He's got rescue chickens. One's called Edna, one's called Mabel, and one is called Dusty, which he got from a rescue centre, because there are thousands of chickens that have come out of battery hen places, and you can adopt them, and then after a while their feathers grow back and all the rest of it. But if you have a garden, don't bother getting chickens. They'll completely destroy it. OK, they peck at everything. So one minute you'll have grass, the next minute you'll have earth. It's as bad as that. But he says it would make great classic TV. He reckons the footage would be guaranteed to twist viewers' melons. Whatever that means. No idea. No idea. Oh, look, Rita Ora claims she lost her bikini last week, so it's another silly little ridiculous pose. She must spend ages sticking makeup on her face to go nowhere. Absolutely nowhere at all. She doesn't seem to go out or anything. Tyson Fury says he's constantly taunted and abused about his gypsy heritage. And he's nicknamed the Gypsy King. But yobs have called him all sorts of names when they spot him in his car. Oh, they're yobs, are they? Oh, they're how do you know they're yobs? They might not be yobs. It might just be people who don't like you. You know, that could... Everybody gets shouted at, don't they? For goodness sake. I mean, every single person. But they're not exactly going to argue with him, are they? But he's just another one of these people. Even though he's a champion, it's just to do with money. That's all. Oh, God, here she is again. Monday morning, I was still stuck with Christine the Boar McGuinness. She was wearing... I don't know what she's wearing. Could be a Liverpool shirt, apparently, with some very low-cut denim shorts. It's lovely, dear, but for somebody younger, not really for your age, OK? Just thought I'd tell you that now. You're 32, dear. You're past it, OK? Put on something a bit more sensible, a bit more in keeping with trying to be an adult. You know, trying to be a page 3 bimbo, I'm afraid, does not work. Netflix. I don't get Netflix. Well, I mean, I do get it, but I've never seen it. Set to make a mini-series about Rebecca Vardy's legal battle with Colleen Rooney. That'll be the most boring 5 minutes of your entire life, won't it? Who on earth cares about that? Netflix and a mini-series about Rebecca Vardy's legal battle with Colleen Rooney. I mean, two drearies who could be in the process of spending the best part of £2 million on a court case. But they've not been charged with it. Nobody's been charged. This is a civil case which has been brought over, and it's a case of they think this will make good viewing. No, it won't. Rebecca Vardy's boring, and Colleen Rooney, that's all she is. Just a singing chipmunk, isn't she? Except she doesn't sing. Just a few little bits of modelling, and that was about it. And then has children, live in a £20 million house. Rebecca Vardy doesn't live in a £20 million house, and I shouldn't imagine could afford this court case. I suppose perhaps she'll have to sell the story afterwards. Panto legend Chris Biggins says this year's season should be scrapped because social distancing will ruin it. He's played Dame for nearly 50 years. And he had been due to appear in Jack and the Beanstalk this year in Dartford in Kent. He said, I know that we won't be doing it. I just can't see how it's going to work. It's a bit like restaurants. I don't want to go to the theatre and have the audience with masks on and sitting 2 metres in between each other. Yes, I don't think it's going to work either. I really don't think it's going to work. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see. They haven't decided yet, but I think, to be honest with you, I think that would be the best thing. Cancel it for this year and then make sure we get it back next year. They've got flooding, actually, in North Yorkshire, in a place called Hawes. Temperatures plummeted, and there's somebody some fool with a motorbike tried to cross the river in a motorbike, and he had to be helped to safety. Oh, leave them. Leave people. What's the point? Listen, it's the water is up to the number plate on the bike and then above that, and they had to sort of get a rope attached to it to help him out. I mean, what a stupid person. Why do we have to help people who are terminally thick? It just doesn't work, does it? So here they all are. Paul Chuckle, Miriam Margolyes, Ian Rush, Caitlyn Jenner. Loads of people who do these little video messages. And to be honest with you, I don't begrudge James Buckley anything. 100,000 quid in 3 months. Good for him. Good for him. So he's actually said the W word loads and loads of times. And so I wasn't aware that there was a W thing. Demi Rose. Demi Rose is sort of one of those sort of page 3 type persons. And she looks perfect in pink, but she's been complaining that she's stuck in her London flat, obviously not as much money in this as we thought, unable to buy new clothes. Have you heard of the internet, Popsikins? I just wonder, actually, whether or not it's totally beyond you. I suspect Demi25 says, all I have with me is crochet stuff and bikinis. Well, that's all you're famous for, dear. You're not famous for your intelligence, are you? You're not famous because you can do anything. No, you're famous because you get your boobs out, and that's why you've only got bikinis and crochet stuff. It's a bit tragic, really, isn't it? And whose hair are you wearing? Somebody else's hair, isn't it? I mean, but you can order on the internet. It's a new system we have, provided you've got a credit card. You know, maybe you haven't got a credit card. Do you know more than a third of people say they've still not used one of the polymer £20 notes? What? They're in every... Well, how is this? 37% of people are yet to use one of the banknotes. Reports... I won't tell you who it is, actually. It's a stupid survey. So a third of people say they've still not used... Perhaps they don't know what they are. Perhaps you have to explain to them it's a polymer note. I mean, you must have done. They're in all the cash points. Yeah, the paper ones went out ages ago. Who are these stupid people? Anyway, reports have pointed to a decline in people using cash during the lockdown. Yeah, but you still got the cash. They've been out for ages. Apparently in April, the spending limit for a contactless card payment was raised to £45 from £30 previously. So, which is actually a brilliant idea. But if you use it too many times in a day, it starts banging it back at you, which wasn't not so good, I'm afraid. Oh, singing songs by Wham, Queen and Kylie Minogue make you look younger. I don't know how that works. Apparently, experts claim crooning along to catchy classics for 5 minutes a day releases feel-good hormones that help rejuvenating ageing skin. What a load of codswallop, honestly. How can singing a song? I mean, you know, Freddie Mercury and all the rest of them. So, in fact, all these people in groups should actually have the most perfect skin going, shouldn't they? Apparently, Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go by Wham is a good one. And also, Don't Stop Me Now by Queen. And Kylie's I'm Spinning Around. And that makes your skin better. I don't think it does. I really don't think it does. I think drinking water is very good for you. Very good for you. Oh, here we go. Oh, you'll love this story. George will like this one. George is probably still listening. Nothing else going on in his life. And he would actually be very good pals with Tom DeLonghi, who's teamed up with a former US government agent. Wait for this one. It's called former government agent is the clue. To finally uncover the truth about UFOs. In other words, there is this barking mad section of people, mainly in America, who, spacecraft, spaceman. Sorry? Yeah. I mean, it's a bit worrying. Tom and Louise Elizondo, who spent 8 years running a secret Pentagon program that investigates alien sightings, are presenting a TV documentary series called Unidentified. They claim to have unseen footage, you know, about aliens. They think that they're here already, okay? If you've watched the Masked Singer, you'll probably realise they're obviously masquerading on that programme. And Tom reckons we might even one day discover a link between ancient structures such as the pyramids and alien visitors. I say that in hushed tones because, to be quite honest with you, we don't really want to attract the barking mad this morning. Because we had somebody the other day, do you remember it was little Scarlett Moffat who believed that the pyramids were built by aliens. Let's hope she never appears on television ever again. That would be so much easier for everybody, wouldn't it? Martine McCutcheon is about to get her perfect moment. Her and her husband, Jack, have signed for Channel 4's Celebrity Gogglebox. It's quite lucrative, actually. It's a few £1,000 every time you're on it, which is good. And Catchphrase with lovely Stephen Mulhern is coming back next week with social distancing going on and no audience. They'll be filming 10 episodes. What they're going to do is put on the fake applause. But apparently it works for the football, so I see no reason why it probably wouldn't work for a game show. It's just that people like Steve Mulhern work, you know, to an audience. That's how you know, if you're a comedian, you can't perform to nothing. That's terrible. That's absolutely awful. Oh, who are they slagging off in the Daily Star today? Oh, it's Piers and Susanna. They say that they're not the slightest bit in touch with people who live on the ground floor of life. I think they are, actually. They are. I think the person who's not with it is you. It's one of these people who's written in, but he's used, it's sort of predictive texting, so you don't actually sort of write the word text, it's TXT and stuff like that. It's generally sort of, you know, silly people. Blast from the Past, Steve, can be seen on TV. Callan, Rooms, The Gentle Touch, Budgie, Special Branch, Van der Valk. Oh, most of them classics. Yeah. Lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Halls is where Wensleydale cheese is made. Oh, right. Well, I didn't know that. Lynn says it's cold outside and a bit windy. I've even shivered this morning. It's a bit wonderful. I agree with you. I agree. Listen, I'll be much happier with miserable weather than I would be with the sunshine. In fact, you know, the more miserable it is, the happier I become. What else we got? Oh, the family of the hotel knife man, which was in the papers the other day, you know, said that they were shocked. They were shocked. Although we've been running clips on the LBC News of people who lived in this hostel, and they said the walls are so thin you can hear somebody in the next room talking. And he spent a lot of time talking, obviously thinking that nobody liked him. Whereas, in fact, there was never any evidence to suggest this at all. He was obviously deeply disturbed. The Beckhams have decided to take up beekeeping, which you know because we told you about that the other day. And so the papers have gone, oh, quick, let's find some other people who do beekeeping. To be honest with you, it's just another silly photo opportunity for the silliest family in the land. Eamon Holmes says Piers Morgan has saved breakfast television. Yep, I would have thought he had done, actually. Everybody loves him. Even people who don't like him, you know, love watching him on the television because he's good at what he does. He's very good at what he does. And Eamon Holmes says we always watch every day to see whether he's going to quit on air or something like that. And I thought, no, he's just signed a long contract. Why would he want to quit on air? You know, I think that's why we watch Eamon Holmes. We always think maybe Eamon Holmes will quit on air or something like that, or sort of just retire. Because he's an old 60. I mean, no, seriously, at 60, he's got white hair. I think that's great. He's probably had a lot of trauma in his life. And he's just celebrated, I'm sure the paper's got it wrong, he's just celebrated his 10th wedding anniversary to Ruth. I thought, well, their son's 19. How does that happen? Don't tell me they were doing it out of wedlock. Oh, blimey, honestly. There's something to worry about. As, indeed, is the story about the Krays. They've suggested that the Krays would be eaten for breakfast by today's criminal gangs. The Krays were basically just a couple of thugs. You know, it was somebody who called Ronnie Kray a big fat, the P word, and then he went out because he used to get really, really upset about things. In fact, he spent most of his life getting quite upset about things. But they weren't bright. They were two of the dumbest people ever. They had one side of the river, the Richardsons had the other side of the river, and the Krays then had Esmeralda's barn. But unfortunately, because they knew nothing about gambling, they didn't understand that gambling was the way forward. So they just had nightclubs where they had cabaret and lots of famous people went round, and Ronnie sat there trying to eye up the trade, you know, looking for some little twink that he could take home because that's what he was into. So the very idea that anybody would ever call him that name just used to infuriate him. I can't imagine why. Perhaps he didn't think we knew. Perhaps that was the big surprise. Big surprise. What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, yes, Diana's favourite health spa. They say virus has wrecked 40 years of work. Well, that's unfortunate. I love the way they're still going on about it's Diana's favourite health spa. She's been dead more than 21 years. How much further back can we go? You know, Moses used to pop in, you know, and then get the ark out and things like that. And also the hippie crack craze. Still youngsters are using it. And they've got pictures in the papers of kids using it, blowing up balloons. And you think to yourself, that's how shallow and desperate their lives are. Not so good. Not so good. Oh, and what's infuriating the staff at Balmoral? I'll tell you in a moment. It's really nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to 11 minutes to 5. I love it when an MP has to apologise. And here's somebody who's had to apologise big time. This is a Labour frontbencher who's been forced to apologise to J.K. Rowling for accusing her of exploiting her sex attack ordeal in a trans rights row. The Harry Potter author accepted Shadow Environment Minister Lloyd Russell Moyle's grovelling plea, but she warned him to dig a little deeper than hashtags and slogans. She added increasing numbers of people are deeply concerned about Labour's position on women's rights. Mr. Lloyd Russell had accused her of using her own sexual assault to justify her views on transgender issues in a magazine article. He was forced to retract the claim after it sparked a huge backlash. None as stupid as a frontbencher, eh? He said it was wrong of me to suggest that she used her own dreadful experiences in anything other than good faith. I suppose that's what Labour called an apology nowadays. Steve, aliens did not build the pyramids. My dad did. Yes. But Scarlett Moffat is so stupid. I mean, they sort of put it down to, oh, it's very funny. It's like the other day, didn't we? We had it with poor old... what's her name? Oh, Gemma Collins. So it's showbiz, isn't it, really? And she was sort of going on about having lost 3 stone, and she talks to trees. That's it. It's the only thing she gets answers back from, I should imagine. She doesn't seem to have any friends at all. It's all a bit disappointing. Steve, surely, says Simon, there is an opportunity here for Bros to run masterclasses on how to play to empty lockdown audiences. I think they were thinking of putting another concert on. Was there not talk of that? I think Matt said he wanted to come back to this country. And then he could fly back to America and do it, because he's got nothing booked in at the moment in America. I don't know what they keep going on about it for. He must be running out of money. And the house, we've still yet to discover whether we think the house in America that he showed people around is his or whether it's rented, because most people in America rent. And I can't imagine that Matt actually owned a place there. But he wants to come back to this country. To do what? I've got no idea. I really can't imagine. Perhaps he'll start hoiking. But the trouble is, he's lost his sense of humour. It went years ago. You put him on any programme, Luke has a bit of a laugh and and is just sort of there. And Matt, the miserable one. Seriously miserable. You just want him to be a little bit more, come on, have a bit of fun in your life. But then if you watch him singing in Vegas, it was about, it's like pulling teeth. There was nothing in there that warranted them extending the contract, so they didn't. So Colleen Rooney, you remember Colleen? She's married to the bloke who likes the older women, and they've got this new £20 million house, and now there's a bit of a spat going on with Rebecca Vardy, who cries at the drop of a hat. It's awful. Perhaps she hasn't got a husband to talk to. But Wayne's wife is said to be convinced she will triumph, which is exactly the same as Rebecca Vardy said. She said she will do this, but it could cost the mum of four £1 million plus, because it's legal fees, because it's a private prosecution they brought in. So they'll go through the whole procedure in court over, she said this, she said that, she can prove this, she can prove, and that's how it goes, actually. And they think that these stories have been leaked from Becky's Instagram account. So they're going to go. It seems a terrible waste to me. Terrible waste. It's just absolutely unbelievable. But the source here said, whoever the source is, Colleen won't give up. She spent 18 months trying to work out who was behind the leak. She'd obviously prefer this came to an end sooner rather than later, but that will only happen if Becky backs down. Well, to be honest with you, I don't think Becky's got £1 million lying around. She's never earned any money. She's never sort of done anything. The little bits and pieces you see of her in the paper and that pays peanuts. Nothing at all. But the arbitration talks broke down via Zoom. Mum of five, Becky, says she'll call a truce if her former pal apologises. Well, that ain't going to happen either, so it's stalemate. But the trouble is, they both like to see themselves as being intelligent. But as I pointed out the other week, this is so ridiculous. In days of people, we've got lists of people dying. We've got, fights breaking out. We've got people attacking the police, and they're having a little spat over, you said this, I said that, you leaked this, I leaked that. Oh, just grow up and get over yourselves. It's pathetic to watch. It really is. Do you know that you can cook eggs poached in the microwave in just 20 seconds, thanks to a new range from the Co-op? So if you've got a microwave, 20 seconds is all it takes. We're getting as fast-fooded as America, aren't we? This part-cooked free-range egg comes in a pack of 2, costing £1.25. 2 years of research have gone into the product, which can be stored in the fridge. Each egg goes through a 20-stage cooking and cooling process to cook the white, but leave the yolk pasteurised and soft. Freshpack says it's yolk folk eggs, give an oozy golden yolk every... I'm going to be sick. Ugh, disgusting. They're available in 818 Co-op stores by the end of June. That'll be tomorrow. That's the end of June, isn't it? Imagine having that. So it cooks in 20 seconds, leaves the yolk pasteurised and soft. It's yolk folk eggs, give an oozy yellow yolk every... Oh, disgusting. I can't live anything worse. I hate eggs anyway. Yeah, only if they're cooked properly on each side. But the idea that it's only going to cook in 20 seconds, it's very worrying. Very worrying. Steve, we've already had a documentary about CIA agents investigating alien encounters, fronted by Scully and Mulder, 2 former agents. Yes, I read that. Ron says, I'm on my way to the airport, moving abroad for 2 years. I'm seriously going to miss you. You can hear us abroad. Why would you think that what are you going to, the planet Mars? Of course you can hear us abroad. Good Lord, you just take your radio, you pick it up on the internet. You can pick it up on your phone. I've got it on my phone. You just download the LBC app and you can hear it. You never have to miss anything just because you're going abroad for 2 years. Not another arrestable case, is it, Ron? Something, are you allowed? Yeah, I get loads of people listening abroad. How do you think they're managing it? Ridiculous. Bit early to be going to the airport, isn't it? You might be the only one on the plane. Alan says some MPs have got no common sense, especially frontbenchers. The backbenchers are generally a lot wiser. I like that idea. I like that idea that we could take the mickey out of MPs. Katy Perry, when she split with Orlando Bloom, she said she suffered a breakdown when her record flopped and she temporarily ended her romance with a British actor. So, as she finished the romance, I shouldn't imagine she's too worried about it. This was this famous picture in 2016 of them on a waterboard. She's wearing a bikini. He's stark naked behind her. I don't know why, but the papers always cover up the offending article. You can find it on the internet. It's all over the blooming place. That's it. Everybody's now going onto the internet to find out Orlando Bloom's Willie. Also, the man with the creepiest smile. This is Greg Wallace. And he's lost 4 stone. Basically, he's flogging you some sort of fitness plan. I mean, to be honest, why would you ever want to go to somebody like him for a fitness plan? You go to the doctors, you go to the proper people. They will tell you all about it. Because every time you see him smiling, you think, ooh, scary, very scary. Plus, fisherman Daniel Rawlings is in the paper today. He was gobsmacked. He landed a 6-foot shark. He literally, I mean, he was fishing. I don't think he was after that. He battled for half an hour to reel in the 5-stone tope. The rod took off like crazy. It was one head. See, I don't understand fishing at all. I've got listeners to this programme who are really big into fishing. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. He and pal Dennis Piercy hauled the monster onto their boat. Oh, dear. But luckily they did throw it back into the sea, because you can't keep things like that. Rebecca Vardy's husband earns $120,000 a week, Steve. I'm pretty sure she'll use his money. I'm damn sure she'll be using his money. Of course she will. But, he's going to be saying, what are you doing this for? She's going, because it's like, because I want to be proved right. And so, she obviously thinks that she's absolutely seriously rich, but she's not. One of those things. So $120,000 a week. So, that's okay. But, I'm sure even he doesn't want to see somebody wasting money like this. Why don't they just get over themselves, donate $100,000 each to a charity, and everybody goes home happy? Terrible. Lawyers are the only ones going to benefit on this. Oh, Tom Daly's got a new thing to keep himself occupied, to beat lockdown boredom. He's knitting. He does knitting now, so he's sort of given up on the diving at the moment. He said, the thing I do now to relieve stress is knit. Gloves are harder than they look, but I've done scarves, hats, jumpers, a poncho blanket, and now in the middle of making a throw blanket. My happy place is now on the sofa with knitting needles. Actually, we used to have a boss years ago at LBC, and John, his name is, and he knitted. And I remember thinking, how unusual, that you don't find many men who knit. The most famous person who knitted had a television programme every day on the telly, and he was called Kaif Fassett. And women, good-looking lad, and he knitted. And he would sort of say, today we're going, I think he was American or something, today we're going to make a poncho, and you do this, and it's knit 1, purl 1, drop 7. And it was all very exciting, if you like doing that kind of thing. But Kaif Fassett became huge in this country. Huge. His books sold in millions. And it was it. So I'm not at all surprised. To be honest with you, I couldn't do it. Staying home also helped him bond with baby Robbie. He added, I'm normally up at 6:15, out the door to train and back again about 4:30. It's a long training, isn't it? Now I get so much extra time with him. The Olympics moving to next year takes away the stress. Because once you're doing the fitness thing, you have to keep doing it. Steve says, Jack, if there's no aliens, who drinks all the beers in my fridge? That'll be the wife. She hasn't wanted to tell you about this at all. It was a little bit embarrassing. Also, I love the story of the drinker caught short. He's a kitchen fitter. Tom Beard, he's 19. And he was out somewhere. And he was running in a field. And he decided he needed a wee. So he ran to a hedge. And he goes behind the hedge. And it's a 100-foot drop. And he plunges. I bet he wet himself on the way down. Do you reckon? I reckon he did. He managed to grab a branch and broke his fall 30 feet from the quarry floor. But he was distraught at losing his new Armani mesh trainers in the fall. It gives you a rough idea where his priorities lie. Honestly, it's got the word dork written all the way over him, I think. If you cut till 7, when Nick Ferrari will be here with a better way to start your day. Do you know, since we've had this lockdown, I remember what did I do? Oh, that's right. I decided after this lockdown, because the one thing I was missing doing was driving. And of course, people were writing going, unless it's absolutely essential. Well, of course, all that's gone by the wall now. Now you can go out driving, take as long as you like to piddle around over the motorways, which I do. I like driving down the motorways. But, more people have been caught for speeding. In fact, the numbers of motorists speeding has soared by 71% since lockdown. London's Met issued just under 3,300 tickets in April. That compares with 1,900 the previous year. One driver clocked up 163 miles an hour on a 70-mile-an-hour road. Police in Kent and Derbyshire recorded yearly rises, up 53% and 41%. Detective Superintendent Andy Cox says congestion was less, and some people thought they'd get away with it. Well, you can't, because everywhere you go now, there are cameras, and they've got... I don't think... I mean, if you were a foreign driver, you wouldn't understand we time you between this camera and the next camera. Yeah, it's called what? Average speed cameras. And if you get caught on that, I mean, they've got you on camera. You know, no good people telling fib. And of course, the temptation is to put your foot down, isn't it? If you're sitting on a motorway, okay, perhaps, you know, late at night and it's quiet, and you think, well, what the hell? And you put your foot down on the accelerator. These cameras are on the motorway bridges. They're going to catch you. It's an automatic camera. It's not difficult. So that's up 71%. And just remember, if you're a young driver, there's a very good chance they get you off the roads. Because you need less points if you're a young new driver than you do if you say my age. I can do 12 points. I think if you're a new driver, I think it's 6 points. I think something like that for the first 2 years. And if you do it and you get caught, and they're going to take you off the road. You know, but of course the temptation is when you're a young person, you're going to be out there putting your foot down because that's what people want. And you watch some of the cars that the kids drive. In London, it's pathetic. It really is. You've got the little boy racers. They all sit there because their mummies and daddies don't know where they are, but they've got their car. And they've got the cheap black things over their windows to make it look... And what they've got it there for... I suppose they're too embarrassed to be seen in the car. That's what I put it down to. They've got this, like a foil that goes over the windows. And so, but they have the thing down and you're listening to their hot hits like, you know, the Carpenters, the Bee Gees and things like that, driving around town. So you win again. And they drive around and they've obviously done something to their exhaust so it goes like that. And you think, do you know, I mean, I always pull alongside them because I always feel I can do it. And I wind down the window. Well, I don't, I push a button. And I always say, can't you afford a car? And then put the window back up again and poodle off as fast as possible. Always works, actually. Always works. But they drive around town, and all these little boys, I'm assuming the one driving is the gay one and the others are his friends. Because I can't see otherwise why you'd want to drive around town late at night. And they just sort of... And then if they see a girl by the side of the road, it's embarrassing. They've quite clearly never been out with girls in their entire life. What, darling? What? Oh, it really is. It's quite dreadful. I'll tell you what, I'd love to be somebody from another planet with a laser. Zzz, oh, look, the car's gone. And they're just left sitting on the floor, you know. Or you have to walk home now, wouldn't you? But some of them jack the back of the car and put lights underneath it. I mean, it really is. It's the ultimate embarrassment. And it's always some cheap little car that they've got. Because the only people who can afford to buy the decent cars come in from Dubai and the United Arab Emirates. And they also don't have girlfriends either. Must be something about the weather, I don't know. Seems very odd that they wouldn't actually want to sort of... But they just drive around town. That's all they do. They just drive around town. I mean, their lives must be so boring and empty. Steve, if they remade the Golden Girls... with Corey, Thomas and your good self, who would play Blanche, Rose, Dorothy and Sophia? I think probably Thomas would be... I don't know, actually. Difficult to say, actually. Probably Rose. No, Corey would be Rose. Definitely. Corey. I'd definitely be Blanche. Blanche Devereaux. Definitely. Steve, I love your show. I miss a chunk of it now because I go for an early morning walk. I mean, what is this? You miss a chunk of it. Have you got a telephone? Have you heard of a telephone? When you hit one ringy dingy, two hello, you know, that's a telephone, and then you can listen to LBC on it. You plug in a little thing, and it goes in your ear, you know, and it stays in there, and you can hear through this little thing in your ear, which got a little bit of cord down, or some of them don't even have the little bit of cord down. I mean, we are in the year 2020. I just thought I'd mention it now. You know, we're not resorted to 2 tobacco tins and a piece of string. Steve, Karen says, I'm back at work next week in a ladder factory. I was a little worried about rushing back. The boss has said I can take it one step at a time. Thank you. And did you know that scrambled eggs served on airlines were cooked up to 9 months ago? I don't have scrambled eggs on airlines, I'm sorry. Well, it's very nice, but I wouldn't be having them. I should imagine the bottles of tomato juice. Well, actually, they don't use bottles now, do they? It comes in a carton. Orange juice? Well, I'm sorry, is it proper orange juice or is it concentrate? The answer is, yeah. If you turn left. There isn't anywhere else to go on the plane, is there? There's a bit on the right. Oh, right. Oh, yes. Well, I always go and sit at the bar, get better nuts. Steve. Oh, that was Rob the hairdresser who came up with Corey Thomas and me, who would play Blanche, Rose, Dorothy and Sophia. Steve, you said you don't believe in aliens, but Sigourney Weaver sounded pretty convincing when she said she saw some. Listen, people are mad. You have to accept the fact that some people don't have a brain. They don't have a brain, so they want to believe. They saw E.T. and we all wanted to believe that E.T. was real. We all wanted to believe that it was something that you go, that there is a little spacecraft and he's going to come down and he's going to go and it's going to be... And we wanted to believe it, didn't we? But it's rubbish. People wanted to believe in, was it Roswell or something like that? You know, Roswell. Because they work on the assumption that if the Americans, okay, balmy mad that they are, decided to have a space place where they would keep a spacecraft and stuff like that, why would they want to keep it secret? Surely you'd be doing front page of every single newspaper in the entire world. We found a spacecraft. There'd be no reason for keeping it secret. What do you think? There'd be a little bit of a panic or something. America goes into meltdown. No, we'd love to see it. Okay, drag out that little blob inside there. Anne Widdecombe, what are you doing in there? Get out. All these people, they so want to believe. They really want to believe, and yet there is nothing to believe in. And don't give the old guff about, the universe is so big, there could be something out there. Well, obviously not, because they've not visited up until now. The reason being that they don't exist. I mean, also, if you were that sophisticated and you were an alien, what do you want to come here for? We've got a pandemic. They'd be going, so what is going on in Earth? You know, let me go, they have a pandemic. Because I'm guessing that's how they speak. Unless they've got translators on them or something like that. Why would you want to come to a place like this? There's nowhere to park your spaceship. You know, you get some vandal who's spraying something like Arsenal Forever all over the side of it. You know, it's going to be terrible, isn't it? Mind you, the ray guns would help, wouldn't they? I mean, that'd be something. I mean, God, you could have an absolute field day at some of these illegal raves. You just buzz them with a spaceship. God, but people would be throwing it. It'd be like, you know, sort of some film gone horribly wrong. Mind you, I quite like the film Godzilla. I thought that was a good idea. That'll clear up the cities for you. Some huge monster crawls out of the sea and starts eating people. What a brilliant idea. Let's start at Clapham Common with all the people who dropped the rubbish. Let's sort them out. Because they did that in Jurassic Park, didn't they? Steve, Ian Dale and Darren Adams and yourself have kept me going through difficult times. Oh, right. There you go. That's quite nice. Steve, great show as always. I had a bad dose of flu following a long-haul flight to Oz 15 years ago, back and again. After coming back. So now I know that an aircraft is the worst place where you can catch things. Absolutely, it's the same air. So it's not like you say, excuse miss, can I just open the window? It's a bit sort of, a bit stuffy in here. Are you mad? Well, is there any air? No. Rosalind, you're quite right, actually. Surely better waiting. Well, I think we went too early. I still maintain we went too early on all of these things, all of this. I realise we have to save business, and God knows I'm the first person to try and save businesses. I feel sorry for all the people who have lost jobs, who are in the process of losing jobs. I mean, all the people at British Airways, I mean, they're basically being sort of screwed around left, right and centre. Nobody's told them anything. Nobody's told them anything. It's a case of, you might have to take a big pay cut if you want your job back. Well, that's not the way to treat people. That really isn't. Steve, in Sweden, boys as well as girls are taught to knit at school, just as girls learn woodwork. I have an old student who's a doctor, and very often you can see him on the tram in Gothenburg listening to music and knitting away. Nobody bats an eyelid. Well, you go to China, you'll find women smoking pipes. Quite normal to see women smoking pipes. Not for me, actually. I did try smoking a pipe once and gave up. Francesca says, morning, Steve. Nothing wakes me up better than the Steve Allen Show on LBC and my shot of espresso. Thank you for the laughs, which is very nice. Thank you. I like that. And so, Rob the hairdresser, presumably you're gearing yourself up for Saturday. I'm booked in, 8 o'clock. I'm so excited, actually. I can't believe how excited. I'm so grateful that they remembered me, but I haven't mentioned it every day. Kasha will be sitting at home going, oh no, not again, he's moaning. Because presumably they're going to have a queue of people waiting outside, and I'm going to go to the front of the queue in case, excuse me, 8 o'clock. Thank you. I could just imagine walking. We used to do that years ago. It was terrible. If Dale and I had been out for dinner in town, we would go to a club afterwards, and of course we didn't have to queue. The bouncers just go, come out, and everybody in the queue was always going, oh, God, why did they get in? But that's the way it works. It's always, if you go, my name's on the guest list. I've seen people bluffing it. My name's on the guest list. And they go, no, it's not. And they go, well, I definitely spoke to somebody the other day. Well, it's not on my list. Not on my list. Steve, says Anthony, how dare you? An Arsenal fan would never spray a spaceship. A Villa fan, maybe. Can you imagine if you really did have little spaceships? How fantastic that would be. The fun you could have, dive bombing the neighbours. Oh, brilliant. Oh, we could have so much fun. 5:15. What should we do? Let's go down to the LBC travel desk. Find out the state of the road and the rail this pretty Monday morning. Traditionally, that day of the week you hate, don't you? Because you've had a nice weekend, and then all of a sudden somebody goes, oh, it's back to work tomorrow. The kids don't go back to school till, September? I mean, God, we're going to have a complete nation of illiterates, aren't we? They won't know anything that's going on. They've got no idea. Apparently, some big surprise to just about nobody was the fact that they went, of course, hardly any of the children have been doing homeschooling. Of course they haven't. Of course they haven't. Why would they want to do that? This is playtime. It's just been extended a little bit when they go back to school eventually. I mean, some people are back at school already, but, by the time we get the whole lot of them there, it'll be brilliant. Steve, you'd be very good as a bus inspector. Oh, I feel... That would be... We don't have bus inspectors, but they should have them. You have the people who get on the bus and check your ticket, assuming that you managed to get past the bus driver and you've still got a fake ticket. I don't understand that. I always, of course, take great pride in showing my freedom pass. I've aged sufficiently that I can have a freedom pass. So I actually quite like that idea. But I have seen them stop some people. So either some people obviously got nicked passes and things like that, or that I don't know how they work actually. But no, I'm sorry. I would be one of those people. Sorry, do you have a face mask? Well, you shouldn't have got on the bus in the first place. You've read the news. Off. I've been making sure. If I was on the bus, they'd be saying, oh, should we just pull in here? No, keep going. There's nobody at the bus stop with a mask on. Just keep going. You don't want people like that on the buses. It's terrible. So I would be very good as a bus inspector. Not popular, but good, which I think is okay. Mandy says, I went to Iceland. I saw frozen spam fritters for £1. I love Iceland. I could spend ages looking through and the mashed potato is the best ever. Steve, silly boys in fast cars use them as a statement of their manhood. I can only assume incredibly small, Josh. That would be it. I mean, you've never seen such idiots. They never drive around by themselves because they know that somebody'd laugh at them. So he says, I drive a Mini. Oh, well, there you go. I mean, you're doomed to a start with this thing, aren't you? But they do it on a Saturday night. I don't know if they think that... Do they seriously think that people are looking at them going, oh, I wish I had a car like that? Or... am I correct? And we're all sitting there going, you are the biggest fool I've ever seen on the road. Your little silly car. My favourite I saw once. They stopped one of these little boy racers, boy being the operative word, because they can barely see above the steering wheel, most of them. And because they've saved up, to put the furry dice in the front and the jacked up back bit of the car. And the police officer, and he'd got a little machine and he aimed it at the window because they put a film over it. For some reason, as I say, I think it's because they're embarrassed to be seen in such stupid vehicles. And the policeman said, this is too dark. You need to take it off. And the policeman literally, because once you peeled it from the side of one of the windows, it just all pulls off in one. He looked so crestfallen. I laughed. I thought it was the funniest thing I'd ever seen, because I thrive on other people's misery. And so when they peeled it off, and all the windows, it came off, and he had to drive away in what was basically a skip with a steering wheel. It was very, very embarrassing, but great fun, actually. Steve, why are children going shopping or doing other things during school hours? Shouldn't they be studying? Don't be silly. They're not going to study. Why would they study? They don't know how to study at school. Why would they know how to study anywhere else? They don't, unfortunately. So they don't. They just use it in opportunity. And the parents can't do anything about it. The parents can't sort of make them study because the kids just say, I don't want to do it. And, what's the mother going to do? Mother might be going out to work. Who knows? Who knows? Steve, back in the 1980s, there was a lot of UFO activity around Devizes. I used to know somebody who drove to the hill there to watch all night. If aliens really are so advanced, why were they drawn to Devizes? Well, absolutely. You know why they were drawn to Devizes, don't you? You know why the alien people think that it's Devizes. There's a pub. And that's where the students go, and then they go and make all their crop circles. So that's why. There's no such thing, lights in the sky. That's barking mad time. That sort of, the little crop circles are done by students with a piece of graph paper, a flashlight, a piece of rope, and a broom handle. And that's how they make them. It's as simple as that. But the trouble is, people who want to believe in them are never going to believe that in a million years. And they go, oh, that's what you say. It's like if you said to Uri Geller, I think you cheat. I don't think you can bend metal with the power of your mind. Don't be so stupid. If you had the power to bend metal with the power of your mind, why in God's name would you do a spoon? What possible use is that to anybody? Oh, look, I've managed to, change the molecular structure of a piece of cutlery. And people would be going, should you not put it to sort of better medical use? We can straighten out heart valves and things like that. No, I'll bend a spoon. Of course it's a load of old garbage. Goodness sake, honestly. You have to explain this to people. They go, but he definitely bends it with the power of his mind. No, he doesn't. It really is ridiculous, honestly. I tell you, if I sat Uri Geller in a studio and I take a spoon and he doesn't touch it and I put it on the table in front of him, that thing will sit here for 1,000,000 years and it'll never bend, I promise you. Honestly, why are we bothering? Why are we bothering? Now, you know that we can't do a live show this year, which we do every year for Make Some Noise. We have a nice theatre. We've got the Leicester Square Theatre. We've used the Hippodrome on a few occasions, and we basically do a one-man show. And it's an opportunity for all the people who listen to the programme to come and sit down and have a bit of time with me, which is very nice. Now, this year, because we cannot use the theatre, we're having our first ever online show. In other words, it's available on your laptop, your phone, or your tablet. Okay? I mean, to be honest with you, we've never done... This is a first. You're going to be in history. Now, the one thing I can guarantee... Come closer. The one thing I can guarantee is that you will get a front row seat. Okay? I've saved you a front row seat. So, if you fancy being there, it will cost you £10, of which that will go to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. Okay? So, here's how it works. You need to register if you want to come along. Oh, I forgot to tell you the date, actually, which is the 16th of August, which is a Sunday, at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Okay, so you will be free? Oh, good, lovely. And as I say, guaranteed front row seat. You bring your own Prosecco and popcorn and everything else, and I'll provide the entertainment. That's what it says in the contract. Anyway, so to register, you need to text this. Steve 10. It's as simple as that. Capital letters, 10, the number 10, with no gaps. So Steve 10, STEVE, and then 10, no gaps, and send it to 84850. £10 goes to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. You get a text back which says, thank you for registering. And on the 16th of August, on the very day that the event happens, you will be sent a message to tell you how to join. It'll be very simple, and it will be unique to you. Unique to you, because we want to try and raise as much money as possible, and we're well into four figures now. Well into four figures. So it's a fairly big stadium that I'm booked into, but you'll all be there on the front row. So 100% of your donation goes to Global's Make Some Noise. You must be 18 or over. Standard network charges may apply. UK mobiles only. Sorry. Full terms and conditions on the LBC website. So text Steve 10. Capital letters, and then just 10 with no gaps, and send it to 84850. And I shall look forward to talking to you on that day. I don't know how it's going to work. I've never done anything like this before. I'm assuming you get a picture of me beforehand, sort of driving up to the studio with a car, sort of getting out, running into the studio, hair and makeup, and then I just sort of launch into like, hello, and you better get closer than you do at these shows, because at the shows people are fairly in the front row. They are. I've had people trying to touch my feet and things like that. I mean, on this one, it's so close. I mean, I've got to obviously go on a major diet between now and August, but I'm sure we'll work it out. Or failing that, I could sit behind the desk. I don't know. I might move. I haven't sort of worked out that little bit yet. I'm working on the assumption that it's going to work quite nicely, and we're going to raise a lot of money. I mean, already on this programme, we've done over £100,000 for a very worthwhile cause. And that's all down to you, so thank you very much indeed. We like that. Steve, I live in Leicester. Oh, Lord, we found one. Wait a minute, we're all right, are we? And because of the ignorance of the people around this Evington Road area, I might have to be on lockdown again. It's so not fair on all the rest of us that have been so good, says Debbie and Simon. See, I don't know Leicester. I've got no idea. I mean, I'm assuming... I mean, why Leicester? Isn't that funny? Leicester, out of all the places you could think of that would be a place where they would probably go into lockdown because the coronavirus was back, why Leicester? I thought it's got a university in Leicester, hasn't it? I'm sure De Montfort University or something like that. I'm sure that there's something. I don't know why I know that. Actually, it's stupid things that you remember over the years. And why would I would thought that was sort of University of Leicester. All right. I think De Montfort might be an online one. I have a sneaking feeling. So that's in Leicester as well. That was unbelievable, honestly. I'll tell you, my knowledge and gift of is fantastic. But it's interesting, isn't it, that they would go. I wouldn't put Leicester down. I don't know what I'd put down. I can't think of any sort of big cities, but I always imagined Leicester was quite nice. They wouldn't be going out there. It's ridiculous. Steve, it's the first year I won't be able to go to Barbados for my holidays because of COVID-19. It's usually because I can't afford it. I quite like that one, actually. So, if you live in Leicester, you might be locked down sooner. Mind you, don't worry. We couldn't. We could be just a little way behind you. Steve, read the planes. It's New Air. That's one of their safety or safe practices, apparently. I still don't want to get on an aeroplane at the moment. I just don't feel safe enough to get on an aeroplane. On the other hand, I don't want to see people losing their jobs at the airlines, but I have a sneaking feeling that they might. And I don't want to see a north-south divide, which they're warning the Prime Minister not to do. They want to find out, if the Tories care as much about the north. I think they have to care about all of it. But it's a huge thing. Do you know they arrested 2 people in a park the other day? They were shooting ducks. Shooting ducks in a park. They think that 1 duck died. Who shoots ducks in a park? Ridiculous. Paul Warren's still got those computer... You're going to have to buy another computer, Warren. Really, it's getting ridiculous. Never known anything like it. He said, I'm in a right, Tiz was. I know. I mean, he goes onto his computer and then it all starts collapsing around his ears. So... People have offered to help Warren, but I've said to them, listen, he's beyond help. Nothing we could do about that at all. But thank you for telling us about it, because I do worry. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking of a holiday bargain, you're still furloughing, are you, Warren? Can you tell me that? Are you allowed to? I don't know if you're allowed to tell me that. Are you still furloughing? And what have they said? What's the latest from BA? Are they sort of saying you can have your job back, but you've got to take a pay cut? Or are they saying you don't have a job? I mean, what are they saying? I don't even know when furloughing continues till. Is it October? And then after October, what happens then? Oh dear, I don't like it at all. But they've got holiday bargains in the papers today. Here we go. This is Lanzarote. You're welcome to go there. What a dump. I hated it. The 4-star Elba Lanzarote Royal Village Resort. The clue being in the word village. This is in Playa Blanca. Fly from Manchester. Yeah, fat lot of use to us down here. August the 10th for 7 nights. And this is £1,820. Have you seen the programme on the telly? I have to mention it because it always makes me laugh. There's 2 blokes and they're talking about cruises. And they're selling cruises. Now, this ship's very nice indeed. And this one, you're going to take you through here and we're going to go to there and all the rest of it. And I'm not sure whether or not they can't read because they're constantly tripping up over the scripts, and I don't know who it appeals to. But they're selling cruises. They're doing all sorts of cruises. They're both sitting in a chair. I prefer it if they stood up. It might look a bit more animated. It's the most peculiar programme I've ever seen. I can't tell you. Sorry? Yeah, well, it seems to be on all the time. I catch it early Saturday morning. It's 2 blokes, young blokes, sitting there selling cruises, and this is booking for next year. And this one here, and it's including Rome and everything else. And this really is the lovely ship. And then they show you a picture of the lovely ship, and this is the lovely food you can have, and they show you a picture of the lovely food you can have, and this is what your cabin could be. Now, this is such a good price. And they sit there trying to be a bit animated, but it's not working. They have no chemistry between them at all, and they are literally reading the script word for word. We are not deviating. It's quite painful to watch, but interesting at the same time. And, Steve, I've joined a Ukrainian dating site, says Stephen Kent. I now have a chick in Kiev. Everybody, so, boss of BA with Nick Ferrari this morning. Actually, it's not the first time he's been on. So, are we heading in the right direction? God knows, we hope so. John Robinson is down in sunny Wargrave. He said, I'm still listening after all these years. Does not time fly? He says, thank you for your show during this difficult time. Stay safe. I told you, see, Wargrave is very interesting to me because my mother was evacuated there during the war. Lots of children were evacuated, and Wargrave she went to. Interesting. Mike says, in the 70s, Steve, I worked in the Sony showroom in Regent Street, and once a week we'd go to the Mayfair Hotel to indulge in half-price cocktails. in the basement cocktail bar, which was decked out, I seem to remember, like a tropical island with a pool with tiny crocodiles and a tropical storm projected onto the back wall every half an hour or so. I can't believe a Long Island iced tea was around £2. Oh, I saw something the other day. Where did I see it? Oh, it was George and Mildred, as we were talking about them earlier on the programme. And they go to a fish and chip shop, and they had 2 cod and chips and 2 pickled onions and 2 teas. The price? 1 and 6pence. I mean, seriously. I'm telling you, I've lived through all of this. I can't believe they've all gone up in price so much. Talk about cruises. I love watching Cruising with Jane McDonald, says Paul in dreary old Sutton. Especially seeing all the cocktails. Well, she doesn't do it anymore. They've given it to... I can't remember who they've given it to. Somebody else who actually doesn't even like ships. So I don't really know. And I don't really know, actually. And Steve, have you heard about the Flasher who's decided to retire? He's changed his mind. He's going to stick it out for another year. Such an old gag. Really, honestly. I don't. You must be so old if you come up with these old gags. My neighbour decided to mow the lawn at 10 p.m. on Friday night. Have you or the producers had noisy neighbours, and how did you deal with them? No. I think you find just telling people, excuse me, I'm in bed. Shh. Okay? Be quiet. I don't. That's all you need to do to say to somebody. But it depends what sort of neighbours you've got. Depends what sort of, if you've got good neighbours, then they're not going to be very noisy, are they? Which is quite good. You do sometimes get people screaming on the streets, though. I mean, I've found that when I'm waiting for the car. And you get people just sitting on the floor. I mean, peasants, really. It's the sooner they're all back at college or university or places like that, then I would be very happy. Because it's just, they're just wasting their lives away. They're not really sort of doing anything useful at all. 50 years on from the tragedy of Dan Air's Flight 1903. In July 1970, Douglas Gill was due to go on holiday to Spain with his younger brother, 19, and his girlfriend, but cancelled at the last minute as he couldn't afford it. The teenage sweethearts were among 112 people who died when their plane crashed into mountains near Barcelona. They were astonishingly all buried in a mass grave within 48 hours. And this is the story of it. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Why on earth would they all have been buried within 48 hours? But when these planes come down, it's absolute carnage. Harry and Meghan, I can't be bothered to call them Duke and Duchess of Sussex. I'm really not. They live in America. That means nothing out there. Are urging executives to back a Facebook boycott over hate speech. They've spoken with Stop Hate for Poor. They've got nothing else to do, have they? They might as well speak to somebody. Unless they say... they want firms to pull ads from the platform unless it does more to remove offensive content. They've been setting up their charity, for some reason, the stupidest name ever, Archywell, because their baby's called Archie. I mean, I see that last week, Ben & Jerry's and the North Face joined the Facebook boycott. Facebook said, we find 90% of hate speech before users report it to us. Yeah, you see, the trouble is, Harry and Meghan are just sort of telling them something they're well aware of. It's as simple as that. Jake says, I'll help Warren. What's his computer problem? Oh, don't even go there. Seriously, this has been dragging on for ages. Seriously, I mean, it just, the problem gets harder every day. It's just one of those difficult situations. I mean, what he needs to do is buy a new... He threw it at the wall the other week. Threw it at the wall. And I begged him. I said, listen, get help, for goodness sake. Because you can't just, if your computer's running out of steam... My one, I have to keep signing in again on my emails from work because I've obviously left loads of windows open and I need to close down these apps, but I'm not too familiar with how to do that. So I have to get a friend of mine who can help me because he's actually very good at doing things like that. Warren, last night, 5 hours he was on. I mean, that's the problem. 5 hours. It's just madness, isn't it, really? I don't think I've ever spent 5 hours on the computer. I don't think so, actually. Shane says, I see aliens when I have a heavy night on the grog. God, you're the first person who's ever called it grog. But I like the idea. I also like, just going back to the Jane McDonald pertinency, I like Jane McDonald. She's lovely. She is lovely. We had her in the studio ages ago, and we gave her she got a platinum disc. The record company came in with a platinum disc, and she didn't know, and that was a nice surprise. So we did it live on air, which I think is very nice. Steve, could you do the live show from your garden? We'd love to see your pots. I'd like to do one from having a blue screen behind you so you could superimpose everything, the pots and all sorts of things. That'd be quite nice. They think so? I think so, definitely. They're not buying, or Ian Hyland is not buying celebrity Snoop dogs. And that's what it is. They've got dogs with cameras fitted on them, and then the celebrity who owns the dog lets them walk about the house. You can see their house. To be honest with you, the first celebrities were, I think it was, wait a minute, it's sort of like through the keyhole type thing. So you got, I can't remember, Shirley Ballas and Kevin Bridges, which is, it's okay. The In-Betweeners star James Buckley, as I say, is earning all this money, which is good. And here we go. This morning's Eamon Holmes and Ruth Langsford celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary over the weekend but their son's 19. How is that? 10 years ago they got married. So they'd had him for 9 years before they decided to get married. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Out of wedlock. Good Lord above. That's a discussion, isn't it? Eamon joked that the honeymoon was so raucous his memories were a bit of a blur. You never imagine that Eamon has fun, do you, really? He looks like the most miserable person. I was sitting next to him. He didn't know I was. At a television awards ceremony. I was with Barbara and a load of people from EastEnders, and he was on the next table. Do you know, the moment the food arrived, it disappeared in a rate of knots. I've never seen food go so fast. But here he is talking again, because Eamon's like a sort of an old 60, and he says that Good Morning Britain have been going down the drain of vanilla blandness until Piers joined. Well, of course, he'd know all about vanilla blandness. We saw his show on Sky. He says he came there and shook it up. He was the right man in the right place. He says, but the thing about Piers, and probably why a lot of people watch him, is you don't know how long it'll last. You don't know when he'll have had enough or whatever. We think that when we see you, Eamon. We think exactly the same. How long will he last? How long, before he keels over and they have to wheel him out the studio going, I can still do it, Eamon praised Dan Walker on the BBC. He told journalist Rodney Edwards, he says, I'm somewhere between Dan and Piers. Yeah, that's never a good thing, is it, really? Sandwiched in between two heavyweights, and whereas the heavyweight is right in the middle. Because the other ones are quite slim, aren't they? Poor Eamon, obviously, he loves his food. I don't mind people loving their food, but, he troughs it when you see him on This Morning. If ever they have people in cooking, which they do, of course, most days, Eamon can't shove the food down fast enough. And you should learn to sort of slowly. My mother used to say to me, slow down eating your food. She says, you just need to masticate, better. And I couldn't do it, because if you like the taste of something, it's in, isn't it? You just sort of go like that. Whereas Eamon, I think it barely touches the side of his mouth before it's into... And you can see it, because he's having to have the coat done up now. But he's wearing his orthopaedic shoes, which I quite like, on the television. They're very good. See, people are obviously not wearing masks on buses, so they can still clearly call out, thank you, driver. No, you can hear through a mask. You can absolutely hear through... I promise you, I can have a conversation with a mask on. It's as simple as that. So, thank you, driver. Actually, why don't you just say... Sometimes, if I don't want to sort of shout out thank you, I wave. Thank you. Like that. I don't have to physically say thank you, driver, or thank you, Adrian, or thank you, they don't say hello, Steve, when I get on the bus, so why should I say thank you to them? And also, but I have started saying thank you, especially as their driving is so appalling at the moment. Really, we jumpstart, we kangaroo around the roads at the moment. I'm sure that there is a competition amongst drivers to see if you can actually get a pensioner to fall over on the bus, because sometimes we sort of lurch forward, then you think, oh, you've got to hang on. Potholes as well, but a lot of the drivers are not wearing face coverings. They're not wearing them at all. So no hope for the people on the bus. So there you go. Equally as annoying when 4 people ring the bell for the same bus stop. Oh, that is annoying. You know why? Because they're deaf. They've got earphones in. They're listening to their Mantovani and Ray Conniff singers, and so and they're also blind. They can't see the thing that lights up going bus stopping. That'll be the clue. And so I pushed the button the other day. There's only 4 of us on the bus, all right? So I pushed the bing, and it lights up immediately. Bus stopping. Within the next minute, 3 more times it rang. Some dipstick from upstairs, some barking mad old biddy from the back of the bus. You feel like saying, can you see it says bus stopping? The driver must... I think what should happen is the driver can see where the seat is, and I think he should electrify that seat. I think you push a button, or failing that, the seat opens up and they just disappear under the bus, and you never see them ever again. And the worst time is when the kids are back at school, the little kiddie winks. That bell must go about 20 times before you go, right, you're off the bus, you're never getting on it again. Open the door, push them out. But I think the electrifying of the seat is fantastic. Steve, so glad you don't like Eamon Holmes, says Debbie. Oh, no, I don't. It's not that I don't like him. Oh, no. I mean, he's a bit double entendre, and he sometimes picks on Ruth. Now, whether or not it's a bad act, I don't know, but she's actually better than he is, because I think he's an old 60. He's a very old 60. You know, he's a white-haired old man at 60. You know, 60 is young. I mean, heavens above, I'm older than he is, and I look better. I look much better. A little more lively, a little more sort of edgy, whereas Eamon is like... It's a bit like, who's that other one we had on the television with? How are you? Adrian Chiles. My God, fancy putting him on a breakfast show. That was the biggest pain of all. You know, you wake up, the idea is somebody on a breakfast show wants to sort of, you know, liven up your day, like, you know, you listen to Nick Ferrari this morning and Mr. O'Brien and all the rest of it. People are there to liven up your day. Adrian Chiles, people just wanted to go back under the duvet. Daybreak, yes, it certainly broke my day. Oh, yeah, welcome along to... and she's there going, hey you, and bouncing around like Tigger on Trill, which was a food for budgies to give them a bit more bounce. And he's there dragging it all back down into the mire again. You know, and you'd sit there and think, what's he saying? I don't know, he's mumbling. Can't hear it. They were bad enough when they were on the one show. It got even worse when you had to wake up with them in the morning. And, of course, people didn't, which was much better. 14 minutes to 6 is the time. Let's get a check on the road and rail for you this morning. At the morning, nice to have your company at Steve Allen's early breakfast. And Jules says, I had to go and change my shirt, having spat my tea out when you said Tigger on Trill. I think a few people remember what Trill is. Steve, can we all get together and help Warren? Listen, the entire world could get together. You still couldn't help Warren. Seriously, he's a glutton for punishment. He loves. Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, stroke lorry driver. Next week she'll be driving a skip. Says, don't start me on bus drivers. I can imagine, actually. Bus drivers. Do you know, I've nearly fallen over so many times on buses because they seem to put I'm sure that, and I remember seeing a thing years ago, and it might have been on the buses. And I think they were sort of saying, you have to learn how to do this. So you pull into the bus stop and you see somebody running to catch the bus and putting their hand out and you let them just put their foot on the plate and then you accelerate and they fall off. And that's how it sometimes seems. Although I've seen some really nice bus drivers and they sort of stop and let the person get on without a mask. I wouldn't be doing that. I really wouldn't be doing that. I'm sorry, we're either going to stop this thing or slow it down. And, I was once in a band, Steve, called the Radiators. We were a warm-up act. Then I joined the Duvets. We did mainly covers. Right, you're barred. And do you remember the series The Tomorrow People? Certainly do. Yes, I think I've got the DVD of it. Mike Holloway was in The Tomorrow People. Yes, I remember very well The Tomorrow People. I don't know, actually, when that finished. They had belts that they touched. And... first encounter. So that's the American series. We need the British series. The British the Tomorrow People. They go, it's British American. 1992. Oh no, this one was very early. British Children, 1979, and it was. They went for quite a few actually, quite a few. The premise was the sort of emergence of the next stage in human evolution, and I quite liked it actually. But it was. Now, where's Mike Holloway? Mike Holloway. All these names look... Mike Holloway. Working-class Cockney who lives with his mother and sister, introduced at the start of season 4 when a group of London criminals try to force him to use his powers to help them commit crimes. He sort of popped up... Find me stuff on Mike Holloway. Click on the Mike Holloway stuff and then we can see what he did. Now, he's from Dagenham. He's had singles. He was in a group called Flintlock. You might not remember Flintlock because they had a few hit singles. They had some albums, and he's been in films as well. They're a bit few and far between, I'm afraid. The last one I've got, he does mainly theatre. He did Joseph in the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. He was known as a pretty boy. Mike Holloway. Can you get some pictures up of Mike Holloway? Wonder what he looks like now. But he was very pretty. I seem to remember. And he's got a wife and he's got loads of... loads of kids as well. He's probably got about 5 children. But, it's interesting, actually, when you see pictures. of everybody. You're sort of looking back. It's like a sort of a catalogue. But he did pantomime for ages. He was very big on pantomime. But then, yes, he's with Alfie Boe. But and I mean, he turned up in everything. He turned up in everything because he was one of those people. But he went into a production of Robin of Sherwood, which I think was a big. It was a Bill Kenwright show, and he didn't do particularly well. He didn't do particularly well in it. The show didn't quite work, and it was the only one I think that Bill Kenwright had sort of taken off. They'd redone it again and then put it back on again, and he worked with. But he's done loads of it. Look, mainly there you go. Robin, 93, Prince of Sherwood as Robin Hood. Joseph in the Amazing Colour, Dreamcoat. So where does it go to? How far down? No, you see, it finishes in 2008, but he must still be working. I mean, he can't be. I don't know how old he would be now, but it was mainly Joseph and pantomimes. He was very big. He did Grease, right? He did the Pirates of Penzance as the Pirate King. I am the Pirate King. Ha-ha. I think that was Gilbert and Sullivan's version. Pirates of Penzance, there you go, as a backup singer. Grease as Danny Zuko. But that was 1980, I think. He did Godspell as well. But he spent most of his time doing Joseph. In fact, he was doing Joseph when I just started at LBC. So there you go. There you go. I went to the doctor's last week, Steve. I told him I felt like a pair of wigwams. The doctor said I was too tense. Right, you're barred. You'll never make it onto radio ever again, I tell you. So, Colleen, it's in all the papers. I mean, I'm secretly looking for an end result for this stupid spat which is going on. And I'm thinking, if you're prepared to waste, up to £1 million, if not more, why could you not just give the money to charity and agree to bury the hatchet? Why don't you just agree not to talk to each other ever again? Because, I mean, nobody's interested. Seriously, I promise you, the only people interested is Rebecca Dreary-Vardy, who spends most of her time trying to do the look at me situation. By the way, there's a 6-foot snake on the run. There's a boy called Elliot, and he said it was in his bedroom, and now it's not in his bedroom. Now, I mean, where do you lose a 6-foot snake in your bedroom? The only place really could be the toilet. That's the only place you could, because it's not going to slither down the stairs, is it? And then sort of open the front door by itself. But it could, because that's where a lot of them come in. If you live in a ground floor flat, a basement flat, there's a very good chance you probably get rats and things like that coming up the toilet, because the only water in the toilet is the U-bend. The rest of it is bone dry. Did you know that? Yeah. So if you look at a toilet, if you could cut it in half, the only water would be in that U-bend at the bottom. Because otherwise the water would just keep filling up your toilet, wouldn't it? And you'd be sitting there going, oh, you could get a snake down a toilet. Yeah, I've seen it. There was some woman, she got rats in her flat, I think in Earl's Court. And so they put a camera in there, and because rats swim underwater. And this was coming up the toilet, so she had to make sure that the lid was down with a brick on top of it to make sure. So a snake could either climb into the toilet, because it's only a little bit of water. It's like holding your breath for a minute and then going under the water, then popping up the other side and then going into the network of pipes. Imagine your neighbour's surprise when all of a sudden a 6-foot python pops up in your bathroom. You're sitting in the bath and you go, I wonder what that is. Looks like a bloody hell, it's a 6-foot python. You'd be out of the bath so fast, wouldn't you? Good idea of getting kids out of the bathroom, because sometimes they sit there forever, don't they? But it's gone missing. They say it's on the run. I don't think they move that fast, do they? It's never going to be picking up its skin and running. But it's just going to be slithering. But I don't like snakes anyway. I've had loads of listeners over the years who keep sending me pictures of snakes, knowing that I've got a morbid fear of snakes. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking of going to the pubs this weekend, forget it. Only half of them will be open, because a lot of people are going, we can't get this right just yet. Happy birthday to Chef Marcus Waring and opera singer Catherine Jenkins. And I'm not even going to tell you how old they are, because they're a lot younger than I am. Also, there's one woman who's telling you how to turn 60 if you're ageorexic. That means somebody who wants to turn back the hands of time. Because people get a bit panic-stricken. So it's like being anorexic, where you think you're fat all the time. Ageorexic means you look in the mirror and you go, oh, I look terrible. Like Mick Jagger. He can't look in the mirror and see anything but a really wizened old man. Because he's got that... And as for Keith Richards, I mean, there's no hope, is there, really? I love it. Tony Blair admits he hasn't done any chores for 23 years. Oh, I bet there's loads of men listening at the moment to say, I've got a friend of mine, I can't tell you who it is. His wife went away on holiday some years ago and she had to say to him, listen, I've left all the food in the freezer. It's marked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. She said, and I've left you the instructions on how to use the washing machine. He'd never used a washing machine, and the vacuum cleaner completely destroyed him. He couldn't work the vacuum cleaner at all. He had no idea how suction worked. And then we had this other problem, because he called me and said, there's a problem with the washing machine. It's not emptying. And I said, well, I know what that'll be. And he said, what is that? I said, it's not emptying because the pipe's blocked. And you know what it was? It was a coin that was left in a pair of jeans, which had gone into the system and wedged itself in the pipe. And so the water wasn't draining out. It's all very worrying. And then we had to go and empty the Hoover because the bag was full up and it wasn't sucking. And there's nothing worse, is there, when you're pushing it around the floor. And see, it's 6:04. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast till 7. Nick Ferrari will be with you at 7 o'clock this morning. So, as they think they're heading for lockdown in Leicester, as the number of virus cases have increased, I begin to wonder how long before the rest of the country and before we go back again. I mean, having seen all those ridiculous people down at Bournemouth Beach, having seen all the people in the parks over at the weekend, I mean, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. People are not heeding it. They're told to socially distance. I don't have any problem with queuing for anything. If it's a huge queue, I'm not going to be joining it. But I did queue yesterday at Marks and Spencer's, and there was probably about 10 people in front of me in the queue, which I thought was great. That's fine. I can cope with something like that. 10 people gets into the store. And today I've got to go to John Lewis. And I should imagine that'll be another blooming queue everywhere. But I don't mind. I'm not bothered about things like that. So I'm being very good. In fact, even without realising it, I'm socially distancing. I literally, if I'm going somewhere, I'm not a browsy person. I don't go into department stores and think, I'll just have a mooch around. If I want something, I'll go in, buy it, get out again. It's as simple as that. And that's what I'll do with John Lewis this morning. I shall literally go there, might have to queue for a little bit. I don't know what time these shops open. Perhaps you can find out. Not Marks and Spencer, John Lewis in Kingston. I mean, I'm hoping it's 9 o'clock, but that seems to have gone out the window, doesn't it? It's like half-day closing. 9:30, OK. I shall get there, I shall nip in, buy the thing, straight out, back home again. How cool is that? Much better, much better. Also, if you fancy a bargain in the house department, why don't you swap your semi for a French chateau? It's a little bit like, that fabulous one that they've got over in France, Dick and Angel. And I could just sit and watch them for ages. They've got a chateau, and they've done it all up, and they've put a lift in and all sorts of things. And now they're advising other people in France who've also got chateaus of how to get round, the French laws and everything. And they use them as party venues and everything. And they're like super, super booked up. And people drive over there. They've had people driving over for weddings. They put it all on. They arrange the food, the booze. And they came in to see us. Oh, gosh, it was some time ago now. And they brought me in a gift because they've got their own range of bedding and everything else. But I gave it to the charities so that the charity could auction to raise some money for Make Some Noise. And, sorry? Yes. But they were really nice, actually. They were really nice, really, really lovely. And so I enjoy those things. But they've got a whole list of houses in the paper today, which you could get if you've got a bit of money. So if you've got maybe 700,000 or 800,000 to spend. And listen, if you've got a property in London, it's highly likely that something that was bought years and years ago, if it's in the right area, could easily be worth things like that. It's certainly not unheard of. We have £100 million flats. We have £140 million flats. In fact, aren't they building over in, is it Dubai? Yes, I think Dubai and Monaco, one of those places. They're putting up houses, and each one is 100 million. And it's appealing to the super rich. But the trouble is, if you're super rich, why would you want to live next to somebody else who's also super rich? There's going to be dreadful one-upmanship, isn't there? And I think they were doing it in Monaco. And I thought, that looks quite nice. But I'm sure it was Dubai, when it's going to be £100 million per house. But if you had 100 million... Is it Dubai? If you got £100 million to spend on a house, I mean, I'd be looking for a bit of land. I'd be looking for almost an estate. I mean, I would be looking for something, really sensational. Really sensational. But Is it sensational? Oh, is it? Oh, how depressing. I have to start saving for the £100 million. Somebody's got to have it. The trouble is, if you've got £100 million, it probably doesn't make any difference, does it, really? I love it. I absolutely love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here for Kate, who's actually not Kate at all. She's George. She's now writing, or he's actually writing as a woman. Poor soul, honestly. Oh, so that's not... Oh, right. So that's 181 million, whatever it is they've got. You can get a townhouse for... I like the infinity pool. Don't you like that? I think the infinity pool is fabulous. So that's 181 million. And that's one... It's on Palm Jumeirah. Myra. It's looked lovely, actually. That's a penthouse. Do you know, things like that frighten the life out of me. There was a couple the other day, they run this programme on Monaco, and they get, if you're a resident there, you get a discount on a flat. You can rent it, and it's not that expensive, but they had a really nice one. But they went out onto their balcony, which came up to their waist, and I looked at the drop, and I thought, you must be kidding. Absolutely kidding. I wouldn't ever dream of going to a place like that. They all look sort of lovely, don't they? This is a luxury tower by international architects, including Sommer from New York, Super Potato from Japan, and Vladimir from Lebanon, because they're all sort of names that just roll off the tongue, aren't they? How many bedrooms, though? Oh, the unit comes with 12 parking spaces. Wow. It's got 90 apartments, scheduled for completion by... it must be up already, 2017. So they must be up and running, mustn't they? 90 apartments. It'll have indoor and outdoor heated pools, a cinema, cigar lounge, super luxury spa, and a yacht club. Listen, if you could afford to buy somewhere like that, why do you want to mix with other people? Good God, no. Go and move in with the poor people. They'll appreciate it far more. Definitely. I love it. People in the parks, beaches, don't forget all the rights we've had, says Martin in Shropshire. Yeah, absolutely. Dick and Angel Strawbridge. Love it. Love it, love it. Also, Steve, I'm on my way to the office to resign from my post for a big career. Seems like a crazy thing to do given the state of the world. Thank you for keeping me company over the last 6 years, says Luke. So you're going to the office and you're going to quit. Fantastic. I'm going to resign from my post. You don't need to bother resigning. Just give me the note and I'll just hand it in to them on your way out. Just remember to hand your badge in at the same time. Am I crazy? Well, I don't know. It depends how long you've been doing a job for. Some people do that. They like a career change. And they go, do you know, if I don't do this now, I'm never going to do it. And you go, yeah, but, you know, have you got backup? You've always got to have a little bit of backup on something like that. If you're going to go for a career change, but as long as you put your heart and soul into it, I believe anything is achievable. I believe anything is achievable. You can do anything you want, really. Even though some people... I mean, out of all this madness and misery and awfulness, good will eventually get us out through the other side. I think that's what it will do. But, I mean, you're quite brave if you're actually going to sort of... I had somebody like that years ago. He used to work, not for us, but another place that I knew. And he'd saved up his money. And it was basically one of those funds that he said, it's there in case I get really fed up and I can go, right, I've got the money to do it, I can go and do this. And he went and became self-sufficient. He paid his mortgage off, which of course is always very useful, and he went and he started growing his own vegetables, lives down in Brighton, and he just picked up little jobs here, there and everywhere. He wasn't particularly bothered because he existed on very little. He had a little bit of a fund to actually sort of invest, and it seemed to work. So if you've been doing something for a number of years, I think that's brilliant to actually, you know, because if you're not happy doing a job, it's not going to change anything at all, is it really? So good to you, good for you. Mind you, 6:10 in the morning seems quite interesting that somebody will do that. The state of the world, am I crazy? No, not crazy at all. I'd never think somebody was crazy. If that's going to make you feel happier and feel better, why not? Goodness sake, go for it. Listen, there are too many people working in jobs at the moment who don't enjoy their work, so nobody benefits. That person is always the miserable one, and they're not giving 100%. If you give 100%, you're happy doing what you do. That's it. So if you think it's a big career move, is it a profitable career move, or is it just something you fancy doing? Because if it's something that you fancy doing, then it's great. But just make sure that you've got a backup plan. You need to have a backup plan on everything, just in case. Just in case. What do we got here? We got Patience, according to the Daily Mail front page. facing long delays for routine surgery in the wake of COVID. Hospitals are facing a huge backlog of routine operations, but are running at only about half their usual capacity due to the coronavirus. So, in fact, non-emergency surgery cases were paused for 3 months and have only just started resuming. Also, people getting ready for Wimbledon, but not, because it's not happening. It's off. So it's home, set and match, which I quite like. I think people are being very industrious. Definitely. Also, COVID, no excuse for bad manners, say Debrett's, and they know all about things like that. Newly issued advice from the protocol specialist explains how we can meet and greet in the era of social distancing and even wear a mask without compromising decent behaviour. Gosh. Ollie, my friend, he says, can I be a head butler on your estate? Oh, all right. Yes, all right. I'm not going to pay him anything. He's going to pay me for being there, because it's a huge estate. He said there is an amazing water slide in Dubai called the Jumeirah. I can't pronounce this stupid word. It's going to get me every time now. The Scary. He said you'd love it. No, I'd hate it. I would absolutely hate it. If it involves something you're not enclosed in it, and you just slide... Oh, no, no. It's like I always go on the roller coasters. Whenever I go to a roller coaster park, Ollie, and I go up there and I'm like all brave and big and brave and all the rest of it, and then it goes up, and there is one could be Japan, it's the world's tallest roller coaster, and you go up vertically, and you get to the top, and then it just literally goes straight over, and you head straight downwards. That's the moment I scream. That is the moment that I absolutely scream. So there's no chance of getting on a water slide. I don't mind watching other people. I don't mind watching other people, Ollie, but you can definitely be head butler on the estate. In fact, actually, it probably is going to come with money, I should imagine. Couple of quid a week or something. All food found, on my huge... Can you imagine if all of a sudden you won £100 million? What would you do with it? I think you'd probably have to recover from the heart attack, wouldn't you? That'd be the thing. They'd be going, you go to the doctor, they go, what's the matter? You go, I've just won some money. And they go, are you not happy? You go, yeah, I'm really happy. Unfortunately, it's affected my heart. Let's take the Nice Debbie Company. It's Steve Allen's Chirpy, little early breakfast programme on LBC. It's only chirpy because it's Monday, and because I'm looking at the weather. This week's going to be a bit of a sunshine and showers week, but then that's the weather forecast that we've got in this country. Everybody going berserk in the papers about holidays. Where can you go? What sort of deals you get? You can go to Nice from 59 quid, Sicily from 85 quid, Amsterdam 65 quid, Rhodes 395, Santa Susana in Spain from £159, and Turkey from 479. There's all sorts of deals going on. They want you to go on holiday. I don't want to go on holiday. I don't do holidays. I'm still slightly worried about it. I still think that, this weekend in London coming up is going to be a nightmare. Pubs, they say, are set to rake in £210 million this weekend when the drinkers go back for the first time. So they can reopen Saturday. An estimated 6.5 million trips will be made, but not all pubs are opening. Each punter, they say, will buy an extra 2 pints of lager or a couple of extra glasses of wine. Social distancing rules means venues that reopen are expected to operate at about 70% of capacity. Changes could include hand sanitisers, screens at the bar, spaced out seating and one-way in and out policies. Staff could also be in gloves and visors. It's not really like going to a pub at all, is it really? It's like going to a cheap space convention or something like that. But as the police struggle to shut down the parties, these are the rave parties, mainly druggies, scientists warn the virus cases could surge again within days. I'm telling you, it will. I guarantee it will. People sitting on beaches, people sitting in parks, people not bothering about masks or anything else. Here's a load of people sitting in Ilkley, in West Yorkshire. What are they doing? They're using hippie crack. It's not illegal, but experts are warning of the health risks. But there again, you could tell them a million times and these idiots will just go, yeah, what does it matter? In Bournemouth, they're inhaling hippie crack. 2 old people here. The woman looks especially ancient. And there's an infectious disease nurse, Alice, collecting canisters after 1,000 ravers flocked to a street party. Notting Hill, Brighton, Abington Park in Northampton, Bournemouth, Clapham Common, full of these little capsules. Somebody's making an absolute fortune out of it. And unfortunately, the side effects which will be happening very shortly, are going to lay a lot of people very low. But they're too stupid to realise that. They don't know that because they think they know everything. And it doesn't matter. You could sit there, you know, as I say, if you went to the doctor, you said, oh, I've pains in my stomach, and he goes, you smoke, don't you? And you go, yes. And he says, how many do you smoke a day? And you say, well, about, 20 or 40. And he says, if you don't stop, you're going to die. Would you just go out and go, what does he know? And carry on smoking? You'd be the fool, wouldn't you? The absolute fool. Joseph in Bethlehem. No, there really is a Joseph in, but I have to keep explaining that to people. I think it's some joke or something, because he's got a wife called Mary as well. And he said it's 179 days till Christmas. We've just booked our flights to Bethlehem. I thought you were in Bethlehem. Do you mean out of Bethlehem? Can't go back into it again, otherwise you're not going anywhere on the aeroplane, are you? But that's it. I loved counting down the days to Christmas. So much rubbish left on the Bournemouth beach. Everyone must have some left. Must have left some, says Jackie. That's what they did. That's exactly what they happened. People are filthy. You see people doing it now. You see somebody buy a packet of cigarettes from a shop, they're unwrapping it, and they just throw it on the ground. You just want to go after them, don't you? Pick it up and go, I think you dropped something. The sheer rank stupidity of people. Dirty people. Dirty people. The latest celebrity fad, beekeeping. James Middleton talking about the joy of caring for his queens. That's what the Beckhams are doing, actually. They'll be caring for their queens in their hive. Apparently Dave, with the funny hair, has apparently built something for them so the children can all go there. So they've equipped them all. It's just another stupid photo opportunity for the boring Beckhams. It'd be a little bit better if they sort of said, Mummy's got discount on some of her clothing in her shops. But of course, she hasn't. And they're not doing very well. They've just had another injection of £6.5 million. I mean, this seems to me like throwing good money after... Can you imagine, though, if it goes under? If all of a sudden somebody goes, we're not pumping any more money into it. I'm terribly sorry. And she has to admit failure because it's way too expensive. Born on this day, little Eva. Her real name was Eva Narcissus Boyd. And she had that one big single... Everybody's doing the brand new dance now. She had The Locomotion. It was written by Carole King and Jerry Goffin. It was her only UK top 10 hit in 1962, and it earned her $30,000 in royalties. She said that Kylie's, because Kylie had a version out in 1980, it was all right, she said, but mine is better. You can't improve on perfection. She's absolutely right. I think Kylie was just sort of copying things. I'm spinning around, Well, you'd have to, dear. Marcus Waring, I'm not going to tell you how old he is, actually. And Catherine Jenkins, it would be far too rude to mention her age. 1613. Bit of a bad day at the Globe Theatre in London, where most of little William Shakespeare's plays were first performed, was destroyed by fire. And Catherine Hepburn died in 2003. On this day, she was 96. I like Catherine Hepburn. If you listen to her autobiography, she's recorded her own biography. And it's very good. She's got a little bit of a quaver in her voice. It's a little bit sort of Anne Widdecombe, as I say. Also, Muhammad Ali, June the 29th, 1971. He won his first longest fight yesterday after a 4-year struggle. Ali, former Cassius Clay, delivered a knockout to the US government's convention that he is a Vietnam draft dodger when 8 Supreme Court justices ruled that his refusal of conscription was rooted in his religious beliefs. You learn everything on this programme. Seriously, we are a mine of information. Meghan and Harry, boring, thank you, enough. And, I forgot to tell you what's annoying the Balmoral staff. The Rangers go out at Balmoral. Why? There is no toilet within miles. I mean, I was in Marks and Spencer's the other day and 2 girls came upstairs and I was looking at pants. But then, of course, when somebody walks past, you have to pretend you're looking at socks. I don't want people looking at them thinking, I wonder what he looks like with those on. I don't want to be used as a sex object, thank you very much indeed. And they walked up and they went to the toilet. Of course, all toilets are locked. And they seemed quite surprised that the toilets weren't opened because they'd all have to be disinfected. Seriously, I wanted to say to them, have you read the news or heard anything recently? Yeah, they probably went to Clapham Common. But, so the problem is the Balmoral Rangers, people are going to the toilet in the grounds. You have to walk. There are no toilets. But they're not just doing one toilet, they're doing 2 toilets. But they're just leaving stuff on the ground. Tissue. Well, no, there are parts you can walk through. But they're leaving tissues and everything else on the ground. Disgusting people. And they've gone, it's just not right. Oh, here we go. Here's my chateau of the day. It was £809,000. Okay, it's now on offer £590,000. 600,000 quid. You can't buy a flat round my way for that. Cannot buy a flat at all. It's got 14 bedrooms, but only 5 bathrooms. Somebody's going to be upset in the morning, aren't they? And it dates to the 13th century. It's surrounded by national parks. It comes with 4 acres of land, its own vaulted chapel, as well as a swimming pool. Unfortunately, it's not close to anything. You need to be close to shops. The nearest city, Toulouse, is a couple of hours away by car. But there's a village only a short walk away with shops, restaurants and cafes. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? But it's the fact, 14, you imagine 14 bedrooms. That's a lot of bed linen. That's a lot of washing machines. I'd be down by the river scrubbing and then hang it up to dry on the washing line. So 14 bedrooms, but only 5 bathrooms. So you couldn't really use it as a sort of bed and breakfast, because everybody on bed and breakfast would expect to have their own bedroom. But there's some lovely places. I remember one that came up a while ago, a few years back, and it was called the Castle of the Black Knight. And it's a famous castle, I think, in France. And it had underground tunnels and dungeons and also, and I remember thinking, that'd be a nice place to buy. And they used to put on these, where they go out jousting and stuff like that, which always look blooming dangerous as far as I'm concerned. But still interesting. Still interesting. So France is still the place to go if you're looking for a bargain, and we all want a bargain. It's just a long way to go, isn't it? But for a weekend, lots of people have got places that they go to for the weekend. What was the other one that I quite liked? I'm not sure about this singing songs from Kylie and Wham. It's going to make you look better. The officers attacked by the Yobs as they curb the illegal gatherings. These people, they've got pictures in some of the papers today. Let's find out who they are quickly, get them into prison, leave them there. As far as I'm concerned, none of this 2 or 3 weeks. I'm afraid I'm hang 'em and flog 'em brigade. I'm sort of, you go in there and you stay there for 2 years. Boris puts the nation on a diet. A bit rich from him, isn't it? Not exactly the slimmest person I've ever seen. And Tyson Fury lifting the lid on his racist abuse. Must be running out of things to talk about, I should imagine. Netflix set to make a mini-series. I mean, they can't really. About Rebecca Vardy. Oh, she'll be so excited. She'll be sending out invitation cards. And Boots. Boots have been mocked on Twitter for telling people to wear sun cream indoors. Who, in God's name, puts sun cream on indoor? You don't need to do that, do you? Admittedly, even on a day like this, you can still get sunburn. You can still pick up sort of all sorts of things if you don't watch out. I mean, I always go out with a hat on, so I'm actually quite good. Mark in Reading says, no desire to fly, go to the pub, eat at a restaurant until all COVID measures are withdrawn. Might wait for some time. I'm just not going out for the sake of going out. Pubs in Hackney have been open for weeks. Pub gardens packed, all seating in the garden available to sit on, packed like a normal summer's day. Yes, I mean, I think, well, if in those cases you could buy inside and you had to come outside, but then you've got all the people standing outside. I mean, it's not going to affect me in the slightest, because I'm not a pub person. In fact, most of my friends are not pub people. I'm more restaurant, so I'm fine. Ian in Folkestone says it's sad they're going to lock down Leicester. Well, they haven't actually admitted that they're going to lock down Leicester. They've said it's an option because the number of coronavirus cases have increased, and that's bad news. But that's an indicator for the rest of the country. So, what can we say? We gave the advice out and people decided to go and do what they wanted to do. It's the fact that they risk their children's lives at the same time that absolutely horrifies me. Let's have a check on the LBC News, shall we? It's 6:30. The headlines with Simon Conway.
The Prime Minister's revealing a 10-year programme to rebuild and refurbish schools in England. It will form part of a speech given by Boris Johnson tomorrow as he sets out the UK's plan to spend its way out of the coronavirus downturn. Testing data will be analysed this morning to see if it's necessary to impose a local lockdown in Leicester. Public Health England says 866 new infections of COVID-19 have been reported in the city in the last fortnight. A man is due in court charged over a knife attack in Reading in which 3 friends died and 3 other people were injured. 25-year-old Kyrie Sadala is accused of the murder of James Furlong, David Wales and Joseph Ritchie Bennett 9 days ago. And the weather, sunny spells and occasional showers across southern England, the Midlands and Wales. More wet and windy further north, and for Scotland and Northern Ireland, a high of 21 degrees.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. LBC.
Now the police rock up, people just laugh. This is what happens when a police force becomes politicised. Whether it's wearing high heel shoes in Cardiff to show your support for an anti-slavery protest, and the latest absurdity is posing with a poster supporting Gypsy and Roma travellers. This is not what policing is about. So that is why you've lost the respect. You are a laughingstock.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Weekday mornings from 7. LBC.
TfL has a plan to help London reopen. You can do your bit by working from home if you can. Avoid public transport and walk or cycle to work or school wherever possible. We're increasing the number of buses, trains and tubes we run, but they may still be busy during peak hours. If you must use public transport, avoid early mornings between 5:45 and 8:15 and evenings between 4 and 5:30. This will help those who must travel at this time to do so safely. Search TfL Restart Plan. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Did you know that bacteria from gum disease may cause Alzheimer's? The GAIN clinical study is testing an investigational drug that may halt the progression of Alzheimer's by reducing damage caused by bacteria that travel to the brain. St Pancras Clinical Research is seeking volunteers aged 55 to 80 with Alzheimer's to participate in the GAIN study. To find out more, please contact St Pancras Clinical Research at stpancrasclinicalresearch.com. That's stpancrasclinicalresearch.com.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close. And in the last stride...
Oh, that was too close. We'll have to go to a photo.
Your horse is beaten. Fortunately with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Beaten by a length. From Coral.
18 plus online and in shop with Connect Card. Applies to first real money single win or each way bet of £1 plus from 8am day of selected meeting. Full terms and exclusions at coral.co.uk. When the fun stops, stop.
How do we control coronavirus now? This is Scott. He's a nurse.
NHS Test and Trace helps stop the spread of the virus in our communities. If you've got symptoms, even mild ones, get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we can trace the people you've been in contact with and contain the virus. So get tested and protect each other.
To get a test, go to nhs.uk/coronavirus or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Having had for days and days and weeks, and it seems like forever, doesn't it, the man in a prison in Germany who they're interested in talking to about the disappearance of Madeleine McCann, and then the German prosecutor writing to the McCanns saying Madeleine McCann is no more, and we have proof, but I can't tell you what it is. And the McCanns then coming back going, we haven't received any letter. And then, so he sends another letter. Now, we don't know whether or not they've actually seen it. I don't know whether he writes in English or he doesn't. I've got no idea. But it seems to me that the McCanns seem to have loads of advisors. What they heard, presumably, is not what they would want to hear. Nobody would want to hear that. But they can't give them any more information. But now they have told us that the man suspected of abducting Maddie may never be released. So they can't do anything. Their hands are tied. He is in prison. He's got no intention of speaking to them about it. They haven't charged him with anything. He's just the one that they've gone, well, we think this is the person, and we've got proof positive that Madeleine McCann is not alive anymore. And I'm thinking, well, why don't you just tell they haven't even told the British police. They've not told the British police anything. You'd think that, you know, I mean, the Germans seem to have achieved more in a matter of weeks than the British police have achieved in God knows how many years. I mean, the British police have just... Nothing. We've had all these people saying, oh, I saw Madeleine McCann. She was being abducted by this swarthy-looking man. And it's rubbish. It absolutely... Because all these people would turn out to be liars. Because if the German prosecutor thinks that Madeleine McCann's abductor and ultimate killer is in a German prison at the moment, they're not going to be releasing him anytime soon. So he's never going to come to trial. So where are we? Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. The police, though, are still asking for money because they've run out of money again, and I don't quite understand how much more we've spent 12 million plus on, you know, this case, looking for this girl. They've achieved nothing. They've taken out, they've had, you know, x-rays. They've got dogs that can seek out clothing and bodies and things like nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. There was no CCTV, a most incompetent site you could ever imagine going to. Why on earth the McCanns, intelligent people, very middle class, why they went to a site which didn't have proper facilities. Most places now we've got CCTV at home. We're not a site. No, we are. But I mean, to actually not have CCTV, to actually not have enough babysitters, what sort of ramshackle place are they operating over there? Nobody saw a little girl either with somebody, walking out by herself, nothing. She just vanished. It could almost be one of those, and it is, actually, it's turned into that mysterious disappearance. Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows a thing. Everybody can guess. You can say, oh, she was abducted. I can take a random guess that she got up in the night, walked out of a room that was not locked to go to the bathroom, although surely there must have been a bathroom in there. So how did she get out? Why do they leave the door unlocked, if indeed the door was unlocked? I just don't understand why you'd want to just, take a child like that, unless you were somebody who was intent on taking a child. But they've said she's not alive, but they're not going to tell you how they know that. They're pretty convinced that what they've got is concrete evidence. So what do we do? Do we then say, does the government say, we're not spending any more money on the Madeleine McCann case because it's quite clear they're not going to find her? Because the papers keep putting up things, the picture of this is what she would look like. Well, she could walk past this window now and I wouldn't have the faintest idea. You just wouldn't know. People change. She might be speaking another language. If she's alive, it could be all sorts of things could have happened. We don't know. And that's where we're at the moment. So the man suspected, they say in the papers today, may never be released. So, in fact, he's never going to be charged. 1 in 10 of England's swimming pools may never reopen. Apparently, we've got thousands of swimming pools across the land, but they're going to have disinfecting everything and putting everything down there. So, I mean, is it absolutely important that people go to a swimming pool? I suppose it must be, really, but they're going to have to do all sorts of things. You're going to have to go through... Well, I don't know whether chlorine kills it. Do they still use chlorine? I'm not sure they even use chlorine, do they? I know that as kids, we used to avoid the foot bath. When you came out of the changing rooms, you have to go into this bath to put, so your feet were... Because most people have got, bad feet, and so they're infecting everybody in the pool. So you'd have to go... Well, we learned to walk around the edge of it. So we didn't worry about things like that. So 1 in 10 may never reopen because it's just dragged on too long. Too long. Leicester, as I say, is in every newspaper heading towards lockdown. We'll have to wait and see. And also the delight at lockdown reunion for a nurse and her little boy, which is lovely. David Walliams, talking about his new book. He's just very prolific with bringing books out, and they seem to sell in huge volumes. Everybody seems to like them. There's a man called Rob Martinez, I do beg your pardon, who's 63, and he's waiting for a knee replacement operation. He's been told now it won't live. He will live. He just won't have the knee operation. He's been waiting since 2019, booked in at Frimley Park Hospital in Frimley, in Surrey. In April, he was told 3 weeks before the date it had been cancelled because of the pandemic, contacted his consultant last week to find out when it was being rescheduled, and told there was zero chance it would be this year. Mr. Martinez, who had to take early retirement because he was in so much pain, says, I've got ongoing pain in my knees, difficulty climbing the stairs, pain in walking, pain in sleeping, pain basically all the time. No medication I've been on has helped. The last I heard from the hospital was in March, when they phoned to say the operation was being cancelled indefinitely. I think that means it's never going to happen. So, now whether or not, Rob, you can go private and get it done, I don't know. That's what they say. If you can't get it done on the NHS, somebody will probably do it privately. If you're in so much pain and all the painkillers they've given you have not worked, surely they're not going to be that heartless. Surely. And they could actually do it on a private basis. You'd have to pay for it. Now, of course, if you haven't got the money to pay for it, then you're not going to get it done because they're not going to be doing these operations. So what are all the surgeons doing at the moment, then? Oh, look, there's a man having his eyes done. I had that as well the other week. It's on the television. That's where they sort of stare into your eye. And they said I was quite good, actually. They were very pleased with my thing. But my machine was bigger than that one that they're using. Mine was an enormous thing. Absolutely. You get a TV at the dentist, do you? Oh. Showing what? On the roof? A TV on the roof at the dentist? On the ceiling? Oh, it's moved. It's come inside from the roof. It's now on the ceiling. Showing what? What's it? Right, and that... Oh, when you're lying... Are you serious? I'm never lying back watching I'm lying there thinking, he's going to stick that needle right through my cheek. You know. Oh, it doesn't distract me at all. In fact, even thinking about it makes me feel quite ill, I'm afraid. I don't like anything like that. Somebody said to me in their dentist's chair, it was all very high-tech. I thought, yeah, you're paying for it. There was a heated couch that you lie on, and they played soothing music. I'm sorry, there's no chance. Even watching it on camera, if they had a camera in your mouth at the end of the drill, that would freak me out even more. I can't think of anything worse. Most people listening at the moment have a fear of the dentist. They don't like going to the dentist because he goes, oh, right, oh, you'll need that doing again. Oh, God, is it a big job? Yeah, and if you're paying for it, they seem to find things left, right and centre. You know, oh, you've got a root canal there. Oh, not the root canal. Oh, my goodness. Root canal's the worst one. I hated root canal. Mind you, I always try and tell people when they go, oh, I've got root canal, they go, oh, that's fine, you'll be easy with that one. Thinking I nearly ended up screaming the place down. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Actually, there's a story here. It's a Miss England race storm. And I'm not going to read it because everybody's having arguments at the moment. I've never known so many people have arguments. And this particular one is claiming she's a victim of cyberbullying. And there's two other people, and then they've legal letters. What is the matter with the world? Have we gone completely mad? Whatever happened to, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Doesn't that count for anything these days? I don't know. Beekeeping, now that the Beckhams are doing it, it'll be considered naff. So I wouldn't. It'll only be a passing phase. It'll be a photo in the paper. You watch next week. You'll be saying to the Beckhams, so have you brought your own? I mean, what they could do. I mean, here we go. I'm helping them out. I realise, but that's what I do. I think that for every item she sells in her little boutique, she could give a free jar of honey. There you go. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? And she'd have a free jar of Beckham honey. Can you just see them in the kitchen? Dave, who frankly couldn't reassemble the cornflakes in a packet to make a picture of a cockerel, would be struggling with something like that. You go, I could just imagine, unless you've ever kept bees before and know anything about it. It's just ask the experts. Martha Carney's an expert. Who else was an expert? Was it Aled Jones does beekeeping? There's certainly a few people that do beekeeping. And I remember thinking, and the Beckhams, I mean, dear Lord, please find somebody proper who can actually do it. I'm sure. I know. Vince K. Does he? Oh, he does beekeeping. Also, doesn't Bill? What was his name? Famous beekeepers. Bill. No, not Bill Overton. Oh, Kevin's above. Suggs does as well. He keeps bees. Oh, right. I don't ever want to keep them. I had an accountant years ago. He actually kept bees, and you move them at night. You wait till they've all come back into the hive, then you seal it off, pop it in the back of the car and take it somewhere else, open up all the doors, and in the morning they can then fly out, get their bearings, so they know where the hive is to come back to. They're very clever bees, very intelligent. Bon Jovi. Morgan Freeman as well. Oh, right. Who was Bill Turnbull. Bill Turnbull keeps bees as well. I couldn't remember. So many Bills going through my mind at the moment. But Martha Carney's been doing it for a long time. People like it, but I mean, the Beckhams are just another silly photo opportunity, isn't it? Nobody really cares. Apparently they're going to produce their own honey. No, they're not. And they won't know what to do with it. Bees will be buzzing around. Harper will be stung, a few times. And Dave will have one of his breakdowns. They're just silly. I mean, they bought them all these suits to do beekeeping. Like, they must be so bored. So bored. Also, what have we got here? Patel takes swipe at Genric in storm over £1 billion deal. This is tycoon Richard Desmond. Doesn't he sell houses now or something? Was that in between all the Northern Shell sex magazines? It was he hates that when people bring that up. But I mean, that's what he did. I don't know why somebody would be embarrassed about it. I mean, we've moved on a little bit, just a little bit. My lockdown lover wants me to move 400 miles away. This is a letter to Steph and Dom, who solve your sex, love and life troubles. So in other words, you've got a lover and he goes, we want to move 400 miles away. Well, you're finding another person then, aren't you? Because I'm not going with you 400 miles. Can you believe it? I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Some little wag has come up with the idea that maybe Victoria Beckham could sort of start designing a beekeeping outfit to sell. They're so expensive. She was wearing a dress the other day, and I remember thinking, oh, that's nice. How much is that? 300 quid? It was like 1,700 quid. Who's going to buy that? You have to find your market. Perhaps you'll have to... I mean, that's why Primark is so successful. because they found exactly the right market and it works. You know, somebody like Victoria, she's not, you know, Versace or anything like that. It's Victoria Beckham. She was in the Spice Girls. Her dad's an electrician. You know, it's not the sort of clothes people say, oh, Victoria Beckham. That's why it's not working. It's a shame, really. Apparently Madeleine had a fault with one of her irises in her eye. Couldn't a call be put out for any female at the age she is now? Well, I don't, to be honest with you, I think the police over in Portugal have kind of given up. It's only now the German police who are interested, but now they've said that nothing's going to be happening. They're not going to do anything. They're not taking him out of prison. He's not being charged with anything. And he's not talking about anything. And then somebody else said they didn't think it was possible it was him. And then somebody said, oh, but it's definitely somebody and she's definitely not alive, but they won't tell you how they know that, which seems pointless. I mean, the police over here haven't got a clue over it. They're sort of battling against all sorts of elements, but it's cost an awful lot of money and we're no nearer anything at all. Front page of the Mirror today, Boris Johnson must come good on his vows to end the North-South divide and his plans for a recovery. Andy Burnham apparently says areas worst hit by austerity need a big boost to survive. It's like everywhere, isn't it, really? The Sun, you can win a lodge worth £100,000. That'll be exciting, won't it? A lodge. This is where they build them in the grounds of country houses and things like that. You know, there'll be 20 people grouped round a lake or something. This one is a luxury lodge, including pitch fees for 2 years. Woo! And then you sell it, I suppose. How to blast your corona belly if you put on a little bit of weight. No names, no pack drill. They tell you how to sort of lose. I mean, who cares? To be honest with you, it's a sign of, you know, goodness, I think. Royal fury at the mess. We are not amused. Visitors use Balmoral as an outdoor toilet. The celebrities raking in the cash. A story from yesterday's papers. I mean, obviously running out of stories to do. And here is actress Dania Ramirez. Apparently she's 40. She doesn't look 40. Amazing. But she was in last year's hit movie Jumanji, The Next Level. I only saw the first Jumanji. I don't want to watch the second one. It was a bit of a tedious story first time round. Some poor kid whose father's got a shoe factory gets bullied by his mates, finds a game which starts playing by itself. The next thing, there's animals running riot through your sitting room. I mean, how you clean up after elephants and rhinoceros and everything else. I mean, and then there was a plague of bees and everything. Oh, it was just ridiculous. And then loads of other people turned up. I just didn't get it at all. 6.5 million Brits to hit the pubs this weekend, but the cost of rules stops some opening because if they don't follow who's going to go round and enforce this? I've got no idea. I really don't know. Also, soldiers fighting for Leicester. Lockdown, they say, in days. I mean, it starts there. Where does it go to next? Who knows? Parents will be forced to send their children back to school in September, the Prime Minister insists. Yeah, like the Prime Minister insists you wear a face covering on the buses and the trains and the underground. That hasn't worked, has it? Loads of people sitting on there. I wouldn't let them on. I really wouldn't let them on. Colleen Rooney vowed to spend millions to win her legal fight with Rebecca Vardy. How stupid. How stupid. I mean, it really is a total waste of time. Also, Stones the last time, law threat to Trump. Donald Trump has been warned he could face legal action if he continues to use music by the Stones. Well, it won't be him, will it? It'll be the agency who's putting the thing together. They'll be the ones who'll be sort of taking the music and paying, presumably, for the rights to actually use it. Greg Wallace, that grinning so-and-so, with the fakest grin I've ever seen on really quite creepy. But he's lost weight, so you can buy into it as well. Yeah, whatever. Apparently the family of the asylum seeker who stabbed 6 people said it was not in his mentality. Different to what the next door neighbours said the other day. Somebody was in the same place, they said, because the walls were so thin you could hear. And he was really upset the other side. Here's a picture. Good Lord, you wouldn't even know who that was. It's a famous person. It's Harry Styles. Harry goes out with why is it that when people become immensely famous, their fashion sense seems to go right round the U-bend? And here he is wearing a pair of trousers that don't fit, a dirty old hoodie top, and something that wouldn't look out of place in the Gallagher's wardrobe. You know, it's like, I don't know what they call it, but that's what they do now. They go, oh, it's boho chic. You think, no, it's not. It looks ridiculous. L'Oreal are vowing to remove words such as whitening from its beauty products amid protests over racism. So the French cosmetics giant announced it's losing terms including white, whitening, fair, fairness, and light, lightning from all skin creams. It comes after Unilever made a similar decision, and a number of companies faced criticism in the wake of the death of George Floyd. Did you know that some of the police officers involved in that case, the ones who were there, are going to get their jobs back? Did you hear that? I read it online the other day. They said they're going to get their jobs back. The union have been fighting for them to get their jobs back. And you think, that'll go down well, won't it? L'Oreal slogan, because I'm worth it. Oh, that was that ghastly Cheryl Tweedy. What's it? Was it? You know, L'Oreal, because you're worth it. Tweeted earlier this month, it stands in solidarity with the black community and against injustice of any kind. Speaking out is worth it. That's why they're going to put a picture up of a black woman in Albert Square for EastEnders when they start filming. You think, it's a bit late, isn't it? Why was this not... This is supposed to represent the East End of London. I don't think it represents anywhere in London at all. Ridiculous. So I told you about Tom Daly, and he's taken up knitting, which is... he obviously enjoys it, you know, very therapeutic. And R&B legend Shaggy will put his own twist on Christmas this year. His real name's Orville. How embarrassing. I wish I could fly right up to the sky, but I can't. You can. I can't. He's revealed his planning and dropping his first ever festive single. That was a man who was famous for It Wasn't Me. Dun, 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 it wasn't me. It's the only bit I know, actually. I don't know anything more about the song. But he says, I don't want no icy Christmas. The only ice I want to see is in my cup with some rum. That sounds festive, doesn't it? That sounds festive. Nigella says she's gone feral in isolation. And there's also a granny buying a present for a baby on Amazon was shocked to find a vibrator for sale on a children's toys page. Well, that's very odd, isn't it? Sheila Gage was looking for a birthday present for her 11-month-old granddaughter, Kira, but her search for In the Night Garden toys returned a black, hands-free sex toy. And it says hands-free sex toy. What does that mean? How does that work? But anyway, the good news was it was £14 and a penny, so I'm just telling you that's the price that they sell now. Have you seen In the Night Garden? It comes to Richmond, and it's very interesting. Kids flock in their thousands to go to see that. I've never seen it, apart from it's a lot of sort of strange-looking creatures, but the kids love stuff like that. We never had that in my day. Thank God. The Daily Star, front page. Tyson, my race abuse hell. And here he is. Need to get that chef shaved, mate. It's a little bit, sort of left it go to rack and ruin. He said, despite his success, the Gypsy King says he's constantly taunted about his heritage. Well, I mean, you just turn the other cheek, don't you? Just go away. Go away. Also, Shell's the best. Mark Reiter said the best thing about lockdown is spending time with his wife, Michelle Keegan, which is lovely. She must have shrunk. There's a picture of them together. Now, he's not tall, and... she only comes up to the bottom of his chin. Well, she must be the size of a Polly Pocket, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I've got to go, I've just realised. Goodness sake, honestly, being a Monday, I have a free little bit extra podcast today. Joe Wicks has given his own wax figure at Madame Tussauds. Probably has more personality than the... Who's going to know who he is? Nobody knows. All the people going to Madame Tussauds are going to be tourists. We haven't got any of those at the moment. Richard Bacon buys a £5 million mansion in LA, which, to be honest with you, I mean, if that's a mansion... it's all gone horribly wrong. You can download... Oh, also, Colin and Rebecca's preparing to waste millions over a bit of tittle-tattle. Colin and Rebecca doing that one. Somebody says, hope you and the crew are well. Well, they are, but I'm not. I had a dreadful night's sleep. I slept, but I thought, oh, no. I've got dicky tummy this morning. I don't know what's the matter with that. It's amazing. Probably because yesterday I got in and... If I have a craving for something, I kind of go for it in a big way. And so I got yesterday's driver to drop me off outside Waitrose, because it opens early. It opens 7:30. And I went in and I picked up it's a Warburton's toasty loaf. And it's not huge. It's not, big. It's only a small little loaf. And I'd ordered this peanut butter. Do you remember the peanut butter that we told you about on the programme that had got the 5-star rating? Well, I had the peanut butter yesterday. Unfortunately, I got through half the blooming loaf. That one there, yeah. I got through half the loaf with this peanut butter on it. Because it's peanut butter, but it's got maple syrup in as well. I mean, it's very, very nice. Is it what? Sweet. It tastes like peanut butter, but it tastes like a good peanut butter. So... no, you don't put it with Marmite, no. But they did a taste test with all of the different peanut butter available on the market, spreads and such like. And that one got the only 5 out of 5, so I bought 6 jars of it. So it was quite nice, wasn't it? Very nice indeed. So, So there you go. You can try that later on. But I literally got through half a loaf. And then later, as I was going out, I thought, I'll just have 2 more pieces of toast. Because I've got a 4-gang toaster. It feels a bit churlish, doesn't it, really, to only use 2? Why not use all 4? So we had half a loaf. Well, in fact, actually 3/4 of a loaf in the end. I'm not surprised I feel quite ill this morning. Peanut butter and bread, and butter as well. But the bread's quite nice just with butter on it. It's very good, provided you toast it. Oh, here we go. We're all putting our masks on now. Oh, that's so much better, Luke. Covers your face completely. What a brilliant idea. Let's go for that one in a big way. Thank you very much indeed. So the UK is incredibly class-ridden. Well, I don't know about you peasants out there, but I'm telling you, in here, we're sort of... it's the first time I've ever seen you in a... So you're wearing a mask and now you're leaning in from the door. How does that work?
You like it?
Well, it's obviously homemade, isn't it?
I made it.
Yes, I thought you might have done. I couldn't possibly comment. All making their own masks around here. It's ridiculous. Bake Off star Paul Hollywood's fortune sank last year. Guess what? He's lost about 600,000 quid. He was on 9.1 million. He's down to about 8 point something at the moment. And I thought, good God, obviously more money in this cooking malarkey than you can ever shake a stick at. Because I was told yesterday, because remember I told you that my hairdresser in Twickenham, who I've been going to for years and years and years, and I get my hair cut by Kasha. Well, of course, they've been closed for months now. And they sent me a thing the other day. I didn't book anything. They just sent me a thing saying, this is confirming your appointment for Saturday at 8 a.m. I'm in for a number 1 all over. You can go onto the website and because if you don't book yourself in, there is very little chance of you getting a haircut on Saturday. So you need to pre-book. Because otherwise I don't think they're having walk-ins anywhere. I think you're supposed to pre-book these things. Because walk-ins is going to be very difficult because they're going to need details of you, which they've got to hold on to for 21 days so that if there is an outbreak of coronavirus, they can go back and go, right, that was there, and these are the people over the 21 days who've had it. The chairs are supposed to be disinfected every time somebody sits on them. There will be people outside, but they'll be socially distancing as well. I think Saturday is going to be manic day. They reckon 10 million people will take to the roads. 10 million people would take to the roads. I think it'll be more than double that. The restaurants are opening, but if you haven't booked, you won't get a walk-in. There are no walk-ins. It's as simple as that. They need your details, and they're going to have to ask for it. Same as in pubs. I don't know whether they're going to ask you to just sort of produce some sort of identification. Whatever it is, whatever they've got in Leicester, we're going to get it as well. It's going to do the rounds of the country. You've really got to be so careful now. The one thing you don't want is it to come back. Do you know, what did I discover the other day? Is it 500,000 people have died of coronavirus now? 500,000 people. And I'm sure that none of you listening would like to be a statistic. I don't think you would want us to say afterwards, oh, and we lost so-and-so because of the coronavirus. Because it's all to do with self-isolating. There was a woman honestly, I wish I'd had you all with me yesterday, because I decided to go to Kingston, so I got the bus. Because it's free. And so I take the bus, and I always make sure that I'm sitting nowhere near anybody. On the way back, a woman gets on the bus. Now, does she have a mask on or she doesn't? But anyway, all of that was immaterial. She was quite old-ish, but not sort of old 60, 70. I thought she was probably about 50, but she was gargantuan. She was seriously gargantuan. In fact, so gargantuan was she that the elasticated waist trousers that she was wearing had slipped down to below her crotch. I kid you not. I looked and I thought, you must realise, you must feel a draft or something. And so the shop was open. It was the best way I can put it. And she comes and sits right in front of me. And I'm thinking, oh my God, don't turn round. And then she only went one stop. I thought that was about as much as we could all stand. And when she stood up, you get this perfect view of these rolls of fat. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it. It was the bus. I mean, he had to sort of lower the bus so she could get off. And as she got off, she saw her reflection in the window of an empty shop in Teddington. And she then attempted to pull her trousers back up again. I was thinking, as long as the bus moves, we're fine. Let's get away from here as quick as... But it was really embarrassing. For me. Because she sat right in front of me and there were other people getting on the bus. You know, and sort of kids... I mean, I don't mind kids being on the bus, because some of them are quite cute, actually. But it's nice to see that people are wearing the masks on the bus. Doesn't matter. Actually, the funny thing is I've only ever seen the masks. I've not seen anybody covering with a scarf or a T-shirt or anything else like that. So I'm sort of, I'm very aware of what people are doing. But I'm telling you, it's coming back, and many, many hundreds and thousands of people are going to die because people are not doing the social distancing. And I'm still worried about restaurants. Still worried about restaurants. So, I'd like to see how they're going to actually arrange it. Can't wait. I know that Michael and the girls, Kasha included, are going to be in the salon all this week, getting it all ready. You have to do things like that. But remember, you need an appointment. I don't think there'll be walk-ins anyway, especially for ladies. Especially for ladies, because you're going to need mine. Lynn, she hasn't had cut and colour done for 5 months. Seriously, 5. She looks like a different person. Darren, of course, hadn't had his hair cut in ages and ages. And, I thought he looks quite good, actually. He looks very good. It sort of made his face look a bit more of a shape to it. Can't think of any other way to describe it. I don't know what I'm talking about. No, you don't have any shape. Oh, you've quite clearly, somebody's had a go at cutting your hair. Have they not? Oh, right. Yeah, it looks a little bit... then I've suddenly realised it just looks a complete and utter mess. It's an utter car crash of a hair thing. Really. Hairspray. There's not enough hairspray in a can to hold that lot back. Look at it. It looks like Dougal at the Magic Roundabout. Which is a bit of an embarrassment. So, apart from that, everything good with you all? Yes, I hope so. I went to John Lewis, no queue. Went straight in and out very quickly. I don't want to hang around in these places. Went in, bought me aftershave out very quickly. But you have to go out of a different door. And they've got people standing inside going, hello, good morning. And it's good. There's none of us in there. It was like me, the only one wandering around the aftershave department, desperately trying to find an assistant. And the end, I had to go up to somebody and say, could I get a bottle of Creed Aventus, please? Yes. And they always get the bag out. And I said, don't put it in the bag. Don't want to draw attention to it in this day and age, so I just popped it in my little shopping bag. I'm going to get one of those trolleys on wheels. I think that's going to suit me fine. I've got to that age now where I think it's necessary. You can put stuff in there and then just wheel it behind you, which is very nice. I nearly bought an ice cream. Oh, I did buy an ice cream yesterday. I bought a Calippo, an orange Calippo, Marks and Spencer's, and I'd gone through the whole procedure of sort of, doing it on the till, putting it in with, Prosecco and all the other little bits and pieces. I get to the car, I open the back door, I've taken the top of the Calippo off, and I'm just sort of biting into the ice, because it's quite nice to have a fruit ice. What happens? The thing shoots out the top of it and lands on the floor in front of me. So that was a waste. Hardly going to pick it up off a car park floor, am I, and pop it back in the tube. I didn't go and get another one, no. I just sort of left it. I put it down to an act of God. I thought maybe God had decided I wasn't meant to have a Calippo, so he sort of took it away from me. That's what I think it is. He works in certainly mysterious ways in my life. Very odd ways. I mean, some of the things... he allowed me to eat nearly a whole loaf of bread with peanut butter on it, and yet takes away my Calippo. What sort of God is that? Come on, play the game properly. I put enough money in the little tray that comes round. MOT tests will return in August. That's good, just when I need mine. I need an MOT in August, but it's all right, because I've just had a car service, which is good. I've got the best fry-up you've ever seen this morning. 6,000 calories, but it is 37 items. And a student nurse, this is very important for me to tell you, that it's a student nurse, died after the Reading Festival. Why? She took MDMA. And this is a student nurse. I sometimes despair. Blimey, if you can't really manage to get a student nurse to know about the dangers of MDMA, then what is the point? You might as well just give it to everybody and just watch them die. Because surely she must have known. If she's a student nurse, you've heard of MDMA? I can't remember what it is actually now. It's probably got some stupid name. Is it? I know that... Is it ecstasy? Oh, right. She apparently took it too quickly. Well, shouldn't have taken it at all. Why would you want to do that? So MDMA, you're right, MDMA is methyl dioxymethamphetamine. It's a synthetic drug that alters mood and perception. Is that what you need to go to a festival now? If you want to go to a festival, you've got to either smoke some wacky-backy, or you've got to take a drug that is manufactured in a laboratory which you know nothing about. It's like somebody coming up to you on the street and going, look, take one of these tablets. You go, don't be so stupid. God, take it. Make you feel great. Rubbish. Go away. Shoo. And yet, in the festivals, Some dodgy drug dealer would have sold them some MDMA and they will take it. And you think, so you're putting something into your body you know nothing about. How dangerous. And this is a student nurse. Obviously, she must have just started. I can't think of any other reason why you'd be that mad to try something like that. 178 days till Christmas. Will it be a normal one this year? I shouldn't think so. I don't think so. I think we're going to go back into lockdown. I think we are. I think you're going to have a couple of weekends of this and then the death rate's going to start rising because that'll be about the time it takes. Byron going under. They're desperately trying to find a buyer. I don't think it's going to work, is it, at the moment? So, obviously, all these companies don't have reserves. They don't have cash reserves. And so that's about 1,500 jobs. And there's one just literally over the road here, just on the corner. You know where it is? You come out the back door, turn left. You know where the bus stops are? Directly opposite is Byron. Yeah. We've got one in Richmond as well, which actually they do the best banana milkshakes. The banana milkshake, I don't die for. They've actually got bits of banana in it. And it was really nice. And you can have it with booze, which is a bit of an expensive way of having a milkshake, so I just had the banana. But it comes in the jug that they put it under the machine. It goes, woo, woo, woo. Ooh, it's like being at the dentist. Is that what? I don't like Oreos. It's very American, aren't they? They're just sort of biscuits with a bit of cream gunk in the middle. And the other one is Frankie and Benny's. They've now decided they're going to close all of them. So that's about 3,000 jobs. There's one at the end of the Strand. I always thought they were for tourists. Do you know what I mean? It's not, if you live and work in London, you're not going to be, going to Frankie and Benny's or Garfunkel's or something like that, because I always see them as being tourist places. So, we've got a couple of places down here. In fact, we've got a Garfunkel's here. And I've had breakfast there. It's okay. It's passable. Sort of. Not as good as this one I've got for you. Steve, luckily, I managed to book the hairdresser for 9:30 on Saturday. Let's hope there's no local lockdowns any longer and I will be needing a sheep shearer. Yeah, I'm in at 8 o'clock, which is actually great for me because on Saturday I wake up early. I'm always up early. Always. And so to actually get I'm going to walk out of there and just go mad. I am. Although I can't wait to see what the girls look like, because having not seen them for about 3 months. So I'm going to go to Costco today to go and get some water, because there's no tea and coffee in hairdressing salons. That's banned. No magazines. Water, bottled water, or out the tap, or however you actually take your water. There's no gossiping, which actually, of course, is going to completely screw my haircut up completely. But what are you going to do? You can't talk about anything. Can't talk about anything. I'll have to send, sort of text while I'm sitting down or something. How it's going to happen, cut it. It's the back of my hair that needs doing. I'm not bothered. We're going to get a perm. No, I've had a perm before. I had a body perm, which gives you bulk. Unfortunately, I just looked like Michael Jackson, so it didn't really work at all, actually. And you couldn't get a comb through it. If you have a perm, I had it because I was not losing my hair. I don't like to phrase it like that. I was sort of follically challenged. And so I had a body perm, and I liked it so much. I said to this friend of mine, I said, do it again. He said, and then we'll sort of end up, it'll be even better. Well, of course, he did it a second time, but we should have left it quite a period because it frizzed. And the only way I could comb my hair was with an afro comb. I literally had to it was like, I've got a photograph of me standing in Hyde Park. I thought I looked quite cool, actually, but everybody else went, you look ridiculous. So I haven't had body perm since. But, you don't know how lucky you are. Calippos have been recalled. I kid you not, says Sue. Well, they were all in Marks and Spencer's yesterday. There was a whole fridge full of the things. They're also in Iceland. Why would they be recalled? It's water ice. Why would a water ice be recalled? It's like buying a box of lollies, and it's just that it's condensed into a cardboard tube. So it's absolutely fantastic. There's another bit of fake news. Why would they be recalled, Sue? Don't be silly. So we're having a check on the internet, just to sort of... They're recalled in the past. Yeah, but not now. They're all back on... That's why Marks and Spencer's got a fridge full of the things. Unilever recalls Wall's Mini Calippo. That was only because they had a slight problem with it. It's a batch code. And it's the Mini Calippo's orange and lemon and lime multi-packs because they may contain small pieces of metal. That'll make it interesting going through the airport, won't it? And you go through the thing and they go, wait a minute. When you have to take your belt off and then take your shoes off. You have to take the knives out of your pocket because you've got that Swiss Army knife with everything in it. Yeah, that was it. So they are on sale. And it's the Mini Calippos. I don't buy Mini Calippos. Yeah, from the beginning, I actually buy full size. Full size, yeah, about a foot. They're great, actually. It's a bit like having a, what's that other thing? Slush puppy, only condensed into a tube. And it's brilliant because, you know, it keeps your hands cool and it's not really very messy. Whereas other things, you know, once you've taken the wrapper off, the thing is at sort of a danger of falling apart. Quite sticky. You're only putting it in your mouth. Why would it be sticky? What are you doing with it? What do you mean it's sticky? Are you one of these children who sort of squeezes it up the tube, wants it to come at the top, and then puts their hands on it and everything else? Is that the kind of thing you do? I just, you know, I tend to I squeeze it up the tube, and I have a little nibble round the top, and it's frozen iced water. That's all it is. It's lovely. Sue actually thought it was Calypso. It's Calippo. It must be foreign, mustn't it? Do you think it's something like Spanish or something like that? Calippo? Probably made under licence. I'm generally not wrong on these things. Even if I am, I'll bluff my way out of it. You listen to this, I'll tell you. You'll come back and go, oh no, it's only invented in Morocco. There you go. Walls Calippo. It's owned by Unilever. Oh, right. It's classed as Calippo is a Freezy brand owned by Unilever. And, sounds lovely. Packs of 6. And they think that you can give them to kids. Look, all the different flavours. The most common flavours are orange, strawberry and tropical fruit. It's 30% fruit juice, 99% fat-free. Hello? Look at me. It's well known. Calippo is known to sell the following products. Lemon, raspberry pineapple, tropical, lemon minis, cola, bubblegum. That sounds quite nice. I like the sound of that. Raspberry pineapple minis, multi-pack, strawberry, orange, lime and Calippo shots. Calippo shots! But it's 99% fat-free. There you go, Luke. You could have that, couldn't you? That'd be useful. That weight would come off really quite quickly. Yeah, you could get that straight away. I think that's a lovely idea. Fat-free. I'm going to have to go around the office and put, you know, little labels on people's pigeonholes. Because I don't like to say things to people. You know, if I think somebody's a bit overweight, I tend to pop it on a postcard and leave it on their desk. You don't want to go up to somebody and upset them. Because you have got quite a few postcards, yes. In fact, actually, over the last year, you've had probably about 30 or 40, haven't you? Mainly because you went through that phase of telling me you were on some fasting diet. And the fasting diet involved creme brulee and all sorts of things. So I never believed you from day one, I'm afraid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So, Christmas. We might have to celebrate Christmas a bit early this year. Do you think we'll celebrate Christmas a little bit early? That'd be quite nice. Morrison sell their peanut butter in heavy glass jars. Best peanut butter I've tasted. No. This is the best one. But it's also not a glass jar. It's not a glass jar. Don't take the top off and stick your finger in it. Okay? Just leave it till you get home. No, you'll be sick. And I don't know if you need to keep it in the fridge. You need to stir it. It was a bit watery the other day, but I've been sitting in the boot of the car during a few hot days. Cool, dry place. Would that be the fridge, do you think? Or is that... Yeah, cupboard. Yeah, you could leave it in the cupboard. It is. It tastes really lovely, though. It's really, really nice. But it's the idea that it's a plastic jar, because I was thinking 6 of them I've ordered. It comes in a glass jar. The danger is that they could get broken. But because it's a plastic jar, it's good. We read that out the paper the other day. We talk about all sorts of things on this programme. Seriously, you've got no idea. If you're a new listener, and there's a very likelihood that you are, you'll be thinking, do you know, I could get used to this every morning. And you can. I got a lovely letter the other day from the Make Some Noise, Global's charity, for this year, saying thank you to you and your fans, because we've raised a lot of money this year. Well, I haven't done anything, as you can well imagine. I just sort of sat here. But no, you've raised a lot of money this year. Just on this programme, we did more than £100,000, which we're very pleased about. And I think they're going to start sending out from tomorrow the tote bags. The tote bags go out. So that'll be nice. So looking forward to that. What else have I got to do? Oh, invoice. Then I got a thing from the tax man. It's always exciting, isn't it? Thing from the tax man sort of saying, this is how much tax you have to pay January next year. I've got one to come up in July, but then this is January. I don't know why they're sending them out so early, but it's quite good. Also, there's a rare advertising brochure for the Titanic coming up at auction very shortly. About $6,000, they reckon. And there's a picture of I think it's a Ryanair pilot, playing about with a rubber chicken in the cockpit, letting the chicken drive the plane. So there's going to be an investigation there. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a funny picture. He's obviously not the brightest penny in the box, but just think about these aeroplanes up in the sky. So few of them, you can count them on one hand. The planes fly themselves. They land them. They can do everything. The pilot's just got to be there to guide it in case things go wrong. But I mean, you know, the thing is, it flies by itself. So I didn't really see it as such a major incident. If only he hadn't, you know, put the picture in the public domain. That was probably his downfall. But will he lose his job over it? God knows. The way things are going at the moment. And I'm so excited. I just saw a hedgehog for the first time ever in my garden. All right. There's one in the paper today. He bit this little girl's foot. She was in bed and I don't know how it worked. Or perhaps she fell asleep in the garden, but the hedgehog bit her toe, which is awful. Steve, I love Calippos. In the UK, the strawberry flavour has been ceased, but in Portugal, where I'm from, not yet. I love it and munch it like ice. See, I munch ice cubes as well. Calorie-free. And did you know Calippos, 99% fat-free? I mean, that is just, I think that's brilliant. I'm going to go out and buy a box of them today and probably eat them all. If they're all fat-free, why not? Goodness sake. So, electric scooters get the green light for use on the roads. As we say round my way, bloody hell. That's a bit of a mistake. I tell you, you see these people on the pavements, on the roads and everything, they look highly dangerous. You're standing on a little board and it's motorised. They're generally made abroad. They've burst into flames before now. They look highly dangerous to me. I'm terrified of them. I wouldn't go anywhere near one of those things, but they've now been given the green light. You can use them on the roads. Have you seen them? But you must have seen them. It looks very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Also, a Good Samaritan went to Lidl and he bought £600 worth of food and donated all of it to a food bank, which I thought was brilliant. And also, dippy youths now are snubbing eggy soldiers. So, you know, when you have an egg and you cut the top off and you dip your bread in it. I don't know why they were called soldiers, but anyway, you dip them in there, which we used to do as kit. I couldn't bear to do it now. It's horrible, horrible. The maker of the Queen's favourite jam is going high-tech, and Ricky Gervais thinks the world would be better off without humans. He's probably right. Although, have you read the book where the animals take over the world? You don't want to go there, let me tell you. Pigs are the worst ones at the moment. They reckon there's a new strain of coronavirus from pigs. So what does that mean? No more bacon? The day with you, Steve, and your show. Do you think that social distancing should come down to 1 metre? No. I blooming well don't, actually. Up here in Scotland, says Bill, from a place called Carnoustie. That sounds like an item you wear, doesn't it? Oh, that's a lovely Carnoustie you're wearing. But I've got no idea where it is, but it sounds nice. He said, up here in Scotland, it's not changing, and most people I walk past automatically either stop and wait or make the space. Yes, I get that. I get that. You'll be walking down the pavement, and somebody will see you, and they'll sort of immediately veer off to the left or the right. But as long as they don't go the road, we're fine. But in Scotland, I mean, you've got loads of room, haven't you, to sort of spread people apart. Down here in London, we're a bit more busy, but they've started doing these plastic things which make the pavements a little bit wider. Unfortunately, it just means you get these people on bicycles. And bicycles are the bane of my life, I think, actually. What else do we have? Oh, the NHS delays. You know, people waiting for operations, people waiting to get things. There's one poor woman, she's waited more than a year. She was put on hold and she was told, you haven't got very long to live, which I don't know how I'd cope with something like that. I don't know, what would you do, actually? I suppose you'd have to be sensible about it. You know, if somebody said, oh, by the way, I'm going to have to tell you that, you know, whatever it is that you've got. And there would be people told on a daily basis that they've got a terminal illness. And then you always ask the same question. How long? How long? And they always come back with, how long's a piece of string? They don't know. They have to wait. My mother was terminal. And I was there, and she said, I knew, she said, it had come back. She said, I knew it, because she had secondary cancer. And she said, I knew it was back. You could obviously tell these things. And so she asked the consultant how long, and he said, we don't know. You have to wait till it goes through phases. And as it turns out, I mean, generally it's about 3 months, start to finish. You start off fine, then you sort of get a bit fed up about it. Then you start thinking, right, I've got to start planning things properly and doing it like parents do. They leave lists for their children, bucket lists and all sorts of things, which is really sweet. My mother didn't do that. She just wanted to make sure that all her godchildren got a piece of her jewellery. And so she sort of started giving away my inheritance. And not that I bothered. Seriously, I didn't care. I didn't care. We did, you know, fine. Absolutely fine. I said to her at the very beginning, she said, I'm leaving you this and leaving you that. She said, and you and your brother can fight over the furniture. I said, listen, don't worry about it. Seriously, it's not anything that's worth worrying about. We're not going to fall out over some furniture. And we didn't. He wanted certain bits of furniture and I wanted certain bits of furniture. Mainly stuff you could get under my arm. You know, not to start hiring vans and things like that. But then and then she went through a phase where she became difficult. Very difficult. It affects your sort of balance. And so I can remember, I think I've told people on air before, that she went to stay with her sister. And her sister literally was the one who sort of literally up and downstairs like there was no tomorrow. And she'd say, "Oh, what do you want to eat?" And so my mum would say, "I'll have some soup." So Grace, who was a very good cook, would make soup. Take it upstairs. My mother would say, "What's that for?" "I don't want to eat that." And it was her mood changes quite a lot. And then they put her on morphine. Mainly the morphine to stop pain or anything else like that. But basically, I think you go under with the morphine. It's one of those things. And then she went into a hospice, and she was not in there very long, actually. I think by that time her little body had sort of got a little bit tired, and she wanted to sleep. And the nurses were always saying, "Tell her to let go. You can let go. It's safe to..." Because people fight it. Thank goodness. I think we should fight it. I think we should. But, no, and people go through it every day. Every single day I look at stories in the paper. This poor woman, as I say, waiting for an operation, and they put it off again. And now they're saying they don't know when she's going to get the operation, if indeed she gets the operation. She's not good, is it? Steve, lovely and cool on the Isle of Wight from Medina Park. And Mo says, Steve, the World Health Organisation claimed that COVID situation is going to get worse before it gets better. I'm absolutely with them on it. I said this from the very beginning. Somebody said to me, "Do you think it's too soon?" I went, "It's too soon. It's too soon." Listen, Leicester, last place on earth you would think of, although somebody phoned up Tom Swarbrick, I think, an old man, last night, and said that there was a party of 40. He was in Leicester, a party of 40 going on in the next door house, and you think, are they stupid, these people? The answer is yes, of course they are. Completely brain dead. But it's going to happen all over the place. You're going to start seeing... There'll be another city next. You watch, within a week, there's something else, and gradually people are going, "Oh, my God, why is that?" And you're going, because people are not following the advice. They're getting carried away. You know, you see people sitting, on buses with no masks on or no face covering of any sort, and you think, are you stupid? Why would you want to risk your life? I said yesterday, if you went to the doctor and he said, "You're dying, unless you stop smoking, you're going to be dead inside a year," would you carry on smoking? Of course you wouldn't. You'd try and give up immediately, try and find something easy to do. With this thing, it's the same. It's like holding a loaded gun to your head and going, "When do you want me to pull the trigger?" And they're going to go, "Well, in about 2 weeks, I would." That'll just about see you off, I should imagine. Stacey Solomon ordered a rare sweet on eBay. I don't know what sort of sweet it would be that's a rare one, but it cost £7.49 for a sweet. What sort of sweet would that be? I've had these sour sweets. You know, these sour sweets where you sort of put it in your mouth, you go, "Oh, it's all right." Ugh, it's horrible. One sweet, yeah. And then the woman who was selling it was £3 postage and packing for one sweet. And then Stacey Solomon got a bit sort of iffy about it, and decided she didn't want it. I think it was for her son, something to do with TikTok or something. I don't know what it is. Got no idea. The Charles Dickens Museum has had graffiti sprayed on it. This is down at Broadstairs, I think. Somebody's pictured daubing the word racist on the side of his house. I mean, that's called criminal damage. I couldn't give a toss what you think about things. That's criminal damage. If you don't know anything else about it, well, then you need to work it out quickly, because the police are finding people. There's a bloke who was, didn't they have the Liver building in Liverpool? Somebody threw a firework onto it, and it caused damage. And you think, who's got fireworks at this time of the year? Where'd you get I've got two, admittedly, in my hall, but they've been there for about the past 4 years. My fireworks. And somebody said to me, I remember Chris, my former producer, he actually sort of said, "You've still got fireworks in the hall?" I said, "Yeah, they're 2 big rockets." And he said, "Oh, right." He said, why have you got those?" I said, "Because we didn't let them off. We didn't let them off for some reason. We decided not to let them off. So I've still got them. And I can't... do fireworks go off? Well, I say, do they go off? I mean, do they sort of... Do they just sort of... Because they obviously can't ignite themselves without a spark or something like that. But, do they have a shelf life? Because I've had a look. I've had a look at the... there's no sell-by date on it. And I don't know whether you can keep them for quite something. Somebody says here, is it safe to use old fireworks? In fact, actually, it's a simple no. Can fireworks expire? No. They don't have any kind of expiry date. You don't have to worry about using a product within a specific space of time. So, in theory, I should have bought them all when I was a child, because they'd still be usable. Because it's only a dry powder, isn't it? It's only if they get hot, if you've got them by a radiator, that there is the chance that they could... It's like people you sometimes see in garages on their mobile phones, standing there filling up the petrol, and you think, oi, thicko! Because you have to tell them what their name is, because they don't know. They'd have to look on their passport or something. No, their second thoughts, they don't have passports. They'd be a little bit like George from yesterday, who then started writing under a woman's name. Most peculiar. He's got a bit of a fetish, as George, about pants and socks. Don't go there, Corey. It's not worth knowing about. But, Jill says, can you mention people whose loved ones are dying in hospital because of COVID? Visiting is severely curtailed. Well, it's been completely stopped, hasn't it? Completely stopped. You know, you cannot go and visit somebody in hospital. It's terrible. It's a terrible situation. We've had people before who've lost people. We've covered it on no end of occasions, Jill, saying but that's the way it is. That's the way it is at the moment. I mean, it seems awful, doesn't it, that you can't be there at the end of somebody's life because of COVID. But as I say, hopefully it will finish. Hopefully. Hope you're all having a good morning. I'm a bit fed up with using these stroke this signatures, so pick up one, please. This is what I'm doing at the moment. Cab driving, lorry driving, says Monica. Your favourite, put here your own choice. And translator, online retailer, marine contractor. Well, the list is not exhaustive. And technically, after accepting an offer from University of Leicester, I'm going to be an ancient history and classical archaeology student from October. That's a good idea, isn't it? Oh, there's two things I'd like to know about. Archaeology and antiques. I would love to be able to go round, like they do when they sort of go round and they pick things up. And you pick something up and you go, what do you think this is? And they go, I've got no idea. They go, actually, this is pre-Roman. You know, you can still buy Roman lamps. You put oil in these little lamps. You can buy them. There's a shop in London, and they sell genuine. They're not sort of made up or anything like that. It's a genuine Roman lamp that they would have with a little wick, and you'd have it in your house because they didn't have electricity. Poor things. They had Jesus, but they didn't have electricity. You'd have thought you could have waved a magic wand, wouldn't you, and sort of brought something forward a little bit. But I nearly bought one, and I thought, what am I going to do with it? But I'd love to go to a car boot and pick up a plate and go, my God, it's Meissen, and they don't even know. This is from 1750. Oh, have you got any more of this old rubbish here? Do you notice the one thing, though? When they do that television programme, when it's people picking up antiques and stuff like that, they're going around, they have to buy things which they then go and sell at auction. And there was something the other day, and it was 140 quid. And they all liked it, but they thought it was too expensive. And they said, we'd like really to pay £80 for it. So it was 140 quid. Anyway, ended up coming down to £80 after they haggled backwards and forwards with the owner of it. So it shows that the markup in these shops must be immense. Must be immense. But I'd love to be able to say that. You know, you go in and look at a picture and they go, oh, that's 2,700. You go, well, actually, it's a copy. And I can tell you why it's a copy of set, and they go, is it? You know, I mean, I would really want to be that expert. I think that must be a great talent to have. I've got a book at home which has got loads of things that you can identify. So if you're going around a car boot, but the trouble is this book is enormous. It's like sort of the size of a Bible. Greg's is back open in Newcastle. I had 2 breakfast sandwiches to make up for lost time. What's a breakfast sandwich? We don't even have breakfast sandwiches down here. They've either got they don't do sandwiches. They do bacon baguettes or bacon rolls or a sausage roll, yeah. But they don't. I don't know what a breakfast sandwich is. Oh, here it is. It's a sandwich filled with food associated with breakfast. Oh, rivetingly exciting, isn't it? There you go. And so that's a breakfast sandwich. Well, I've never heard anything like it before. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? Fried egg sandwich, but it looks like it's... Oh, no. I don't like it when it drips over the side. That's a bit sick. Egg sandwiches with onion. Oh, that sounds quite good. I could go for that. Or failing that, I had fish finger sandwich the other day. That was quite nice. I managed to get 3 fish fingers into a roll. Admittedly, they all started falling apart, but at least I got them in there in the first place. Steve, I was allowed to visit my husband for 1 precious hour a day when he was dying, says Jill. Wow, you were lucky then. You were lucky. Because a lot of people don't manage to do that. Do you remember the story I told you of the lady who was dying and she was in a hospice, and the only way the family could see her was by putting a stepladder up in a next garden to look over the hedge to see her, and so they turned the bed round to... I mean, really? Really, really, really. The most important thing to note is that all consumer fireworks will need to be ignited for the explosion to happen. In essence, the only way a firework can go off is if the fuse comes into direct contact with the source of ignition, such as a flame. Yeah, so technically, and unless it gets wet and then it dries out, I don't know. But I mean, I shake it. It's got stars in it and everything. You know, so when it goes up, you go... And then TV show says Jello rigged. An antique dealer I know was paid full whack off camera and was filmed accepting half the asking price. Oh, I should listen. But they're making a television programme, aren't they? That's like whenever you watch the X Factor or Britain's Got Talent, very little talent, but it's got talent, it's a case of the people who they film long time going, so what's the dream, blah, blah, blah. You know that they're going to be a total disaster. They're filling it up with rubbish. That's what they're doing. They're making a television programme. It's completely different. You can't do it on radio. It doesn't work on radio. You're either doing a radio programme or you're not. Steve, if you had to go for dinner with one of the following, who would it be? Gemma Collins? No, I wouldn't want to go anywhere near them. Why would you want to go anywhere near Gemma Collins? She'd eat you out of house and home. I mean, you couldn't put her on dinner dates, could you? I mean, she'd just be troughing. It would be awful, even though she's lost all this weight. And as for poor old Katie Price, she's now decided she fancies some bloke off Essex. But there again, I always advise people don't go anywhere near her. Remember that poor personal trainer she had? She went round and stood on his doorstep and started berating him because his girlfriend Bianca Gascoigne was there saying, he still speaks to me. She's a nasty piece of work. But that's the trouble. When you can't find anybody to go out with, she has to sort of clutch at straws. There's nothing she can do about it. It's, she's fallen out with every single one of her boyfriends stroke husbands, of which there have been many. You know why? She's lonely. She doesn't have any sort of proper friends. They're all a bit fair weather friends. One of her boyfriends from ages ago, little pretty boy she met at some party, said she spends most of the day Googling herself on the internet. That's how tragic it is. That's how tragic. And she was advertising something the other day, some sort of dating app for obviously people who can't find anybody. And you worry about it. Because you think, that's it, and then she goes, oh, I really fancy him. And you think, yeah, but you fancy anything, as long as he's got a pulse. But the trouble is, when you fall out with them, they suffer badly. They suffer badly. And let's face it, the last one she was married to, she cheated on him. But there again. James Argent could be lined up for Dancing on Ice. Bit of a waste of time, isn't it, really? Provided, they've said, I mean, I don't know if this is true, if it's come from the agent or anything, I don't know who his agent is. It's a case of he's got to stay clean, because he has a little bit of a history with the Colombian and various other things. He's been in and out of rehab more times than you and I have had hot dinners over the past month. And so he could be lined up for Dancing on Ice. I don't know what for, actually. I often wondered how he made a living, because it doesn't seem to work, does he? He doesn't do anything. Perhaps Gemma pays for him. She has to. But then I was watching an old The Only Way is Essex the other day, and there was Lydia Dim. Oh, dear God in heaven. Her and that balmy mother. You know, the one who looks like she's plugged herself into the electricity supply, and the hair's gone... And then we're talking of hair supplies. I was watching QVC, and they've got the new Dyson thing. I nearly bought it for Corey. It's for sort of turning your hair and all the rest of it. It's £400. You can go to the hairdresser's cheap at 400 quid. It's a hairdryer thing, yes. It's sort of like a straightener, or you can put curls in, or do it. £400? I'd expect the entire salon to turn up for 400 quid. So expensive. Where are people getting the money from for things like that? I mean, I've got a hairdryer, but I use that for sort of drying myself off after being in the shower. Something the matter with that? No, thank you. I use a towel as well, but I mean, I use the hairdryer because it's much quicker. Much quicker. Not believing this, are you? Have things in swimming pools. What things? What things they have? What, water? Oh, things that heat up. What, like heaters? You put £1 in, and you stand... Really? I've never heard of that before. Really? Oh, right. Oh, no, I think I like drying off. I like a towel, you go like that. That's very nice. A heater in the swimming pool. You've done this regularly. £1. Where did you get £1 from? Honestly, put £1 in, he says, like he's loaded. Splashing out. Actually, loads of people are saving money during this coronavirus pandemic, which hasn't gone away. I have to keep reminding people every day, because people think it's finished now and it's okay, because you can go to a restaurant. London is going to be... This weekend, I'm going to notice the change. When I come into work on the Sunday morning, I'm going to have to come through Piccadilly Circus, and I'm telling... Oh, look, looky there. Look at there. That's a stacked washing machine. Body dryer, absolute mobility. Oh, it's just like a look at the size of that. That's £1, is it? That huge thing there? To buy it? No. But does it look like that one on the right, which is, standing in like a time tunnel? A minute of drying. I can't dry my body in a minute. You can't dry your body in a minute. Don't be so ridiculous. It's a few hours' work at least, I should imagine. And so do you stand there with your towel on? Oh, it's like at a public swimming pool. Okay. So, that's very odd, isn't it? Yes. 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 I do. But I'm not sure about having a dryer for £1 in a public swimming pool. The combination of a heater and water sounds like a lethal combination. Not very good at all. Steve, why are you so harsh with producers? No, it's your. It's Y-O-U. Honestly, why do people write this rubbish? It's why you so harsh? Why you no speak proper? Is that Corey texting again? He does that occasionally. I guess sometimes they go missed call. And you think, oh, God, I know who it is. It's him, checking up. I got a thing the other day from the cab company. I don't think it's me they're looking for. Because the bloke sent a thing saying, I've been trying to contact you, I tried today. And I checked all my numbers, and this person hasn't. So I wrote back saying, what is it you want to know? I think it's the other Steve Allen. We've got quite a few Steve Allens in this company, I'm pretty certain. But I don't think it's me at all. I'm a very good boy. But anyway, I haven't heard anything. So why you so harsh with producers? Well, you have to keep them, keep them in check. That's what they have to do. They have to learn discipline. The more that they learn now with me, the better it will serve them in the future. When they're standing there saying, would you like fries with that? McDonald's cola? they're going to learn. They have to learn. Everybody has to learn. You have to train them. Once you've actually trained them, you can get them to jump through hoops. It's fantastic. In fact, actually, I think we might do the hoop thing next week. We might sort of bring that in. And then the week after, then we set the hoop on fire, and then we have to leap through it again. I just tell them it's the kind of thing, it's an SAS training, which you need for LBC. When you're at the cutting edge of everything that's going on, and you attract a huge audience, which of course we do, especially on this programme, we attract a very big audience. Steve, they have them swimming pool heaters at Romsey Rapids in the New Forest. Romsey Rapids? What in God's name is that? Romsey Rapids. They're trying to make it like the Colorado River or something. The Romsey Rapids. Wow. Here we are. We found Romsey. It's a sports complex. Oh, look, there's a lot of people washing themselves in the pool. I don't like that kind of thing at all. It's got... Oh, right. It's reopened. It looks like a bit of a pirate ship. Kids love stuff like that, don't they? In America, these water parks are huge, but this is an indoor one. In America, they're out. We went to one in Portugal when we went on a cruise. I hated it. Absolutely hated it. Children running everywhere. Shut up. Just pull the chariot. But they're absolutely, really, they're big business in America. If ever you go to Florida, or as we call it, Florida, it's, that's the big thing. You go to the water parks, they're enormous. Absolutely enormous. But it's the weather, isn't it? It's the weather. I just couldn't cope with that heat all the time. Incessantly. I mean, you would live on Calippos. You'd be eating Calippos every day, so you could eat them, cool yourself down, sort of, and you wouldn't put on any weight, which I think is lovely. I'm definitely not going to have toast today. I've decided to give myself a toast rest day. I think that'll be fine. 84850. Steve, apparently a hand dryer is not a good idea in bathrooms. Aerosols, so probably hair dryer is not advisable, says Susan. Well, we have hand dryer. My friend Danny, he's got a hand dryer in his bathroom. He's a hand dryer. He tweeted a picture of it ages ago. He's got a hand dryer. I mean, I suppose you could have one, couldn't you? So because you don't want to use towels all the time, but a hand dryer, I don't know how much they cost. I never asked him how much he paid for this thing, but I should imagine it was a fair few £100. And we've got I like our ones in the loos here. There's one in the back where you put your hands in like that, and the machine grabs you and tries to drag you in. It's fantastic, honestly. It's like a scene out of some horror movie. But there you go. Oh, look, they're not as expensive as I thought. A compact jet hand dryer. 98 quid. Some of the other ones, 150, about 120 quid. Oh, not as expensive as I thought. Look at this, Dyson Airblade, £570. I don't think so. I think that's I'm not surprised he's so rich. Not surprised he's so rich. But I quite fancy one of those. If you had a really flash bathroom, you'd have a hand dryer, wouldn't you, in it? I like the one in here where you put your hands in, and I think that's brilliant. And they never seem to break down either, I suppose, because there's not much to it, because you're only using it for 10 seconds. You wash your hands, and then you literally put them in there, and that's it. You don't stand there for ages heating your hands up, do you? Pull towels, yes. Well, you're talking about the cloth towel. Yes, it was in there. It was a big one. You pulled it round till you got a clean bit of towel. Yes, I remember those. But they were considered very unhygienic, weren't they? Because the funny thing is, you dry your hands, you're all hygienic, then you go and touch the dirty door handle. Because I can't do it any other way. There's no way of opening the door. Unless I get a coat hanger and sort of put it round it and pull it towards me and then put my foot in. That would be the only way to work it out. But, I mean, probably loads of you have got these hand dryers. But Calepus may not have any fat content, but they're full of sugar. Yeah, but they're 99% fat-free. As far as I'm concerned, that is like eat as many as you want. That's really good. It's really, really good. I could eat a Calippo now. It's the only thing we don't have here. Perhaps we should get yes. We could send Luke out to go and sort of get one of those, an ice cream thing, or an ice cream maker would be lovely on each floor in the kitchen. You know, so you could go there and have your own Mr. Whippy, which actually I got very confused at when I first heard about it. Somebody said, oh, Mr. Whippy's outside. I'm like, oh my God, fathers, what's going on there? Turns out it was ice cream all the way, honestly. And they said, you know, would you like crushed nuts? Well, I can't begin to tell you how the conversation deteriorated after that. Listen, coming up very shortly, the news at 5 o'clock this morning. This is Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Wayne Rooney's offered an olive branch to Jamie Vardy. Tuesday, welcome to the last day of the month. Tomorrow is 1st of, what are we up to, maybe June? July. 1st of July. And apparently the weather's going to get worse. Apparently the weather is not going to improve. A bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Although I don't mind it. I mean, I didn't cope very well in the heat, and I'm okay with it being a little bit cool. So we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? What's going to happen, I suppose. But they have said it's going to be mixed over the next few weeks. Lots of people they're looking for in the papers. Somebody who abused somebody on, I think it was TfL. At Canary Wharf. Luckily, the papers have got a good picture of him. He'll be having a little chat with the police officers. And then there's a mother with a baby who was robbed by some bloke. They've got loads of pictures of him. It's great, isn't it? Because when they put the pictures in the papers, somebody will go, I know who that is. I know who that is, you know. And if it's somebody who's caused offence to others. This is a Transport for London worker who was chased with a bottle and racially abused at Canada Water. And they've got a picture of this bloke because he was told... you're not to take your bike on the train, because I get really angry with people, selfish so-and-sos, who in the middle of rush hour will take a bike onto a train which doesn't fold up. They take up 4 seats. Ignorant people. You're not supposed to do it in rush hour. But anyway, so this poor Transport for London worker was chased with a bottle after telling a customer he couldn't board the train with his bicycle. And so British Transport Police have issued this photograph, and they need to speak to him. He's also said to have chased the employee with a bottle but slipped on its contents during the pursuit. He's easily identifiable. Somebody will know exactly who he is. And he said, British Transport Police spokesman said officers would like to speak to the man so he could help them. So you can call Crime Stoppers anonymously once you've worked out who it is. But I mean, you know who it was. He's easy. Hand dryers disadvised on the basis that even after hand washing, some virus may still exist on one hand. Only if you're paranoid, I should imagine. Only if you're paranoid. If you wash your hands for the 2 verses of Happy Birthday, I think you're fairly safe. And I have to be honest, I don't do my hands as often as I used to. So, and I'm still here. So, you know, there's got to be something in it. I think some people, it's like some people are susceptible to things and some people aren't. You know, some people, you know, will pick up illnesses. You know, like we got the story, I think, on the free podcast day of Sooty's former owner, Matthew Corbett, who spent 10 days with coronavirus. Well, you know, I should be top of the list. Sort of near the top of the list because I'm diabetic. But I seem to be doing quite well on it. I do wash my hands. I do have hand sanitizer at home. I do carry hand sanitizer. But I'm not paranoid about it. I'm not sort of, you know, to the point of obsession. There's germs everywhere. There's germs on the toilet roll holder. There's germs on the door handle. Everything. You could probably paint it all with things and discover there's germs everywhere. I could Did I what? Interview City. Sooty. I did interview Sooty, yes. You don't get much out of him because he doesn't speak. He's mute. Because he's not real, Luke. He's a puppet. That Brian Conley said that. It's a puppet. Are we still doing poems? Yes, apparently we are. We've got one of yours today. Well, he claims it's one of yours. But to be honest with you, it's about the worst poem I've ever heard of, this one. It's called Strawberries. No? Not yours. Is it his? What? No. There's no punctuation in it, so you don't know. On poetry, you need the punctuation to know where you pause to then go to the next bit. So I'll read it as is written. It's called Strawberries by Edwin Morgan. Okay? Does that ring a bell? No. There were never strawberries like the ones we had that sultry afternoon, sitting on the step of the open French window, facing each other, your knees held in mine, the blue plates in our laps, the strawberries glistening in the hot sunlight. We dipped them in sugar, looking at each other, not hurrying the feast, for one to come, the empty plates laid on the stone together, with the two forks crossed, and I bent towards you, sweet in that air in my arms, abandoned like a child from your eager mouth, the taste of strawberries in my memory. Lean back again. Let me love you. Let the sun beat on our forgetfulness. 1 hour of all the heat intense and summer lightning on the Kilpatrick Hills. Let the storm wash the plates. I've never read anything like it in my entire life. Eating strawberries has now turned into some sort of sexual deviant practice. Ridiculous. Have you ever heard of anything like it? Lean back again, let me love you. I mean, you're eating strawberries. Well, I don't know, actually. I'm sort of slightly disturbed by that. I don't want... Anybody listening, I do not want to encourage you at this time of the morning to start sitting on the French window steps, eating strawberries. Dipped in sugar, if you please. Hardly a diabetic poem, is it? I think somebody's made that up. I don't believe that's a proper poem at all. I think you've just written things down. Like, I saw some flowers in a supermarket today. The bucket was green. I picked them up and gently laid them on the floor. Then I trampled all over them. I think it's one of those sort of poems. Who wants to make a poem about strawberries? They're so silly. Seriously, it's the only thing that keeps us going. Mind you, we've had some really dreadful poems from Corey. I mean, some of them, I don't know where they come from. They must come from the reject drawer. Oh, I thought I could write a poem. Would you like to publish my poetry? No, we wouldn't. Thank you very much indeed. Why do you think you write poetry? Because my nana, who died 3 years ago, she said I was a very good poet. Right. Well, you're not. Okay. Yeah, Walt Whitman. That was our favourite, wasn't it? The captain was dead on the deck. What a day that was. We celebrated. We ran flags up. The captain woke up. We had no idea he was drunk. The captain died again. We pushed him overboard. He had a burial at sea. Good old captain, I tell you. You can't beat them. I tell you, you always get a good laugh out of a sea captain, don't you? It was that Nelson, Kiss Me Hardy. Well, I've searched through every medical book. I've got no Hardy at all. I wonder what part of the anatomy that's supposed to be. So, if you're going to get married soon, to be honest with you, I'd put it off. Because you've got to wash your hands directly before and after the exchange of rings under new rules for weddings. Fathers can't walk their daughters arm in arm down the aisle unless they live in the same home. Well, they're obviously not going to be, are they? And ceremonies, including civil partnerships, should be concluded in the shortest reasonable time and should only include legally required readings. No more than 30 people are allowed to attend. Also, the playing of music and singing and shouting among guests should be kept to a minimum. There's no singing of hymns or anything like that, so I don't know what you're going to be doing. Many couples will have to wait until at least September to tie the knot, as some councils are delaying ceremonies to give venues time to adjust to the changes. Chelsea Foster and Jacob Gill had to cancel their wedding this month, but are glad to avoid the new guidelines. Chelsea comes from Chorley in Lancashire, says it wouldn't feel like a wedding. Washing your hands after exchanging the ring. Well, that's the way it works. That's what you're going to have to do. Never mind. MOTs will restart on August the 1st, which is good news. And also, parents who refuse to send their kids back to school in September will be fined, the government has said. God, I tell you, they're very busy, the government, at the moment, aren't they? They're either fining people or they're sort of, going round and sorting them out for toppling statues and doing everything else. Oh, look, another picture of dreary old Maura Higgins. The woman with so much makeup on, she's unrecognisable without it. Bikini-clad Maura, I don't think she actually possesses any other clothes, poor soul, declared that she would like to date Irish hunk Paul Mescal. Paul, if you're listening, don't get anywhere near her. OK, I'm just telling you that now, just to be on the safe side. She's a Love Island reject. She didn't win. OK, you don't want to go anywhere near her. You're far too big. You're an actor. Don't start hanging around with people like that. These are the Z-listers. You only want to hang around with A-listers. Otherwise, you'll get bad publicity. She'll sell stories on you. Listen, I'm telling you, I've seen it a million times before. Million times before. Oh, the G-spot exists. Nobody round here willing to go for that one today. So, I don't know why they did it. And also, Depp's text messages revealed in the court case. Texts between Johnny Depp and his assistant, Nathan. And he's slightly odd, isn't he, Johnny Depp? I don't think that's putting too fine a point on it. But still quite good, actually. Still quite good. Also, Amber Davis. I don't know who Amber Davis is. So she's the guest columnist. She's got odd earrings, that's all I'll tell you. And, she's obviously an actress or something. She must be. She talks about the stage, which is good. And Dancing on Ice's Max Evans appears in a raunchy online video where he puts his head between a Vice girl's breasts. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Apparently he plays for Scotland. And there's also this Vice girl is believed to have... I don't think they call them Vice girls anymore, do they? But apparently it's very odd, actually, really. I don't know why. He's sort of pictured just wearing his pants. He's also seen near a table which contains wraps of paper and a quantity of white powder inside. Oh, well, that'll be talcum powder, won't it? It's always much used. I used to love the smell of talcum powder. You don't have a smell like this. Talcum powder and calamine lotion. Two of my favourite smells in the bathroom. Or Vic Vapor Rub. That was quite nice as well. I like Vic Vapor Rub. That was very good. Sorry, rhubarb. What, in the bathroom? What are you doing with rhubarb in the bathroom for? You don't have rhubarb in the bathroom. You're growing it in the bathroom, are you? That damp in there. No, there's no smell to rhubarb. No, there's not. No, there's no smell to it. Sorry? Where'd you get a rhubarb candle from? Why would you want a rhubarb candle? Most people have vanilla or rose or cinnamon or something like that, or, pleasures of the garden, and you've got rhubarb. Well, that kind of sums you up, doesn't it? I mean, are you sure it's not just a stick of rhubarb sitting in a bucket of sand and you've tried to light the top of it? Is that what it could be? I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but I think you're heading in the wrong direction here. It's like, oh, we've got a licorice candle as well. Lovely. A Jelly Belly candle. Actually, I've got Jelly Belly sprays. Kitchen sprays. Well, just house sprays. Which come in all sorts of... there's about 3 different smells that I've got, which if I'm feeling in the mood... I used to have one in here, but it wasn't Jelly Belly. It was vanilla. No, I don't... I'll bring one in tomorrow for you. You can use it as an aftershave. It'll work. And try anything round here. Also, boxing champion, schools expert and radio star join our panel. If only I knew who these people were. I've no idea. I've no idea who these people are. No idea. Never mind. Always useful, isn't it? Warning for WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. He must appear at his next court hearing unless he provides medical evidence to explain his absence. District Judge Vanessa Barista made the order after Assange missed the latest hearing in his US extradition case. He's apparently said to be too ill to appear. Well, you can do it by video link. You can do video links. That's much easier, isn't it, doing things like that. Also, Piers Brosnan is here, which is okay. I don't mind Piers Brosnan. And Brooklyn Beckham, oh, God, has hinted he's back in Britain after he was stranded in America during lockdown. He posted a video of Dave and Vic's dog on Instagram suggesting he was back in the family home in the Cotswolds. Oh, God. Rivetingly exciting. Hold the front pages. He's back in the country. The boy who doesn't actually do anything. He can't make a cup of coffee, he can't take photographs, and he doesn't appear to have a job. Never mind. A bit like Prince Andrew. No, Harry. No, and Andrew as well. They don't seem to do any work either. Also, a dog was left convulsing and unable to walk after eating some cannabis dropped in a field in Greater Manchester. She made a full recovery following treatment by the vet, but the owner says, I thought we were going to lose her. Her eyes were flickering and she had jolting tremors. I don't think you're meant to feed animals or leave... I mean, who would leave cannabis in a field unless it was growing in a field, which is slightly odd. Another one here. A school was forced to close yesterday when travellers blocked an access road. Secondary pupils were told to stay at home and work remotely. That's the new thing, isn't it? The large group of travellers occupied a leisure centre car park next to the school. I thought the whole idea of travellers is that they travel. You know, every so often they seem to stop down in places which seem to be totally inappropriate. And can you believe that a copper, a police constable, has been banned from the force after moonlighting as a driving instructor? PC Anthony Butlin quit, of course he did, days before he was due to face a disciplinary action. And a disciplinary hearing found that Anthony Butlin would have still been sacked if he was a serving officer. Police officers must follow strict rules surrounding second jobs. He's been in the force for 10 years. He obviously didn't understand the rules. How on earth he became a police officer, I've got no idea. But decided to sort of opt out, doing these sort of the quick exits so that he doesn't have to do that. He had attained a number of other jobs. Get the rhubarb candle in Tesco for £3.50. Pushing the boat out on that one. And Steve, I used to mix a vanilla scent into my fountain pen ink, I think from Neil's Yard. When I used to write with it, there was a fantastic smell of vanilla. It's funny how vanilla is the one that people seem to like the most. 2 days ago, well, I forgot to mention it, because it was the anniversary of the Stonewall riots. Now, this happened, as you know, down in Greenwich Village. And way back in 1969, the police around there had a thing against gay people. And they would go round and they would raid bars, some illegal, some not illegal, and they would line people up outside and they would take their photographs and they would prosecute them for being gay. Because at that time, there was nowhere for people to go, so people formed little bars, little clubs opened up where people could go and just be themselves. The police obviously had other ideas. But on this particular day, June the 28th, the police had raided a number of bars in Manhattan. What the officers would do is they would turn up at the bar, unannounced, threatening and beating the bar staff and the clientele. And people would then pour out, lining up on the streets, so the police could arrest them. However, things did not go particularly well for the police in the early morning hours of June the 28th, 1969. Because when police raided the Stonewall Inn, the people inside the Stonewall Inn decided that they would fight back. They'd had enough. And so, patrons and onlookers fought back, and the days-long melee that ensued characterised them as a riot, and now known as the Stonewall Rebellion. Each June, Pride Month honours the history of Stonewall with parades and events, and this guarantees, after this Supreme Court landmark ruling in 2015, same-sex couples the right to marry. But before those gains, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender community had been subject to social sanction and legal harassment for their sexual orientation. And in fact, by the time the Stonewall riots finished, the police were outnumbered. At one point, they had to barricade themselves inside the Stonewall bar as the gays outside, and the entire community had had quite enough of bent coppers, if you'll pardon the expression. And it changed things. Those people who were there at the time were fighting for a cause. They'd had enough of being pushed around by the police, and so they fought back. And as I say, that really set the trend for sort of everything that changed. The whole thing seemed to change. But it took them a long time, and I think it was, there was one lady, she claims it wasn't her, but they said she threw the first brick at the police officers. Because people had been pushed around. You imagine if you were black and gay, that was even worse. Even worse, these people were targeted by the police. So when it all changed, the world breathed a sigh of relief. And the police had to go back to sort of doing all their other little bits and pieces. Steve, WAGs need to sort their lives out and their priorities. Colleen's going to spend millions fighting Vardy. Why not to give it to charity? I said that yesterday. Nobody's going to win this thing. It's a silly, silly little fight between two silly little people. You're never going to invite, sort of Rebecca Vardy onto Newsnight, are you? Because she was hurt by what was said. Well, listen, I hope your husband's got, an empty pocket, because it's going to take the whole wallet to fill it all up with loads of money. Because they could see the best part of £500,000 each going in legal fees. Even though I thought Colleen had already been told, listen, you don't stand a cat in Hades chance of winning this thing. But they're both still going for it. Colleen, because they've got loads of money. Now Colleen's husband, what's the name of that man? Anyway, he sort of tried to reach out to Jamie Vardy. But let's face it, there's not much going on there, is there, at all? And Jamie Vardy snubbed him. He didn't want to know. He held out an olive branch, obviously because they're going to be down £500,000. So it's a very difficult situation for them. The rest of the world is sitting back going, are you completely mad? And the answer is yes. They've got very high opinions of themselves. You know, they think they're celebrities. They think that, you know, somebody's saying you're doing stories about us and all the rest of it. I mean, why don't they just subpoena the newspapers and say, where'd you get the story from? You know, and then they go, oh, we got it from so-and-so. And they go, oh, right, well, that solves that problem, doesn't it? Why we have to go through this charade? Ridiculous. Steve, that strawberry poem, you sure, says Dean, somebody hasn't printed out one of those erotic stories you can find in some adult books? I wouldn't like to imagine, actually. God knows what Luke reads. I mean, but, I think it came out of the library. The erotic fiction library. Steve, with this coronavirus, I think we'll not be going back to normality for a long time. What kind of future is that? Well, what sort of, what is normality? I don't know. Not even my son can go back to the barber because they don't accept cash anymore, says Connie. Well, I don't think my, barber has got one of those machines for taking credit cards. So, I mean, you can go to cash. In Iceland, take cash. And I think that, Marks and Spencer's take cash. I've been in there. I've used cash before now. And there must be loads of other places. My dry cleaners, he uses cash. He hasn't got the time to start a credit card machine. Because, of course, it makes it very difficult for you to keep track of things. But the one thing you'll need to know, which I told you at the beginning of the programme, is you will need to make sure you've got an appointment at the barber's. I don't think there's going to be much chance of walking in off the streets to actually get a haircut because people will have booked. And, in fact, in your favourite hairdresser, you might find that they're already pretty booked up anyway. So if you go, oh, could you fit me in about 10 o'clock this morning? Because most barbers and hairdressers have got a waiting list. A waiting list to get your hair cut. I mean, I actually have an appointment at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. Can't wait, to be honest with you. I really can't wait. But there's going to be no tea and... Mind you, not that we have tea and coffee in there anyway, but there's also no gossiping. They don't want people gossiping. I mean, who gossips in the hair? That's where you go for a bit of a gossip. You go to the hairdressers just so you can sort of find out the latest. Read these Stonewall riots. I remember seeing the film called Milk, about the Stonewall campaigner Harvey Milk, played brilliantly by Sean Penn. Oh, I saw it. Years old, that film is now. Years old. But it was still interesting the way that people retaliated. People had had enough of being pushed around by the police, who just thought it was a bit of baiting, you know, because they knew they were going to break into a place because, you know, unfortunately gay people didn't exactly have that sort of reputation of being sort of people who would retaliate. That showed them. My God, did that ever show them? That was an interesting one. What have we got? The Guardian. First Churchill, now Roosevelt. Johnson promises the UK New Deal, which is interesting. What was I reading about? Something? Oh, that's right. People talking about the statues that people want taken down. One of them is a Roman emperor, because apparently he advocated slavery. I mean, dear God, there'd be nothing left, actually. Why don't you just go to Rome and sort of sort it all out over there? I'm sure the first time you try and, touch any of their statues, you find yourself in nick very quickly. Also, class reunion, delight as schools in Wales reopen their doors, so that's good news. All the parents are going, thank goodness for that, it's driving us mad. Stuck with the kids. It's going to be absolutely terrible, isn't it, really? Plus, we've got Brexit. Oh, look, here's Mr. Cummings. Sort of leaving his sort of gate with his pass. Why do they walk out with a pass around their neck? I mean, honestly, it looks so silly. It really does. And a wonderful historical painting of British theatre's first gay kiss has been acquired for the nation. It's a gallery in Chichester has announced it's now the owner of 5 paintings by Leonard Rosserman from the 1960s. And it's in lieu of inheritance tax. It shows the first gay kiss in British theatre. Can't even remember when that was, actually. I can remember when they used to have all... I mean, the trouble is the stuff you get on television now. Seriously, I mean, you could... Years ago, if you actually put that on, people would be going, you're not serious. You go, yep. They used to have a thing which a little triangle came up in the right-hand corner if it was going to show nudity or something like that. Now you've got Fatal Attraction. You've got people stark naked, standing there, having a conversation, if you please, as if it was like the most normal thing in the world. Oh, let's go shopping. And we're going to do it stark naked. Not in this weather. Oh, sorry, naked attraction, not fatal attraction. Well, I don't know, some of them look fatal, don't they? I mean, sometimes you can't tear your eyes away from the screen. I mean, I've started to start worrying about myself. Steve, I had my prize-winning rhubarb stolen from my allotment last year. The thieves are now in custody. Right, bar him. He's not going any further. And the Stacey Solomon story, you have to explain this to me because I don't know what this is. Stacey Solomon, the story goes, refused to pay £7.49 for a rare sweet on eBay and went on a bizarre rant. The Loose Woman star wanted it for son Zach to use in a new TikTok craze. What's a rare sweet? I don't know what a rare sweet is. I mean, I thought all sweets, they make millions of them. Why would it be rare? Anyway, no, just says the seller, Rebecca Pittman, agreed a price of $4.49 plus £3 postage with her. But when she sold out of the originals and had to offer a slightly smaller one, Stacey raged at her and demanded two. Rebecca says it's hilarious. She's minted and refusing to pay £7.49. A representative for Stacey declined to comment on the claims. I mean, £7.49 for a sweet. You'd have to be a bit stupid to buy that anyway, wouldn't you? I mean, and it's a rare sweet. What's a rare sweet? But she had to offer smaller ones, so she'd sold out of the originals. I've never heard of such a thing called a rare sweet. I don't know what it is. I can't think of anything that would be rare. They're all available. No, it doesn't say bag for a rare sweet in the singular. Otherwise, it would say a bag of rare sweets. A rare sweet. But she's only got the small ones. I don't know. It's not normal, is it, really? Why would you worry about something? But obviously, Stacey Solomon is so minted, she can afford £8 for a sweet. And I don't know what it is. Is it a sherbet lemon but with no sherbet in it or something? I don't know. I've got no idea. Well, it's being used by her son in a new TikTok craze. So can you find TikTok craze with a rare sweet? One video. And has it got somebody with a rare sweet? Because I'm not understand... Oh, there we are. So, who's that? Oh, right. We're too old for this thing. So it's... Oh, it's a sour thing, obviously. But you can't just buy one. We've got sour things. And it's sweets, and then you dip it into some sort of like sherbet. But I don't know if that is it on TikTok. He looks a bit old to be on TikTok, doesn't he, that blow there? TikTok is where you put these little videos up, which last for a second. Have you never done it? Oh, well, there you go, something you haven't done. Let's go back and light your rhubarb candle. That'll encourage you to do TikTok. Yes. Yeah, the Groovy Gang are constantly on TikTok. Well, of course we are. We practically invented it. You probably just think it's the sound the clock makes, don't you? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Quite cheap for a three-piece, Steve. Regarding going to Italy and removing statues, that would never happen, but you can guarantee at a football match they'll throw bananas on the pitch and crank out the monkey chants for the black players, says Simon. Yes. I think the trouble is, it's everywhere, isn't it? It's absolutely everywhere. But they won't topple a statue down. There you go. Steve, could we have a Pinny next year? I could then have the full set. Maybe be a Nora Batty. Yes, yes, a Pinny would be quite a good idea. We'll have to listen, we haven't got as far as next. We haven't had this year yet. Let's wait till we've had this year. Debbie McGee talks in the paper today about having her bottom pinched by a randy chimpanzee during one of her late husband Paul Daniels' magic tricks. And so, chimpanzee, well, they're like that. I don't think they're just touching her bottom. I think they're just touching anyway. They just stick their hand out. They don't know about these sort of things, do they? A campaign to scrap the BBC licence fee has been launched. Defund the BBC wants to decriminalise non-payment of the mandatory charge and reduce the broadcaster's scope. So where do you think the money, James Ussell, is going to come from? They don't have any money. They don't run adverts. He said people are tired of having to pay for the BBC. Well, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's a dreadful waste of money. But Lord Tony Hall, the Director General, said the broadcaster has yet to decide whether to postpone the changes beyond August. It's a difficult decision whether or not they delay the introduction of the new TV licence rules for the over 75s. But the BBC wastes your money. That's why they can afford to put all these programmes on and have their buildings rebuilt, because you're paying for it. It's a licence to print money. They don't have to do anything for it at all. They just come round and slap the back of your legs and take the money. It's as simple as that. It's very bad, isn't it? Lawrence Fox says that he will... he's hit back a concerted drive, he says, in the acting world to try and silence him, which is a shame, isn't it? And a memorial, as I say, people tried to take away, you know, Churchill and all these other different people. And now a memorial to the Wurzels' late frontman, who is... Adge Cutler, as far as I remember. He was the original lead singer it was Adge Cutler's Wurzels, I seem to remember. But pranksters have vandalised his statue. They put googly eyes on him, and the bronze statue has stood since 2016 outside the pub in Somerset where the Cider Swilling folk group recorded their first track 50 years ago. He was killed in 1974 in a car crash. That was what they went, I am a cider drinker, da 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 da. And it was so good, actually, but his name was Alan John Cutler. But it was Adge and the Wurzels. So there you go, Robert Baden-Powell, Winston Churchill, and now you get Adge Cutler of the Wurzels. I'm sure, actually, wherever he's sitting on whatever cloud it is, he'd be having a little bit of a laugh. Well, I hope so, anyway. Also, 15 out of this world asteroid belters. Apparently, asteroids are big chunks of mineral and rock left over, and some of them are huge, absolutely enormous. They differ from comets, which are made of dust and ice. Examples include Halley's Comet, which can be seen every 75 years. So if you caught it once, that's about the only time you're ever going to catch it. But 4.6 billion years ago, these asteroids, left over from the birth of our solar system, started. There are millions of them, millions and millions of them, mostly between Jupiter and Mars, in the so-called asteroid belt. That's where you see it on Star Trek, and all of a sudden the ship is hit by all these rocks as it's going into this. That's what it is, actually. The largest one in Namibia, largest intact one, is this meteorite made up of space junk, and it weighs 60 tons. 60, which actually isn't that big. It can't be that big. My car's 2.5 tons, for goodness sake. They say a 66-foot meteor hit Russia, a place called Chelyabinsk. The largest object to enter the atmosphere. It injures 1,000 people. The dinosaurs were probably wiped out 65 million years ago by the effects of a 50-mile-wide asteroid hitting Earth. It left a massive crater in Mexico. Can we find a picture of massive crater in Mexico? I think it's a place called Chicxulub. Chicxulub. And, oh, there it is. It's an impact crater buried underneath the Yucatan Peninsula. And it was named and formed when a large asteroid, about 11 to 81 kilometres in diameter, struck the Earth. Oh, right. So, gosh, it's quite exciting, isn't it, really? When you look at these things, that was... But where is it? I mean, I understand the hole it makes, but does it then disintegrate? So it's buried beneath the Yucatan Peninsula. I want to go to it now. I want to go and have a look at it. I quite like that. Oh, God, whoa, blimey. The Chicxulub crater. It's, of course, in nowhere, actually. It's in the middle of nothing. Nothing, not even a McDonald's around it. You thought somebody could have had a bit of sort of instinct when thinking about that one from some time ago. But there's loads of other places. They say there's a very small chance the one called JF1, the size of an Egyptian pyramid, could hit the Earth in 2022 with the force, they say, of 15 Hiroshima bombs. If a 60-mile-wide asteroid hit, it would probably wipe out humanity. Really? Most pass within thousands of miles of Earth, but a football pitch-sized asteroid collides with us every 2,000 years with the power to obliterate a city the size of New York. Well, where do these things come from? Experts say it's only a matter of time before a devastating asteroid strike, and the late Professor Stephen Hawking insists it was the biggest threat to the planet. Interestingly, the word asteroid is an anagram of disaster. So now you know. Oh. Well, they say 2022. 2022. They say that. I mean, sometimes they say that and they get to Earth and then they sort of go off on a different trajectory. But, I mean, whether this one sort of hits, I've got no idea. Terrible, isn't it, really? So there's a very small chance. May the 6th is the date for your diary. Today we die. You know, and then, of course, if it's still there the next morning, fantastic. Very short Steve Allen show. Can you imagine if it does it in the morning? I mean, I'd be furious. Can you imagine? But they do actually track them. And there's obviously quite a lot of that. I mean, there's a lot of space debris. If you go up there, I think you're constantly bumping into things. You know, there's sort of, oh, look at that rubbish. And it all just appears to be floating wistfully around the place. Yeah, trolleys, there's sort of supermarket trolleys and everything else, things that they've taken up there and somebody's opened the door and shoved it outside. You know, all their rubbish as well. You know, we've got a bin liner with us, but I mean, who's going to know? Chuck it out the door. And because of the atmosphere, it all just floats around. Exactly. Jars of peanut butter floating in a timeless sea, ladies and gentlemen. I feel a poem coming on. Another one of those I wandered lonely as a cloud type poems. Only this one could be I wandered lonely as a piece of space debris. You see, already we've got a theme running on this programme. Gets better and better, actually. Only I understood where it was going half the time. Boris Johnson admitted there will be some bumpy times as the UK comes out of... What do you mean some bumpy times? Are you serious? The Prime Minister said it's been a disaster. That's absolutely true. It has been a disaster. People losing jobs, people unhappy, people, you know, furloughing and not showing what's going to happen. I mean, are things going to change at BA? I hope so. I hope so. I'd heard a rumour that there were sort of talks which are scheduled to take place. Let's hope that somebody sees common sense. You can't get rid of 12,000 people. You can't do that. You just can't do it. Steve, your car is 2.5 tons. What do you drive? A tank? Sherman? Yep, definitely. Do you wear a mask at garden centres? Says John, you don't need to wear a mask at any shop. There is no rules about wearing a mask at any shop because you can leave the shop. OK, it's up to you. It's a personal thing. If you want to wear a mask to a garden centre, you can wear a mask to a garden centre, but you don't have to wear them. There's no hard and fast rules. If you're in a place of work, you don't have to wear a mask. If you're going on transport, then you have to wear masks. OK, that's the rule. That's the rule. 84850. Steve at lbc.co.uk. Does everything British need to be taken down in case it offends somebody? And, people are always offended by things. It's only recently that people have found the voice to go and complain about things that are going on. I mean, some of it is sort of something you think, wait a minute, I've heard this before. What do you expect people to do? There was that person who was complaining about the statue of Rhodes. Do you remember I told you about, which was down at Oxford or wherever it was? And then it turns out he's actually got a job working for the company that promotes Rhodes. I mean, what a hypocrite. What a hypocrite. Also, this Elliot Savage's 6-foot boa constrictor, still on the loose. He says he's harmless. The snake is. It's a Brazilian rainbow breed. It's as thick as a tennis ball. Sounds ghastly, doesn't it? He says it's harmless and has asked locals in Western Supermarket to keep an eye out. He said she won't survive for very long if she's out in the wild, and I'm desperate to find her. Tuesday morning, end of the month. So tomorrow we'll be doing Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month. The good news is this morning we're going to be talking to John Warrington from Janaway Travel. He'll be up already, of course, about 6:30, and we'll be finding out all the latest in the travel news that is fit to talk about, including, because there's so many stories going on, you know, the quarantine rules relaxing, also some traffic light system for different countries, and also you no longer are required to self-isolate for 14 days on arrival, meaning that people can go on holiday to certain countries. You can't fly to Greece until the 15th of July, but mind you, that's not that far away, is it? Despite the country opening its borders to other international visitors on Wednesday. Flights from Sweden banned from another 2 weeks. And so British families with Greek getaways booked for the school summer holidays should still be able to travel unless the restrictions are extended further. We'll have a chat to John Warrington from Janaway Travel at 6:30 this morning. Steve says, Kate, your voice is a barometer of your feelings. I'm a radio presenter. Certainly not based on the fact I can juggle with my feet. You know, I think it would be based on your voix. Jane says, if I was a superhero, I'd fly around the earth. I'd save all the people who are in lockdown, use my superpowers to clear the virus to go to Neverland. Jane is 9. There you go. Why would you want to go to Neverland? Where is Neverland? Is that the... Oh, you don't grow up in Neverland. Oh, right. Oh, I see. What was Michael Jackson's place called? Was that Neverland? And was it Neverland in that Peter Pan? Was that Neverland? Peter Pan with Wendy. The Lost Boys. Why were they lost? Because they were lost. Because they didn't have a map. They couldn't go in it. I watched a version of Peter Pan. It was a very good one, actually. It was a very, very good one. I can't remember who was in it or anything, but there's obviously been various versions. Yes, Robin Williams was Hook. But there's been so many different versions of them. Originally, it was a cartoon, I think. and it sort of came out. But this other Peter Pan has got the boy playing Peter Pan, who seems to sort of fly around with Tinkerbell, who's very bad-tempered in this one. They did it on stage. You did it on stage. They can't have flown you on. Tell me they didn't fly you on. Mr. Darling. Peter Pan, this 2003 film, this is the one here. So let me just tell you about this. It's based on the 1904 play. It was either called Peter Pan or The Boy Who Wouldn't Grow Up. And who is playing... That's right, Jeremy Sumpter plays Peter Pan. I don't know how old he was when he was playing in this one. So Jason Isaacs was in it, Richard Bryars, Lynn Redgrave, there's some fabulous people. Get me a picture of Jeremy Sumpter. Oh, good Lord, he doesn't seem to have changed much at all. He's 31. He lives in California. And he was in Peter Pan. He was also in a disaster film called The Storm. And another NBC television series, Friday Night Lights. So it's very interesting, He's got a twin sister, little Jessica. And he seems to have done all sorts of things. But he was so young when he was playing Peter Pan. He spent most of his time shirtless. He's also been on a reality show, and he was in a meteorological disaster film, which is the Into the Storm one that I mentioned earlier on. The film's really it's beautifully shot. So he's done loads of things. He was working from 2001. Where are we up to now? 2017, Dark Ascension. 2019, still working. Oh, that's good, isn't it? Oh, well, I'm pleased to see that. I don't like, actors that you've seen on the movies, and then they sort of disappear because the movie sometimes kills people's career. But he's had all sorts of awards as well. He's won 1, 2, 3, 4. He's won 4 awards. So mainly for Peter Pan, because he must have spent most of his time on wire. But they used to do it. Bonnie Langford, I think, used to play Peter Pan. I'm pretty certain. And she would fly on. They would have this, I think it was Flying by Foy. And it's a system that they put into the top of a theatre, and they operate it on wires to fly her in, and then she can go. It's very expensive to do. Well, they can't have found a wire strong enough to lift you up off the ground, can they? Good Lord, Luke, honestly. One thinks that... So what part were you in Peter Pan? You were Mr... Well, how old were you? It's ridiculous. Not old enough now. How old were you at the time? 10. You put on a posh voice and you were playing Mr. Darling at the age of 10. You must have been a very grown-up person. Good Lord above. How interesting. You must have been very mature. Did they put you in long trousers or short trousers? In a suit? Oh, right. You remember any of the lines that you used to get? Most people remember something. Somebody... Oh, right. Kate... Yeah, Nana was the dog, wasn't it? I never liked that dog. It never looked believable to me, but in this film... This version of Peter Pan, the 2002 version, they did have a dog in it. But it was the outdoor flying. But Tinkerbell was... Oh! She would throw into a rage. She was a little bit jealous of... in case Peter Pan fancied Wendy. Nobody fancied Wendy, I mean, to be honest with you. And then there was Doc. Can't remember the other kids' names. How many kids were there? There were loads of them, but you're right. Robin Williams, I think, was it? Jason Isaacs was in this particular one. He was very good. Very, very good. A party held in the middle of the night aboard a ship at a Royal Navy dock was so loud it woke up neighbours. The noisy shindig at Devonport dockyard irked, that's a good word, nearby residents who said they couldn't sleep. Took place on a visiting Dutch Navy vessel moored yards from a residential street. One resident said it went on for hours. A Royal Navy spokesman said those on board are required to stay on board, so they have to entertain themselves, but we apologise if they were too noisy. Well, see, it's no good saying that afterwards, is it? People wanted something, done, at the time. Halfway through the year, Steve, next stop, Christmas. Yes, lovely. Steve, you're right about British Airways. It's dreadful the way they're going on about their cost-cutting. Unfortunately, where one company succeeds, others will follow. Heathrow Airport's owner is now also looking to fire and rehire as well. But thank you for keeping our spirits up. Yes. And just to let you know, Steve, the 1992 and 2020 calendar are the same. Oh, yes, it repeats itself every so many years. I can't remember what it is. So if somebody said to you I was born in this year, I can say to them, if I'd learnt the sequence, you were born on a Wednesday. They go, how do you know that? You go, because it repeats itself every so often. So, that's the way it goes. It's obviously not going to be different every single year, is it? Steve, I'm a contractor from Leicester, but I'm travelling to London every day. The abuse my family give is on another level. I can well imagine. And the Seven Dwarfs have been told us from Monday they can meet in groups of 6. One of them isn't happy. I love it. 848. Oh, Kate, go away, you silly little nobody. Honestly, why do people write such stupid things and then go all huffy? Next time they won't bother. Thank God for that. In fact, I'll help you out. There you go. Now you've got no friends. Taken away the one you had. Also, a lot of people talking about, how they would solve the problem of lockdown. Well, in Leicester, they need all the help they can get at the moment. I mean, they've got schools going back on, shops unless it's essential. It's going back to what we had. What we had before, so we'll have to wait and see. Bill Roach from Coronation Street, apparently, is a massive stargazer with an extraordinary psychic ability. Hate it when they say that. Hate it when they say, somebody's got an amazing psychic ability. It's just guesswork most of the time. And here it is. It's the breakfast to end all breakfasts. You like this one. This is Hannah Phillips tucking in as this biggest breakfast in Britain is delivered to a home. It's 6,000 calories. Okay. It's a tenner, and it's got 37 ingredients. You've got 6 hash browns. You've got 8 sausages. You've got 4 fried eggs, scrambled egg, bacon, and you've got black pudding and 6 toast, plus 4 cups of coffee for a tenner. There's no vegetables. We're not catering for vegans. You're not supposed to be having breakfast. Go fast. There's an awful lot of it. What the quality is like, I don't know, but it's very good value. It's come from Bray's Rolls in Stockport. They said it's been ideal and beneficial for those who can't get out during this time. Well, everybody's been able to get out. You can go out and buy sausages. Supermarkets are open. Probably not actually in Stockport. But it looks like you get a lot of it. Just the sausages and the hash browns look quite nice to me. There's no beans. No beans. I don't know. It's just loads of... It fills up a box. It's not... there you go. Nice, isn't it? There's no mushrooms. I don't like it. Well, it's got 37 items. So they might have hidden a mushroom under an egg. I don't know. I don't know the place. I've never been to Stockport. I've never eaten the breakfast. I don't know the girl eating it. I know nothing about it. I don't know the names of the sausages. I don't know if they're good quality sausages, bad quality sausages. I don't know whether or not the scrambled egg is powdered. I have no idea whether the other ones have sort of been immersed in gin or something. And I've got no idea on toast. I know nothing about toast. No, I don't know if there's any tomatoes on this thing. It doesn't say they've got tomatoes. But of course they might have. Mind you, the good news for you, Luke, is that nudists are raring to go in lockdown because it means that they can get their kit off in public again. There you go. Lucky old you. The pandemic has meant that members of the British naturism have had to find new ways to indulge their exhibitionist side. They've taken up meditation outdoors. Not round my way, they haven't. Andrew Welsh says, as lockdown comes to an end and the weather improves, we're eager to go out there and meet our friends face to face. I think faces are the last thing. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month, but that'll be tomorrow. Steve, in my local Tesco in North London, Christmas cards and wrapping paper on sale. I'm not sure whether to laugh or cry. Although the bad news I've just heard is that Broadway in America are not doing any more theatre shows this year. Now, that could kill off a lot of our theatres if that happens here. It really could. Really could, so fingers crossed. Steve, if cinemas are allowed to open, then surely theatres can too. It's ridiculous. Well, you can open a theatre, but you can't have a live performance, which I don't quite understand. You can have... So they can show films. They need to do something. At the moment, the Theatre Royal Drury Lane, I saw a picture of the interior yesterday. A friend of mine sent it to me. Andrew Lloyd Webber is spending a fortune restoring the interior to its former glory. Which sounds fantastic, doesn't it? And it's going to look amazing. Whether or not they get a production in there, I have no idea. Steve, hope you're well. I reckon we will go back on a lockdown in a matter of weeks because there's so many stupid idiots around. I'm absolutely of the same ideas. I think we will go back into lockdown. I think it's a case of, listen, around the world, 500,000 people have died of this thing. This isn't some joke. It's not going to go away. People sitting on the beaches, all those idiots out there, putting all their children's lives at risks and their own lives at risks, are just mad, completely mad. So now you've seen Leicester going back into to lockdown. There'll be more to follow, promise you. Steve, we have workmen next door doing a bathroom. They work until 10:30 at night. Lambeth does nothing. I think they're allowed to work until, I think it's either 11 o'clock or 12, I think. The worst thing is when they start up in the morning. But then what happens is people do it. They sort of jump the gun a little bit. And then by the time you've actually managed to get through to the council to complain about it, they finish doing the work. Terrible. Terrible. What will happen to all the people who work in Leicester but don't work there? This virus will spread like wildfire. Or what about people who live in Leicester but work elsewhere? That's going to be the problem, isn't it? It would be quite easy to spread it if they've got... I don't know what the figures are on Leicester. What were the figures that they produced before they then went, right, we're actually going on lockdown again? It must have been quite significant, I should imagine, if they decided on that. It's a big thing to do. So schools and everything else are going to close again from Thursday. Why not now? Why not immediately? I mean, are they really serious about this? Do they really have any idea? They've now said that vitamin D they don't think is going to make any impact. And then there's been all these other bits and... That's what they need. That's what they need. You don't need... to sort of just start closing stuff off. People have just got to be sensible. Having told you about the 6,000 calorie fry-up, which only costs a tenner, which seems remarkably good value, snowflakes are killing off classic breakfasts, such as boiled eggs and black pudding, because they're too ugly for Instagram. Well, I wouldn't be eating black... Who has black pudding for breakfast? I mean, I thought it was a bit of a modern craze. I don't think it was... half of 18 to 35-year-olds... have never eaten a slice of black pudding, and 57% have never heard of smoked haddock, staple kedgeree. They must have heard of kedgeree. Nearly 3 in 10 do not even eat cornflakes. And 71% of millennials would be happy to never have cereal again. Well, it's all full of sugar, isn't it? That's the only problem. So what they're doing now, instead, Insta warriors prefer knocking up a donut croissant, known as a cronut, avocados, shakshuka, eggs cooked in tomatoes, or breakfast burritos. Breakfast burritos? Oh, it's a spokesman. Oh, I can't tell you. It's one of these companies who sort of sponsor something so they can get their name in there. But, so what people are looking for now? I mean, burrito. Who eats burritos for breakfast? I don't know anybody who eats burritos. I mean, I thought, to be honest with you, avocado on toast was pushing it a little bit. That's a little bit naff. I have tried it. It's just terribly expensive for a bit of mashed up avocado. It's not the most exciting thing I've ever had. Steve, says Richard, in Knightsbridge, with packed beaches, pathetic marches. Well, I don't think they were all pathetic marches. I think they had a point. I nearly called it a riot. Down in Leicester Square. We had them in here in Leicester Square and down in Trafalgar Square. And those people were just hell-bent on trouble. Hell-bent on trouble. We know who to blame, he says, when we get the coronavirus cases. Oh, absolutely. We know where to point in the right direction. That's why I said, if on Saturday you're going to your hairdressers and you're hoping to get a haircut, you might be disappointed. They might say, you can't just walk in, you need to book. You need to book. And then they can say, I don't know how long they're allowing. I'm assuming for my hair about 10 minutes, I would think, because, I mean, A, there's not much of it, and it's a clipper job, as they say. I'm one all over. Yes, your hair would be days. First of all, there have to be a map. Then they have to make sure that they can get the scaffolding in to sort of put up around you while you're sitting in the chair, Corey. And then eventually somebody would turn up and go, not touching that. Be like cutting a diamond, the first one to estimate, and if it shatters, it's like doing his hair. Say I cut it and the whole lot just falls away. What are you going to do then? You've allowed an hour, or at least, for the haircut. Mine is very quick. I'm going to be what they call an in and out. I'm show and go. That's what I am. It's what they used to say years ago for presenters. They say, are you a show and go presenter? And I said, show and go? They said, yes. Somebody who sort of comes in, generally a celebrity type person, they come in, they do the job, and they're out the door in 2 minutes. I mean, I'm at the door now fairly quickly because there's a car waiting for me. But I've never been considered show and go. In fact, actually, if truth be told, if I didn't have a car and I was going home on the bus or something like that, I'd sit out there for ages, just chatting away to people, doing a bit of gossip, because you can't do it in the hairdressers. So where are you left with? Here, we have to gossip in the ad breaks. It's the only thing we can do. Luckily, they're very lengthy at the moment, which is very nice. Brenda says, if Winter Wonderland in Hyde Park goes ahead this year, Steve, would you go with the Groovy Gang? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, but I'd leave them on the ghost train. I'd see them off there, then I'd run, pick up my skirts and run out of the park as quick as possible. And then they'd come out there and the Groovy Gang would be going, where's Steve? Because I don't think we're going to get Winter Wonderland this year. I think it's going to be a very bleak Christmas. I don't like this at all, actually. My daughter, Steve, is due to take her GCSEs next year. She's working hard to get online homework credit at the moment, as she nor I are convinced they're going to happen, even in 2021. Yes. Alan thinks all the people putting our lives at risk should be locked up. We're going to need to build more jails then, aren't we? There's a lot of people out there who can ruin it for everybody else, I'm afraid. Melbourne is a hotspot with this virus now. Sydney's panicking. Toilet rolls are scarce again, says Shane in Sydney. Oh, not that again. Luckily, I bought some more toilet rolls the other day, actually, because I've still got some left from when everybody went mad panic buying the things. And in fact, I had so many of them, only because I just bought what I would normally buy. I didn't sort of go in there and come out with armfuls of the blooming things. And I gave some to my brother. He said, always useful. Always useful. So that's good news, actually. Steve, scrambled eggs and smoked salmon on toast. Simple and effective, 90 minutes and counting, says Mark. Well, to cook it? Scrambled... Actually, to be honest with you can buy powdered egg. A lot of restaurants use powdered egg, don't they? We used to be in a building once where they had powdered egg and you just sort of mixed it up and then cooked it. Would you... Well, no, you can still buy it now. I know they did it in the wartime. Yes. Spaceships, yes. What are you on this morning? What are you on, honestly? Ever since he told us he was Mr. Darling in Peter Pan, it's all gone to his head now. He started going outside of the door of the studio and signing autographs. Yes, that was me. I was Mr. Darling, yes. I was 10 years old, had to wear long trousers and had to put on a deep voice, unlike the very high-pitched one that he's got at the moment. Funny, actually, it normally works the other way around. What do we got here? Oh, it's a brainy little girl. Her name is Anishi Patel. She's become the world's youngest software coder. Do you know what that is? A software coder? I've got no idea. The youngster, who is 4, can make digital pictures of her favourite cartoon characters like Peppa Pig. Her mum's 3 and her dad, Akhilesh, are software developers and taught her during lockdown as she was bored. She comes from Barking in East London. She's taken to doing it. She'd see us dragging components to create programmes and was fascinated. She's 4! I can't do things like that. Totally useless. Honestly, isn't that amazing? At 4 years old. Talented. We're loving these restorers on the television, aren't we? People who restore items. You take something in there and they will then sort of put it back into the condition it was when it was first made. I think that's very clever, but unfortunately there's now too many of them. There's now too many. Steve, you have to wait in your car and they text you when it's your appointment. Oh, well, I shall be there. I'm the first one. I think they open at 8 in the morning on Saturday. Steve, Joseph in Bethlehem, 178 days to Christmas. 178 days. I'm counting down. I should imagine my friend Ian and myself will be getting our Advent calendars out very shortly. They do some lovely Advent calendars, you know. Behind each window there's a chocolate or something like that. They're my favourite. Or rhubarb candles. They'd be very popular, wouldn't they? Steve, how do you define an idiot? It's an Englishman who loves crowded beaches. I just can't understand why you'd ever want to go and sit on a beach. If there was anything that was sort of busy out there, I'm not going within a million miles of it. Steve, I've checked. It's 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. I've just checked, says Sue-Ann. What's 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.? Have I missed out on that one, or did I ask something? Yeah, it's very nice, thank you. What's open from 8 till 6? People always write that, assuming that I can remember something I spoke about 5 minutes ago. Whereas, of course, if truth be known, I can't remember anything at all. So it's open from 8 till 6. Okay, there you go. What can I tell you? Hopefully that's the breakfast place, which would be quite nice. So, Winter Wonderland, it should be 6 p.m. for workmen. So that's another random one. I don't know what that is either. I love it. We're always very grateful, actually. I was going to mention, but I'll have to do it in a moment, actually. So John Warrington with us at 6:30, just after 6:30, from Janaway Travel, up there in Camden. So he can probably do a lot of his work from home, actually, because a lot of it is on the internet and stuff like that. And whereas we're all here, live and kicking, as they say. Steve. In the last 2 weekends, our nearby retail park had boy racers doing donuts for fun. Oh, I could eat a donut now, actually. I think that's something to do with cars spinning, isn't it? There was over 300 spectators crowding around watching the action. They have no idea of distancing, says Stephen in Southgate. No, they don't. You know, it's just... That's what people... They're bored. They don't have jobs or anything. You wait till they grow up, if ever. You know, they'll have to learn pretty quickly. They'll suddenly realise that, you know, by the time they actually get to adult age, we might have taken away the benefit system with a bit of luck. They might actually have to go out there and work. Oh, to Steve, the workmen work until 10:30. They're legally supposed to finish at 6, says Sue-Ann. Oh, right. No, round our way, the council have changed that completely. Steve, with your Aventus, what size do you buy? They only do 2. They do a little bottle and a big bottle, and I buy the big bottle. I keep a little bottle with me, and the big bottle I keep at home. But I've run out the other day. You know, when you're just puffing the little thing, and it's just air that's coming out of it, but it smells nice. And so I bought it yesterday. And it should last me, well, I'll tell you, because you know when I bought it, and I'll tell you when it's about getting near to run. It seems to last for ages, because it's quite... can you smell it? Oh, not through the window, obviously. Honestly. Yeah. When you smell it in shops, you think of me. Thanks. That's like saying, I dreamt about you last night. Did you? No, you wouldn't let me. You know, it's one of those bizarre things. Actually, I had a dream about a friend of mine the other day. And all I can remember is it was a magic show. That's all I remember. And he was saying to me, what are you going to do? And I go, I don't know. And then the curtains opened. And I remember thinking, what do I do now? It was one of those complete panic situations. Panic. Steve, I'm a hairdresser. Good for you. I'm really looking forward to getting back to work on Saturday, but it's going to be so strange. I've been hairdressing 20 years, says Lindsay, up in Leeds. And I've never imagined we have to work in the way we're having to. Feeling slightly nervous, but I suppose we shall adjust to it. Got my ticket for the show in August. I shall stock up on Prosecco, ready for it. Well, listen, I'm just grateful that all those people who've been closed for months and months are finally going to get some money in. That's all I'm grateful for. And also a slightly selfish side of it, as you can imagine, for actually getting my own hair cut. It's only the back bit. Kasia will be very pleased with me. She'll go, oh, you managed to do that. I go, well, you know, it was a few attempts, but, you know, waiting to go back to work. But it's going to take people a long time to put in all the things that they're checking out. Where did I see the other day? I was on the way to Kingston on the bus, and halfway down, near Hampton, there was a cafe with people sitting inside. I didn't think they were allowed to sit inside yet. It said, you know, you can either take in or take out. I thought, sitting in there was a woman sitting in there with a child at a table with a cup of coffee, and I thought, I don't think you're allowed to do that yet, are you? It's still takeaways as far as I'm aware. Perhaps they don't know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Giancarlo listens all the way in Monaco to this programme. And Polly says it's his birthday today. He is 30. 30. Would you like to be 30 again, Steve, says Polly? No, absolutely not. Absolutely. I thought 30 was ancient. I seriously did. When I got to 29, then I hit 30, I remember thinking, oh, my God, I've passed it now. And I was quite right, I had passed it. But it was, you know, now I'm a bit older. Now I think great. I mean, you know, when people say, oh, you know, would you like to sort of be young again? And the answer is, oh, yes, and know everything that I know now. That would be the old argument. But to be honest with you, I can't remember 30. I don't remember what I was doing at the age of 30. Probably this. But, you know, I don't want to go back then, because I've moved on a bit from that. I try not to live in the past. It's easy to do it, as you can well imagine. A boy aged 12, Steve, did a master's in software engineering for his mum. Honestly, kids, you do get these gifted children, don't you? And they really are very, very gifted. Very gifted. Shane says, as you know, I'm an Aussie. I haven't been to a beach since I was a kid. Well, I've not been to a beach for 8... What do you mean, to sit on a beach? I've not been to a beach for a long, long time. But it's not something I crave. It's not something I think, oh, good Lord, soon as this lockdown's over, I can go and sit on a beach. You know, I tell you what I have done. I have done that thing where you go down to the seaside, as it used to be called, and you sit on a bench with an ice cream staring at... I mean, I could fall asleep there. I can understand why people want to go and sit in bus shelters. You know, because it's quite pleasant, actually. And when you get to a certain age, sitting down is lovely. I'm a big fan of sitting down, definitely. Steve, says Matt in Manchester, fresh farm eggs are all we eat. Yes, I mean, yes. I don't eat many eggs at all. In fact, hardly... And I can't remember the last time I bought a box of eggs. I don't think I've ever done a box of eggs. Somebody said you should because it's good for you. Not really. I'm not bothered. Not bothered at all. And somebody says, what's this other one here? Oh, a lot of people talking about this sort of the lockdown, and everybody seems to agree with me that it's going to be that it's going to be back again with us. We're going to get more corona. There's going to be a second burst of it. Especially now, they've discovered another strain through pigs, if you please. So what we're going to do, have to check where the bacon comes from. Because they were telling us a while ago, they said, there's going to be a huge shortage of bacon. I've not noticed it. Not at all. Steve, you make me laugh out loud when you say pick up my skirts. Such a funny term that I use all the time. I love it, actually, because it conjures up an image in my mind. When somebody says, I picked up my skirts and ran. You just imagine what it's like. Because I don't think I run at all. Even if, isn't it always the way? You're doing something and you think, I'll go to the bus stop, and then all of a sudden you do it, and then all of a sudden, before you know where you are, the bus has gone straight past you. And you've missed it. Because there's no way I'm ever going to run for a bus. Run for a bus. What's a bus? I don't know what a bus. Very posh, isn't it? I was on a bus today and a train. Steve, we've just heard Corey talking to you. How fabulous, says Elsa. Heard him talking to me? What have you said? Can't have been anything monumental because I haven't registered it at all. What were you saying to me? Can you remember anything? Can't remember. He said, this is as bad as I am. You're blind leading the blind here. Don't worry about us. We have no idea what is going on at all. So there you go. Other stories. Oh, I quite like the story that Gary Kemp, late of Spanned, says the band will only get back together with Tony Hadley as lead singer. Well, that'd be nice. But since he quit the group in 2018, he holds the cards over whether a reunion can take place. Gary and his brother Martin are set to appear in a mockumentary about the 1980s New Romantics band called All True on Sunday at 10 p.m. on the telly. After Tony left them 2 years ago, they carried on with a new singer, Ross Williams-Wild, excuse me, but called it A Day Last Year. I mean, I also agree that if you're going to have them getting back together again, Tony Hadley has to be there. But I gather that there was a falling out. There's always, it happens all the time. It's like, if Girls Aloud, God help us, ever get back together again, do they want Sarah Harding with them? And the answer is, who knows at this precise moment? Everybody falls out, so one person will only talk to one other person. It's like footballers' wives. It's exactly the same as footballers' wives. Excuse me, and sort of people who are... Oh, I've emptied my coffee away. Which is a shame, because it was tea. And they always say, we'll all get back together again. It's like the Gallagher brothers. They don't talk to each other. They might get back together. Who gives a stuff? Nobody cares. But for Tony Hadley to get back with Spandau Ballet, there'll have to be a little bit of eating of the humble pie, and it could be good. I think so, anyway. And, Steve, I heard you bark... Where's this cough's come from? Wait a minute. Let me just open my water. God, have you ever tried opening water? I don't have the longest nails in the world, so when I do it, I'm always worried that I'm going to sort of rip them back as you try and put them under the... Oh, that's better, much better. Steve, I heard you bar a few people yesterday for sending in dreadful jokes. I was especially reassured when I found out that one of those contributors was Big Richard, the LMD Skip Roadie's big boss. Now you know what we have to put up with, says Ian the Skip. Absolutely. Listen, I have no hesitation. And if it's something rude, you can always tell it's something rude, because I will always say, now you've got no friends. Always works a treat. They love it out there. Henry absolutely goes gaga for that. Very good indeed. Greatest dancer, team captain Matthew Morrison. Oh, I tell you what I saw the other day on the television. Is it Secret Singer? Where you get people in a costume. The Masked Singer. It apparently originated abroad, where they seem to have better costumes than we've got. And it's got all these bizarre people who sing in these costumes. And I'm assuming the panel of loosely described experts have to try and work out who the singer is. It's sort of interesting, but I'm trying not to get too into it, because I prefer watching... I think there's an American version, and that's actually quite nice, where they have sort of... The costumes are fantastic. I don't think ours are as good as theirs. But it's a good thing, actually. It might sort of serve us well for the future when we run out of putting people on Strictly. Because, that really has run its course, hasn't it? And the Dancing on Ice programme, I'm not surprised they axed it a few years ago. They've now had to scrape the barrel to say that Arj could be going into it. What on earth what? But the trouble is, he has to keep his nose clean, which, of course, he finds very difficult, as you can imagine. Leicester makes the front of all the papers today. The first local lockdown spot after a surge of new coronavirus cases. Number 10 have said we recommend people stay at home. I bet they're thrilled. And... Eamon Holmes he's obviously flogging a podcast. Every time you get something in the paper and it goes, Eamon Holmes said, and you think, oh, it'll be on a podcast. Scarlett Moffat, another balmy mad one, who's obviously coming up with the most stupid thing she could ever come up with in the hope that people will listen to a dreary podcast. But not. Still to come, restaurants doom means job disaster. And, I see as well, this restructuring of the restaurant, which I think owns Frankie and Benny's, they're going to close all their branches, but the restructuring will also affect the group's Garfunkel's and Coast to Coast chains. Because people can't... You need to fill these places up, as we've discovered. And if you don't fill them up, you don't get the people in, and you can't pay the wages. It's ridiculous. Dolly says, if the girls allowed ever get back together, I shall pick up my skirts and run for the nearest exit. You and me together. I shall be fighting you for the exit. First one through there. Depends how high you can lift up your skirts and run down the hill. I don't think we want them back again, do we? I don't think so. Did the Stones fall out of the Eagles, says Dave? I don't know, actually. I can't remember the Stones. They're still going, I know that, at the old age of whatever it is. It runs into hundreds and hundreds of years. 7, which is... Actually, I'm just getting quite panicky. I was just looking, actually. Normally on my telephone, I get a little thing saying, your car's on the way. So far, nothing. There's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Perhaps they're doing it later. Anyway, every year, as you know, on LBC, we raise an awful lot of money for Make Some Noise. One of the ways we make money for the charity is by getting together in a theatre. Now, as you've already heard on the programme, theatres are not... for us at the moment, because we can't share stories and we can't all sit in there. So a get-together is not on the cards. But then they thought of something else. We're going to have the very first online show, an afternoon with Steve Allen. And you can join me, provided you have a laptop, a phone, an iPad, or whatever. And you make a voluntary donation. I'll tell you how to do that in 1 second. And this is for 3 p.m, on the 16th of August. 3 p.m. on the 16th of August. The ticket is a tenner, which is a lot cheaper than the actual theatre tickets. And all the money goes to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. So all you have to do is to get hold of a ticket. You text Steve 10. Steve 10, capital letters, Steve 10, all one word with no spaces, and you send it to 84850, Steve 10, and send it to 84850. The voluntary donation of every text goes straight to Global's Make Some Noise. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. Terms and conditions at lbc.co.uk. You will get a text back which says, thank you for registering. And then on the 16th of August, you might get a bit panicky between now and then, you will be sent a message to tell you how to join. And it will be unique to you. And then at 3 p.m, we go sparkly, and we're all there. So if you want to be with us, and we'd love to, I can guarantee you a front row seat. I've got a few left. Text Steve 10 with no gap, capital letters, STEVE, and then the number 10, no gap, and send it to 84850. And look forward to seeing you there on the day. It's a first. We've never done anything like this before. I'm entering into a world with some trepidation. Not a huge amount of trepidation, but a little bit, actually. Steve is a surgeon who's just finished a 12-hour case. I can assure you, you get used to the masks. Oh, see, I don't have a problem with the mask. I can wear it. It's sort of keeping it on. I've had a few of them where the string is broken at the side, which is terribly annoying. Terribly annoying. Another one that says, could you wish my sister June a happy birthday today? She's had a pretty rough time over the years, and you'd make her day. She said to me, listen to you on LBC a few years ago, and I've been listening ever since. There you go, Di, and your sister gets a mention for her birthday. So it's June's birthday, and if you're celebrating your birthday today, I wish you many happy returns of the day. Front pages, the return of Plain Jane Superbrain. It's a moving real-life story behind a star's absence from Neighbours. Not just any old absence, 31 years. Leicester, the coronavirus blow, the first local lockdown. Schools, non-essential shops shut again in Leicester after the spike in cases. The Daily Star. What's that, Sooty? Matthew Corbett fought off COVID. He doesn't own Sooty at the moment. He sold Sooty on many, many years ago. Ricky Gervais says the world would be better if we had no humans. And the picture on the front of Aj Cutler formerly of the Wurzels, and they've not defaced his statue. They've just put some googly eyes, sparking fan fury, which is probably the effect that the people who did it wanted to have. Is it all, according to the Daily Mail, they say, is it ever acceptable for a man to dodge the chores for 23 years? Tony Blair says he's never done washing up, he's never driven, never done anything, actually, which is a bit surprising. Leicester, again, the story there, Kate's fashion Zoom boom. It's amazing, actually. I mean, at least she's not wearing Victoria's stuff, which is way too expensive. The Guardian today, first Churchill, now Roosevelt Johnson, promises the UK a new deal. The Sun, Leicester, the first local lockdown. And the Times, shops close again as Leicester is hit by the first local lockdown. I bet they're thrilled, aren't they? 1 minute they're open, the next minute, nothing. And that's the Eye as well. Shops are closed in Leicester lockdown. So non-essential shops will not be allowed to open today, while local schools will close for most pupils on Thursday. The Prime Minister sets out a £5 billion spending spree on health, education and infrastructure in an effort to boost the British economy. Daily Telegraph, here's a man here. This is a council worker carrying rubbish from a coronavirus testing centre in Leicester. Britain's air bridges hit by the Greek flight ban. Also, the Treasury is to borrow another $50 billion in August as it races ahead to fight the coronavirus pandemic and plug a collapse in tax revenues. They're going to bring MOTs back at the end of August. So they'll be back in at the end of August, because some people have been waiting for ages for them to open. Daily Express, Prue says, my upper crust accent grates on me. She's always got a nice smile on her face, which we like. And TV's Rachel Riley is counting her blessings. They were doing a thing the other day. It was sort of 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown. But they spent about a good 15 minutes introducing her to the people on the panel who've been on the panel for ages. Ages and ages and ages. Wimbledon will be worth the wait, says Kate, the Duchess of Cambridge. It will for those people who absolutely love it. And vitamin D is no cure. They're saying... This is Public Health England, but it is still required. Plus, you'll see a couple waving guns at peaceful protesters. This is in St Louis. Mark and Patricia McCloskey aimed demonstrators on Sunday evenings. They passed through their gated Missouri community. They're lawyers, actually. They do this, the ambulance kind of things. They've got a beautiful house. It's beautiful, but they saw all these people coming towards them. They thought, uh-oh, trouble ahead. So they produced guns and started waving them around. A former policeman nicknamed the Golden State Killer has admitted 13 murders and dozens of rapes in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. Joseph DeAngelo had faced lethal injection if found guilty of the horrific crimes which began in the 1970s, but because he admitted to them, you don't get the death penalty. It's like, you will be able to pass go and you will get your £200. Whether that works everywhere else, I've got no idea. Steve, I'm not panicking. Now, I've told you already, and I'm not telling you again, because either you're not listening properly, Nick. They go out starting tomorrow. So tomorrow, but there's more than 6,500 of them to go out. So they start going out. We told you that every single time. There you go. Now you've been told, and you don't need to panic. Okay? It's much easier. Much easier now. You don't need to worry about all of these sort of things. Somebody else telling me about the mask. See, John Warrington was complaining about not wearing the mask. He wears it, but he doesn't. He can't breathe with the blooming thing. We've got a thing downstairs, actually, which I keep trying to use every day, but I can't quite work it out. And it tells you your temperature as you walk in. It's on a post, and it's got a sort of... I've got my thing through. Got my thing through. Oh, hallelujah. And you look at this machine, and it tells you your temperature. Well, how does it do that? How does that work? That is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So I'm very impressed. I might do it on the way out, actually, and sort of find out if I can do it. 'Cause I've never managed it. Never managed it yet at all. But, I will. That's just about it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. It's been a good Tuesday, hasn't it? The weather's mixed again today. We're going to start off, I think we're going to have a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of showers, a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. And that's going to go, I think, for the next few weeks. Which, of course, it's the wind bit that I don't like. Because if you've got hanging baskets that you're looking after, they've only got to swing backwards and forwards. It seems to dry them out incredibly quickly. EasyJet, Harvey's, and a few other companies as well announcing cutbacks. Yesterday I told you about Byron, and I told you about, what was the other one? The, what? Frankie and Benny's, that's right. I can never remember it because there used to be a film, I think, called Frankie and Johnny. Wasn't there? Or something, I don't know. But, I don't know if it was a mafia film or not, I can't remember. But I always get confused, and I started remembering I'd been in Frankie and Benny's, because there's one at the end of the Strand, just before you turn right to go over Waterloo Bridge. There's one on the left-hand side there. But I always think they cater for tourists. It's the same group, apparently, as Garfunkel's. Same sort of setup. It looks like flashy. They've all got flashing lights saying, breakfast $7.95 or whatever it happens to be. And so that's not good news. And the other ones as well. I mean, I say we're all over the place here. All over the place with the amount of companies that are announcing huge redundancies. And, when you get EasyJet and Harvey's and all these other places in there, you suddenly realise that this is a bigger nightmare than we'd ever encountered ever before. Although somebody was saying, I'll be glad when it's over. And I said, well, I don't think it's going to be over just yet. I really don't. I think it's going to be back with us. And already in Leicester, as one of the papers so politely put it, the bog roll bandits are back. Because people have started stockpiling toilet rolls again. I mean, this is so stupid. But there again, if you can't stop a place like Leicester going under with sort of... I mean, even the other day, I told you, Tom Swarbrick spoke to somebody, an old man, who said that there was a party going on next door, 40 people. And you think to yourself, you're going to regret this, I'm telling you. But you can't tell people because they think they know. And so, if all of a sudden Leicester, because we have loads of toilet rolls down south, as you can well imagine, and, if in Leicester they don't have them, that's your problem. That is your problem. You can be sensible and have stuff for everybody, or you can be really stupid and start stockpiling. I think they might have to introduce in Leicester, it's a case of 1 pack of toilet rolls, per person or per family or however. I don't know how it works, actually. But it's a shame, whatever it is. Also, Celebrity Gogglebox, who do you like, who do you not like? And what was the other one? Oh, yes, the family who claim they saw a UFO. Always a bit peculiar. Caprice out with her photographer friend. You can always tell when it's a stage thing. She's got a face caked in makeup, and she's standing there by the side of the road with her boobs hanging out. I mean, seriously, such tacky pictures. Roasting in 40 degrees C will be normal by the end of the century. And Lady Colin Campbell, I don't think she's a lady, actually, having seen her behaviour on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It, what a foul-mouthed old bag she is. I don't want to talk to you, I don't want to talk to you, she's going. She was so rude to people. In fact, Tony Hadley said to her, you're just a rude old woman, aren't you? And, of course, that's exactly what she is, a very, very rude old woman. But, and then Philip Schofield was interviewing her with Holly Willoughby, and she's so ignorant. She thinks that she knows best. There she is, just an old bed and breakfast woman. She's no better than 4 in a bed. She's exactly the same. She thinks she's better. You've never met a lady before, she said. Well, you're no lady, somebody told her. Duncan Bannatyne, because she was condemning the working classes. Because she obviously thinks she's not. Whereas she is. She has to work for a living. She doesn't have any trust funds or anything because she's got no manners. But she says Philip Schofield tried to push her over at a television award. How fantastic. Oops, whoop, tripped you up. There you go. Oh, she said, to make me look stupid. And I thought, well, you don't need Philip Schofield to help you look stupid. You really don't. Well, of course, the stories abounding in the papers about Harry and Meghan and, what they're going to be doing, what they're not going to be doing. I mean, I don't care. But they're obsessed in the newspapers with lip readers. And so they can hear what you can't hear because they can watch somebody's lips moving. So they brought one in the other day at Harry and Meghan's, was it Harry and Meghan? Or it might have been William's wedding. And the Queen comes outside of the church, and they're all standing there with the royal. Everybody looks immaculate, and it was all very lovely. And William's a bit like Eager Beaver, and the Queen apparently says to whoever she said it to, she said, it went very well actually, but the carriage is too big. They should have had the smaller carriage. And you think, what an interesting conversation. The Queen's go, they should have had the smaller carriage. And then they also managed to lip read what William was saying to Kate, like, you look really happy and all this. I thought that's really nice, isn't it? Harry and Meghan's one wasn't so exciting. Also, Heinz, I thought it was April the 1st. They brought out some ice cream, all your favourite flavours. Salad cream, tomato ketchup, in an ice cream flavour. I don't really think that's good. I don't know, actually. Heston Blumenthal did ice cream in different... He did snail ice cream, didn't he? I didn't really want to try that. I'm a bit funny about things like that. Although I met somebody earlier on who said, when I was younger, He said, I used to eat a curry. He said, and then when you were sort of full, he said, if you ate it very, very quickly, it doesn't count in your stomach. And I said, no, it does count, definitely. It definitely counts. He said, but if you eat it really quickly, your stomach doesn't know. I thought, well, of course it knows. It's your stomach. It's there in front of it. It's not detachable. It doesn't wander off on holiday or something like that. It's there all the time. And so if you eat and if you really shovel your food down like there's no end in sight, or you're going to run out of it. Because that's why people eat. My mother used to say, slow down. You know, at least chew and savour the food. I said, Mum, it's cornflakes. You know, and you'd have to sort of explain it. But she said, you're eating too quickly, because you'd finish and then you'd sort of sit back and then you'd go, can I leave the table, please? You used to have to say that in the early day. Perhaps I came from a different generation. Please, can I leave the table? And your mother would say, or my dad would say, actually, he said, no, your mother's still eating. You'll wait. We didn't want the family to start disintegrating around the table. But nowadays, very rare to get the family to sit down at all. Very difficult. You know, I mean, when was the last time? Come on, put your hand up. Put your hand down. We haven't started. You know, if you actually managed to get a sit down with your family once a week. We did on Sunday lunch was when we all had, you know, because my father was out at work, so he couldn't be there for our lunches during the week. But Sunday, it would be a roast. Most of the time, I think it was roast beef, because we did like roast beef, Yorkshire puddings and roast potatoes, and every week, yes. Yeah, every week. Yeah, we had, because a different generation. Different generation. There weren't the things. I mean, nobody had computers, so it wasn't a case of, oh, I'm halfway through Snapchat or whatever it is, you know, or I'm sort of in the middle of sort of Dungeons and Dragons. We didn't have anything like that. So the only thing that you could do after you'd finished eating is go out on your bicycle. And that was it. You know, and we never had a new bike. It was a second-hand bike. We couldn't afford a new bike. New bikes were quite posh. And so we had second-hand bikes, which my dad would have picked up from the newspapers and tarted them up, painted them, spray painted, done everything. So you got a bicycle for your birthday, but we didn't have anything. It's not like nowadays you eat and people eat in front of the television. You know, so they eat, and got it all on their lap. One of those sort of tray things, which has got it all on there. Or an airline food tray, which has got one of the metal press trays out with lots of different things in each compartment, which is quite nice. But in those days, we didn't. You know, at the end of Sunday lunch, we would probably go and play in the garden, where my dad would sit down and have my mother would clear the table. No, I tell her, my dad would clear the table. My mum would do the washing up. Didn't have a washer thing, didn't have one of those dishwashers, so she would do the washing up. She'd clean everything, and then she'd make a cup of tea. My dad would sit down and read the paper. And that would be it. Do we have chores? Not really, no. I mean, I think occasionally we would do the washing up, but we used to fight for it. You know, who wants to do the washing up, who wants to do the drying, which is good. Or you could clean the car. We used to have to clean our own shoes. If we were going to school, you'd clean your shoes on sort of Sunday, so that come Monday morning you had clean shoes. My mother couldn't bear to see somebody going out without clean shoes. And so we had a box which had all the sort of the shoe polishing and everything else, and little brushes and dusters and everything else, because my dad being in the forces, he had to have a shine on his shoes like you've never seen before. So they used to melt the polish, used to melt it with a lighter and then pour it over, and then so anybody who was in the forces will know exactly what I'm talking about. But people nowadays, they don't bother clean their shoes because they don't have shoes that are cleaned. We had plimsolls. You used to get whitener, a tube of this whiteness stuff, and you'd put it on there so you could make your trainers, well, they weren't trainers, they were plimsolls, look better. But nowadays, you either have brown shoes or you have black shoes, and that's it. So you buy, nowadays, you don't really buy polish, do you? You just buy one of those things that looks like it's got oil in it, and you just rub it over and it gives you an instant shine. That's all it is. I remember being told off once. We did a live show, and somebody said, I came to see Steve Allen's live... They wrote to the management. I came to see Steve Allen's live show the other day, and I noticed his shoes were dirty. And you think, oh, my God, that's like being mentally undressed. Have you ever been mentally undressed? It's lovely. It's lovely when they tell you, they say, I mentally undressed you, and I go, how was it? And they go, I cried. And I go, thanks. That's how bad it is. Steve, I still had to ask to leave the table when I was 18. Sunday lunch? Nowadays, forget it. Family values. Yes. Stephen, I've just come back, says Shane, from Coles supermarket. The toilet roll aisle is nearly empty. This is in Australia, by the way. He says, I can't understand. Melbourne's a hotspot for the virus at the moment, not Sydney. Bizarre, isn't it? Anthony says, I suffered bad depression. You cheered me up and gave me something to look forward to. Listen, there's always something to look forward to. always, even when you think you've got the crappiest day ahead of you, there's always something to look forward to. Yesterday, I had most awful pains. Awful pains. I had them throughout the entire programme yesterday, but, I mean, you know, being a brave little soldier, I decided not to inflict my woes on you, but I really went home thinking I'm going to breathe my last any minute. And I think it was the bread. Because if you remember, the day before, I'd eaten like half a loaf of bread with peanut butter on it. So the bread was bad, the butter was bad, and the peanut butter was even worse. But, you know, comme ci, comme ça. So actually, I did get a bit better the other day, which is good. Steve, my M&S underpants have a St. Michael label in them. The original and the best, says Jason. Yeah, but how often do you change them? See, I must be the only one who goes in and buys, like, a bag full of underwear. I went to Marks & Spencer in Kingston the other day, and I bought 10... In fact, I cleaned them out, as they say, of pants. Of the ones I wanted. I know, it's ridiculous. And you go there, and there's the same... He always says the same. Oh, decided to buy some new pants. And I wanted to say to him, mind your own business. You know. Or, you know, I change them every day. And it's lovely. Steve, my friend is a hairdresser and is getting ready to go back to work. She told me the guidelines say you can't have a dry cut, as COVID can live in the hair and you have to have it washed. Do you have to have your hair washed if you can have it cut? There's no point in washing my hair. There's no hair to wash. What's the point of that? I mean, for Corey it'd be different, and for Luke. Well, not so much Luke. I don't think he does anything with his. It would take the Amazon River. I mean, put it this way, you know, we'd have to dip him in the Thames. Like one of those bungee jumps. Just push him off Waterloo Bridge. You go down, you go under the water and back out again, you know. The very idea that Corey comes out of the water absolutely dripping, of course, appeals to me greatly. So, I did also read something about you've got to have your hair washed, but that's going to take... seriously, there's no point. You might as well just... What we do is we have a spray thing, like sort of a thing that you spray on your face to cool you down, and you spray that, because when you've got short hair like mine, what's the point of washing it? It's not worth it. It's not going to be, you know, blimey, if I've got the virus, I've got the virus. You know, that's just one of those things. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I hope you're well this morning. I've got some nice stories, got some even nicer stories, got some happy stories, got some sad stories, and we got your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Look, this is the nearest thing I've got to a time check, because it's just gone quarter. Pinching a punch for the first day of the month. Whoopee! It's that bloke on the radio again. It's that one that makes us smile, but we don't know why. It's a bit like having wind and not really having a kite. You know, so you've kind of got the symptoms, but it doesn't go anywhere. Put that on the posters. Yes, Steve Allen, it's like having wind. It's like a radio presenter, but different. You can have so much fun with it, can't you? Holly and Phil are under fire because, well, they're not really. This is from Colin Campbell. Although I don't know if she has a female name. I'm assuming she must have done. But a deeply unpleasant person. The older she gets, the more bitter and crotchety she becomes, but not even very clever. Steve, says Neil, in Windmill Hill. I've never heard of Windmill Hill. Sounds nice. I can't eat white bread. I get terrible pains. Well, well, yes, that's what I got. I did get terrible chest pains. I remember thinking, what the dickens is that about? We don't like things like that. Steve, do you wear the super soft M&S pants? I don't know what super soft is. I mean, they're just pants. I mean, they're not made out of corrugated iron, if that's what you mean. You know, you've got to have pants you feel comfy in, which is okay. Steve, back in the 70s, it was normal for mum to be cooking, dad reading the paper, and the kids doing chores for their pocket money. Is it still true nowadays? Not a chance, says Ron. No, it's not. Kids don't do chores. You imagine, you finish eating and you go, OK, would you like to go outside and clean the car? Sorry? Would you like to clean the car? Clean the car? We not only had to clean the car, we had to clean our bikes. You'd be out there with a bucket of water and a sponge cleaning your bike. And it wasn't just cleaning the bike frame, it was in between the spokes on the wheel. You had to get in there with a bit of Duraglit, and so your bike was really clean and shiny. That was instilled in us. I mean, I wouldn't do it nowadays. I'd pay somebody to do it. But, I mean, in the early days, you had to do... What are you walking backwards and forwards? What's the matter? What are you walking backwards and forwards for? Well, sit down. Goodness sake, honestly. We're not doing exercise at this time. David Dom is desperate for a haircut. He's got to wait till the 8th. And his isn't half as long as yours, but he's got an Alice band on today, because he said if it flops down, it goes in front of his eyes. I said, do you want to see Corey's hair? It's been like that for weeks, months. But he's got to wait till the 8th to have his done, whereas I'm getting mine done Saturday. Yeah! 8 o'clock, yeah! Can't wait. I can't wait. Steve, could you sort me out a date with Kelly Brook? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Even though she will be waking up very shortly and coming into the building today. It's cold, Kelly. It's cold out there. It's very cold this morning. It is. It's autumnal. Steve, every time I eat more than 2 slices of sliced bread, it wrecks me for about 6 hours. I know, and that's so I've definitely got to stay because I think it's not great bread, is it? I think if I want good bread, I've got to get artisan bread, and that's the only one. But oh dear, the pains yesterday was terrible. Steve, somebody else saying I had to leave the asked to leave the table, but didn't. The parents, sometimes kids are, especially if they're young, people don't want to sit at the table and they become very irritating, don't they? Because they polish their food off very, very quickly. So, it's one of those sort of things, isn't it? Anyway, what else we got today? Caprice, we mentioned her, haven't we? Also, pupils can sit exams, but they might be a bit sooner than they imagine. And angry Leicester residents say it's a ticking time bomb. It is. It's of your own making. Nobody's made it for you. You've made it yourself by totally ignoring the self-isolating, the distancing, the wearing of masks and everything else. And you heard people talking to Darren about wearing of the masks. And I remember thinking, if I see somebody, I glare at them. But the trouble is, if you're wearing a mask yourself, it doesn't really work. Because you have to convey it all in your eyes, which still doesn't work, because unless you see the mouth at the same time. So I've given up on things like that. Also, your favourite films to watch again and again and again. Some of them I've got no idea. Die Hard. What's that? Who's in that? Is that Mel Gibson or somebody like that? Or something? I don't know. I've never seen Die Hard. The Wizard of Oz. I don't want to watch that. Die Hard is with, Bruce Willis, Alan Rickman, Samuel L. Jackson, and loads of other people. Not my sort. It's a 1988 film. And apparently directed by John McTiernan and written by Jeb Stewart. It's a Christmas film. It's not. Is it? It's filmed it looks like he's holding a gun in his hand. What sort of Christmas is that? Christmas where we blow your brains out. I don't like violent films. I'm really not into violent films at all, but I sort of look at all these things. So it's a Christmas film. My friend Ian would know about that. But his family had a roast dinner every Sunday. He said, I loved it. My dad still goes to my sister's house since my mum died every Sunday for the same meal. It's one of those things I miss from the UK. Yeah, it was something nice, wasn't it? I remember my brother was drinking wine long before I was. So we'd sit down for Sunday lunch at the dining room table. We had a separate dining room. And we would have that. And so my father would have a bottle of German wine. I used to drink German wine because that was the only wine that we had, and I didn't know you could go and buy it in shops. I thought we trod the grapes. And it's a case of, what would you like, Stephen? I used to have a fizzy drink. My brother would have wine with the meal, but I would only... It's funny now, it's a complete role reversal. Now I drink, and he sort of has the fizzy drinks and everything. Well, that's what he tells me. I don't believe a word of it. You know what people are like. But nobody sits down with the family. You don't see the family. The kids move away from home. And once they've moved away from home, you don't travel back there, do you? I mean, I'm still trying to work out what's going to be happening at Christmas. Steve, kids do not do chores. It's against their human rights. I remember that, thank you for a lovely meal, please may I get down. And it was always refused. Always refused. So I then started eating a bit slower, but to be honest with you, it used to get cold. And once you've got cold Brussels sprouts on the plate, it doesn't work the same, does it? Apparently the first 2 Die Hard movies are set at Christmas, says Ian. But are they festive, or is it just blow your brains out in the shape of a Christmas tree? You know, I mean, I just don't... Die Hard doesn't exactly sound like ho, ho, ho festive, does it? You don't think, oh, Die Hard. Oh, that's a real Christmas one, isn't it? I never think about things like that. But this list of films, I'll read it to you because it's a little bit later. And then we can go through them together, because I've got films that I do watch time and time again, and I'm quite happy with them. So Christmas films, obviously. And what's the other films I watch? I watch The Amazing Mr. Blunden. I watch Billy Elliot, the live show. Steel Magnolias. I've got certain films that I just put on. What was the other one? Genevieve. You ever seen Genevieve? That's a nice little British film. About the London to Brighton car race between 2 families. That's very good. Actually filmed in London and in Brighton. So it looks very authentic. But I like it. I like things like that. Rosie says, I can't eat normal bread as I have celiac disease and end up in an awful state. Any gluten makes me unwell, so I spend ages checking labels when I shop. Wow. I know. One of my brother's girls used to go out with a boy who was celiac. And I didn't know very much about it, actually. But I think that's what, restaurants have to be able to cater for people who are sort of, is it gluten intolerant or something like that? So Ian says, I have a die-hard Christmas sweater that says, now I have a machine gun, ho, 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 on it. Because that's what Bruce Willis's character says. I have a machine gun, ho, ho, ho. That's not festive, is it? Festive is Father Christmas, coming in over the treetops with a sleigh. Not with a blooming machine gun hidden under his red robe. Look, here go the elves. And the elves, we managed to get 3 there. That's a coconut. There you go. You have the coconut. Managed to get 3 elves. 2 of them are now lame. That's not a very festive thing at all, is it? He says they have festive elements. First one is set at a Christmas party. Both end when Let It Snow plays during the credits. Let It Snow with the Blood, I think. Definitely not for me. I like something that's festive. I like something that's got snow. I like something that looks as though it's festive, really. It has to be. It has to be very festive. Steve, says Mike, who's obviously got completely the wrong end of the stick here. He says, I don't understand why you're travelling from Twickenham to Costco Watford to mingle with other people just to buy bottled water. I don't know where you got that from. I don't know where you got that one from. I've never travelled from Twickenham to Costco Watford to buy bottled water. Why would I do that? I've got one down the road from me at Sunbury. It's less than a mile away. And I've got another one over in Southall and another one at Farnham. What you're obviously confusing, Mike, and I can understand how easy it must be to be confused in these times, is that I used to go and drop a friend of mine off who lives in Watford. And we used to go to the Costco there. In fact, I've been there quite a few times, but now they're open all over the place. I wouldn't drive all the way to Watford to buy bottled water. That would be silly. Because I did buy bottled water yesterday. Where did I get it from? Iceland. 12 bottles for £2, which is great. That suits me fine. I keep it in the fridge so it's nicely chilled, and I'm very happy with it. What did I buy yesterday? I can't remember what I had for tea yesterday. I keep sort of running out of ideas of things to do. I keep looking at the quarter of crispy duck in Marks and Spencer. I keep thinking, no, don't have it. That's not going to be very good for you at all, is it? Do you like this Happy Breed? Yes. Yeah. I'm more an old film kind of person. I've just bought, believe it or not, Simon & Garfunkel in Central Park, which dates back quite a number of years. And I've also bought Goodbye Mr. Chips with Martin Clunes in it. I've got all the other versions. That was the only one I didn't have. So I bought that because I like watching that. I like the original. The original I thought was fantastic, and I love the music and just the whole thing. And I'd love to go round. My friend Diane Burstein, who's a Blue Badge guide in London, she likes looking at all the sites in London which they've used for filming. I mean, I really wanted to go to Salzburg years ago to see where they'd done the filming for The Sound of Music. But then when I bought the film, well, actually I got given the film by Julie Andrews, my close best friend in the whole wide world, constantly phoning me. Wait a minute. It's another name I've dropped. Be another 20 before the end of the programme. And I wanted to go there where they sort of jumped up the steps. Do, so, la, fa, mi, do, re. And that I wanted to see. And then I wanted to also cut down somebody's curtains and make them into a pair of knickerbockers for myself so I could go cycling along the banks of the Danube. All of that sort of thing. I want to go see the house. I want to do everything. Because I bought into it. But I've been going to Austria for a long time, so I know the scenery and I know the place. It's beautiful. Just the food's rubbish. And no, seriously, if you like sausages, you're all right. If you don't like sausages, you've had it. Everything is steeped in oil. You know, trying to find a dry salad, you might as well ask for the Pope to come and bless you. It's really very difficult. And if you go to the Prater, they have a Schweitzer house there, and it's knuckles of pork. And it's brought over by, it's always buxom women, you know, clutching about sort of 12 pints in front of them, so their breasts disappear completely. And too much information. Anyway, you go there and you order a piece of pork, and they just bring you the size, and then you pay for the wage. Great stuff. Anyway, LBC News Time, 4 pages. I ran through the newsroom. They noticed. As I ran through, because I was like sort of Roger Black. I was like, shoo, like that. And then I walked on the way back. And they went, why are you not running on the way back? I said, I don't have a heart attack. And then we decided it would be quite fun, actually, to have a heart attack on air, just to see how they'd cope next door. Stuck in Sri Lanka, Steve, due to COVID-19, but enjoying every minute of the show, says Kumar. Thank you very much. Oh, we got a poem for you today. Oh, Lord. This one's a revelation. You wait till you get to it. Colin says, where can I purchase the peanut butter with maple syrup you spoke about? You can get it from Amazon. You get it from Amazon. I bought six. It's called... Oh, I can't remember. What's it? Do you remember what the peanut butter was called? Is it Pip? It's Pip and something. Pip Nuts? No, it's Pips... I can't remember. Pip something. We'll find it. I don't think it's Pip Nuts. Why would you think it's Pip Nuts? Wait a minute. So... you'll find it in Holland and Barrett. There it is. Pip and Nut. Thank you. No, it says Pip and Nut. OK, and this is crunchy maple peanut butter. Now, they're selling it for $2.29 in Holland and Barrett, but you can also order it on Amazon. As I say, you can get 6, and it's a plastic. It's very nice. Did you try it yesterday? Yeah. Did you? Just the one loaf. Good. Don't want to overdo it, do we? So now you know, Colin, that's where you get it from. Holland and Barrett, or you can get it online. Lady Campbell, she's not a lady, she really isn't, with her disgusting foul mouth, is a real character. The rudeness is an act. I think not. She was really quite disgusting in the jungle. We think her name's Georgia. And she had a bad start in life. No excuse. Loads of people had bad starts in life. And, see, best Christmas film, Miracle on 34th Street, the original one. Yes, the original one, where Kris Kringle turns it all around. I just liked it when they opened up the court and goes, you know, we believe, everybody believes in Father Christmas. Because we do, don't we? Don't we? No, just me again. Shane says, I remember as a kid at the dinner table, if I didn't eat my vegetables, I get the people in Africa story. Yes, we used to get that all the time. My mother used to say, there's people starving in other countries. And I said, well, send it to them. When we have dinner, Steve, my wife, Sally, has this annoying habit of watching television during our meal. We're both still working. Sally's a sister at Doncaster Royal Infirmary. She's always glued to the television. And I made the mistake of having a TV installed in the kitchen. It's all doom and gloom being broadcast. At least your show's sensible, says Rob, who is from Hatfield, but obviously in Doncaster at the moment. Yes, I mean, we'd never have a kitchen with a television in it. It was the radio. It was never... The television didn't go on in the morning. In fact, I don't think we used the sitting room at all. It was the kitchen. You came down and you went to the sitting room. But I told you a few weeks back, I can still remember coming downstairs on Christmas morning early. It was always ridiculously early, and the tree would be lit, and it was lovely. It was really pretty. Angel hair all over it. Do you remember angel hair? It's like sort of, you probably can't get it at the moment. It's, you sort of stretch it out. I don't know how to describe it. It looks like very, very thin cotton wool, and over the lights would shine through it. It was quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. You probably can't get it. Steve, looking forward to the poem. How about you and Corey reading a line or two? How about you burying your head in the sand? No chance. The poem this morning. Do you know what the poem is this morning, Twinkle? You know what it is? Yeah. It's a fairly lengthy poem, isn't it? Yes. I'm not sure about the line, gun in her knickers, was particularly popular. Oh, you didn't get that far, did you? No, I did. I don't know why he picked it, but the moment I mentioned it, he laughed. I thought, oh, here we go. Now we've discovered his level of entertainment. It's fairly low down the scale. And to find out why there would be a gun in her knickers, you'll have to listen at about 5:05 this morning, because that's our poem of the day. As I say, this is the programme that tries to forget about all the horrible things going on in the world and tries to sort of give you a little bit of light relief, and God knows we need it at the moment. If you live in Leicester, and already they're going into panic. And so people are going to start panic buying. There is no shortage of anything, OK? No shortage of anything at all. Listening from Barley, Steve, and second-hand bikes, shoes and washing up, all part of my growing up. We never had second-hand shoes. That's like having a second-hand toothbrush, isn't it? You can't share a toothbrush, but never second-hand shoes. Washing up, though, is considered quite normal. You get the kids now, they wouldn't even know one end of the washing up bowl from the other if you didn't have a dishwasher, and we didn't have a dishwasher. We didn't have any money for things like that. Let's face it, we had a fridge. But at least it was a tall fridge. Freezer bit in the bottom and then the fridge at the top, which I quite like. I've always wanted one. I've never had enough room to put something like that in. Steve, all the Christmas movies will be out soon because it's Christmas in July. Christmas in July. Oh, do you know, the way we're going, actually, it might as well be. Do you love a movie about Pimlico? My friend Stephen in LA, says Ian, told me he watched it because you said it was great. Now, is this Passport to Pimlico, which has got Margaret Rutherford in it, and it's an Ealing comedy, Passport to Pimlico. So, I hope that's the one. I mean, anybody else remember any other films about Pimlico that we must have spoken about on the programme? Passport to Pimlico is where they think that they found an old document that makes it, they are Burgundians, and they lived in Pimlico, and all of a sudden the government sort of sealed it all off so people would go past and throw them food parcels in and everything else. But then they suddenly realised that they couldn't get anything else in there. They were supposed to be self-sufficient. So for the first couple of nights, they were in the pubs, woo, and all that kind of stuff. And then they suddenly realised this is the harsh reality. The people were coming in to sell wares, but they were all the crooks. All the criminals were going in. So it doesn't change, does it? Nothing changes at all. There was a gang that they caught the other day. It was one of these, it must have been quite an old programme, actually, as indeed most of them seem to be on the television. And it was about a criminal gang in wherever it was. And they were doing drugs. They were selling drugs. In fact, they were very lucrative to selling drugs. And the police decided, it was in Welsh Wales, the police decided they were going to close down this family and their supply of drugs. And they did. And I think they went to prison, this whole gang, about 20 of them, for about 128 years. That'll teach them. They had all these designer watches, clothes. It was all stored at their parents' place. Stuff stored at the parents' place. So the police raided there, then they raided somewhere abroad. Yeah, Passport to Pimlico it was. Great film. You know who's in it? You know who's in every British film? There is one actor who appeared in practically every British film. He'd pop up as all sorts. You go, no. His name's Sam Kidd. See, you don't know who he is, but he popped up in... You're too young. But he popped up in every film, every British film. Sam Kidd, fantastic. And he's in Passport to Pimlico. In fact, every time you'd watch the movie, and you go, there's Sam Kidd again. He was one of those actors who just kept working. Somebody said, do you ever take a break? I just took one a minute ago. What are you on about? We just took a 3.5-minute break. That's how popular we are. Steve, looking forward to Steve Allen Live, says Ailsa. Yes, well, me too, because some people have suggested, rather rudely, that the programme is pre-recorded. I swear to God it's live. We're only doing live. So, I told Stephen I hadn't heard you talk about that one, but it's Passport to Pimlico, says Ela. I suggested he watch The Day They Gave the Babies Away. Oh, that was so sad. That was so sad. Have you ever heard of that one? Oh, that's very sad. That's a real weepy one. Of a family who go to America to make it big, and they go out into the Wild West, and it's mum and dad, and dad dies, and there's quite a number of children. I mean, there might be 6 or 7 children, and so the oldest son has to then take on the role of his father, and he has to go and try and earn a living so that they can make ends meet. And anyway, cut a long story short, the mother contracts a serious illness and she dies. So now you've got the children living in a house. It's winter. They're struggling. They're absolutely struggling, and they suddenly realise that they cannot survive. I mean, it could be a modern day tale, this one. They cannot survive. They need to cut the family down. So the eldest boy takes the sledge out, and he takes a child out every day, and they go round the area where they live, asking people, will you please look after my sister or my brother? And some of the families didn't have family of their own, and so they all took children in. And so they then basically became adopted by them. And so that was called The Night They Gave Away the Babies. And he had to give them all away, every single one of them, so there was just him left at the end. And it's heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. It's terrible, because you get involved in these things, don't you? Passport to Pimlico, said one person. It was on TV the other day. I watched it for the first time. In terms of old films, I like the theme tune to Charade. I didn't watch The Quiet Man, never heard of it. And I've not been watching Catweasel. I was never actually a fan of Catweasel. I understood where it was coming from and all the rest of it. The bloke makes the kids wait till I've finished until they can leave the table. The more they complain or get crotchety, Steve, the slower I eat. And they both, says Tara, clean the downstairs thoroughly on a Saturday morning or no pocket money. Pocket money. Yeah, because you couldn't get it from anywhere else, could you? If you wanted to go and get sweeties, you had to wait till they gave you pocket money. I used to get, when I was little boy, 2 and 6 a week, which is 12.5 pence. And that was my pocket money. And we would all go from the school, the prep school, and we'd all walk up the road like a little mini crocodile, clutching our money. And you'd go and get it out from matron. So she'd put your name down, Stephen. Okay, you can have a shilling or something like that. And you go, thank you. And you'd trot up the road. You'd all stand outside the little tuck shop. And then you'd be allowed it. It's almost like coronavirus, because it was 2 at a time in there, because I thought you might nick things. But we didn't. We never even thought about things like that. And then you'd go through and they had shrimps and fruit salad and blackjacks and Corona and fizz bombs and flying saucers with sherbet in and stuff like that. And you would spend your money really wisely, because when you were a kid, as many of you will remember, well, some of you probably won't remember, but you did. You wanted to make your money go as far as possible. The idea was to walk out with a bag of sweeties, and in fact, the more you could sort of make the sweets last, the better it was. So you'd buy a gobstopper. Well, that could last you a month. You'd suck it, and sometimes you get down to the next layer, and then you take it out your mouth, dry it off, and save it for the next day. It's like chewing gum, isn't it? People in my class, people used to stick chewing gum under the seat. They do it in the theatres now. Some people do it in the theatres, and so when you put your legs under the seat, when you all of a sudden it's like, I can't move my leg. I'm attached to the blooming chewing gum. You don't want to touch it. It's been in somebody's mouth. Of course, now we'll have to sit there with the masks on. You won't be able to chew anything. Because it's ridiculous. I bought something the other day in Waitrose. While I was waiting for the bus, I had to pull the mask down to eat it. It must have looked ridiculous. But who cares? Morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. This is what they call the happy station. Not always happy, because there are so many stories out there which sort of don't make you feel very happy at all. Steve, I remember Sunday as a kid, Mum and Dad would have the radio on, the Clitheroe Kid. Do you remember the Clitheroe, with Jimmy Clitheroe? He was a man, but he sounded like a lad, and he wasn't very tall either. And the Clitheroe Kid was standard listening in our house, together with the Navy Lark, which was another brilliant one as well. Also the Billy Cotton Band Show. We didn't get that on a Sunday, actually. Can you put up the Clitheroe Kid? He was a very interesting person, actually, Jimmy Clitheroe. And he used to dress, really, sort of like a schoolboy. But he was a man. Popularly known, his name was James Robertson Clitheroe, better remembered for the programme The Clitheroe Kid, which started, oh God, I can't remember actually, there were 290 episodes. You should listen to it, because we grew up listening to radio, and to listen to The Clitheroe Kid was, there were 16 series, originally broadcast between 1957 and 1972. There were loads of other people on there. Rennie Houston was on, and there was also a sister, Judith Clitheroe, played in the early days, Judith Chalmers. Jimmy's father never appeared, and his absence was never addressed. Danny Ross played Alfie Hall, who sounded a bit sort of stupid. I don't know why. Tony Melody was in it. He was Mr. Higginbottom, and the father of Jimmy's pal, Ozzy. And he was always threatening to give Jimmy a good hug. It was always little scrapes he got himself into. But he was, it used to run for 30 minutes. And it was in the days when, didn't have television. In fact, I'm not even sure we had a television. We might not have done. But he died. I'm pretty certain, I don't know if it was him I was talking about. But anyway, I've lost him. Can you go down a bit so I can just find out when he died? Production, keep going. It'll be sort of the end. Keep going. At the end, Jimmy would normally deliver a short epilogue addressed to the audience, tying up the loose ends, and frequently reporting that Grandad has given him the good spanking for the trouble he caused. And then he just sort of have a goodbye thing. So he died in Blackpool in 1973. How old he was, I don't know. I really don't know. He's buried at Carlton Cemetery and Crematorium in Blackpool. But he was old, but played young. He was old but played young. 52. But it was required listening. The Navy Lark was another fantastic thing, and that's what we all grew up on. It was lovely. Billy Cotton's Band Show with Sing Something Simple. Yeah, the Billy Cotton Band Show was separate. Sing Something Simple was with the Cliff Adams Singers, directed by Cliff Adams, and they'd go, "We'll sing something simple for you, something for you," and it would just be favourite songs, because people, believe it or not, people used to go to pubs and have a sing-song. It wasn't just in the East End, you know, knees up, Mother Brown. No, it was way beyond that. People just sang songs. I can remember going to a pub in Camden called the Black Cap, and on a Sunday, you'd have a sing-along, and we all joined in. Seriously, I mean, if you look back on it, it seems like another century. But always a lovely roast, says Martin, with my dad's gravy made in the meat juices. My dad always used to have to carve. You know, will you carve? Yeah. And then we got an electric carving knife. Well, he went berserk. Absolutely berserk. Could do anything. And then winkles and brown shrimp for tea with pilchard salad. Ooh, disgusting. Then it was bath time, and then watch TV until 9, then bed for school in the morning. Wow. Steve, I used to get taken on holiday, says Louise, with the family, to some place called Obergurgel. We love to eat Käseschaum. So good. Oh, there you go. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? But it's funny, isn't it? And John says, what do you call that black and white film about a scientist going to explode an atomic bomb in London? There you go. And we always test the audience at this time of the morning. We always say to somebody, so what was this film? Black and white. Of course, it's got to be black and white because it would be old, wouldn't it? Although, actually, they did make Paper Moon with Tatum O'Neill in black and white. Did you ever see that? That's a nice little film. That's Tatum O'Neill as a young girl who was acting with her father, who was Ryan O'Neill, who used to be married to Farrah Fawcett, who then became Farrah Fawcett Majors because she married Lee Majors. And Paper Moon was lovely, and it was about a con man and his daughter going round the countryside in America, conning people into parting with money, and their favourite trick was to get the local paper, and they would find out somebody who died, say, like, you know, whoever it happened to be. It didn't matter, actually. And in the boot of their car, they had a set of Bibles. And they would have a little printing thing, and they would print to my darling, because it would always have the name of the wife of the father, or vice versa. And so, to my darling wife, like, with lots of love and all the rest of it. And they'd knock on the door of the house, and the old lady would open the door, and she'd say yes. And go, "Oh, sorry, is Mr. So-and-so here?" And she'd go, "No, sadly, he passed." And they went, "Oh, because he ordered this Bible a short while ago, and it's for his wife. Is that you? Are you Mabel?" "Yes." "Well, he ordered the deluxe edition." You think it's such a con. And so they would go, "Well, I must have it." And they would buy it for $1 or whatever it happened to be. And they went round the country running this con. Because in those days, I mean, probably people still doing it today, aren't they? In fact, there's 2 people in the newspaper, 2 people who thieved a woman's jewellery. They knocked on the door, pretended that they were raising money for something. And there were 2 of them. One went in, kept the lady talking, while the other one said, "Can I use the toilet?" They went upstairs. They've got photographs of them in the paper, so that's good news. We will find this scum. And the one upstairs robbed the lady of all her jewellery. All sentimental stuff. So it still goes on. They just sort of do it. I mean, people like that, well, you know what I think about things like that. The Black Cab was such a great venue. Paul O'Grady seemed to be in there with Julian Clary when I went. Terribly sad to see it now closed down. I think it's a coffee shop. I thought it was going to be turned into flats. Phil Vickery, morning, Philip, says, my dad loved Winkles. Oh, no. Not Winkles. He said he'd sit in his chair with a darning needle to get them out of their shells on a Sunday evening when we were kids. Because that's what you had to do, wasn't it? Isn't it snails? Don't you have to put a hook in or something to hook the snail out of the shell and then cook? Oh, and Winkles. We never had Winkles. I know a lot of pubs used to sell Winkles. There'd always be a sort of a fish stall outside. You could get... I can't remember if I've ever had them. I wouldn't have had them, no. I think it was the smell of the vinegar, I seem to remember. Isn't it funny, though, the things that your parents did, that nowadays it seems so old-fashioned. And yet at the time, it just seemed perfectly normal. When I was talking about cleaning bikes earlier on, people said, cleaning bikes? What for? It's a bicycle. You go, yeah, but our parents wanted them to look nice. We were always taught, look after things. You know, because nowadays we're in the age of disposability. Like me with plates and pants and socks and all the rest of it. But in those days, you were taught to look after something. You know, you came home from school, you took off your school uniform, hung it up, and you put your play clothes on. You certainly didn't play in your school clothes. If you came home and you'd ripped your jacket or so, oh, God knows you'd be in some trouble. Terrible. Steve, the film was called we think. We've got various ones, actually. 7 Days to Noon, or it could have been Dr. Strangelove with Peter Sellers, says Nige. So, I don't know. Steve, I think Tatum O'Neill won an Oscar for Paper Moon. And then Reggie says, I think Jimmy Clitheroe was a woman. No, definitely not. No, he was a man, grown-up man, shorter than usual, but he just played a kid. Hello, Mr. Higginbottom. You get them out. Get them out. You'll find... Actually, you will probably find them on YouTube. That's definitely the place to go. Definitely. But, no, definitely not. Don't forget Semprini Serenade, Sunday afternoon also. Semprini Serenade, honestly. Where's my shirt? That's what I hear on the Clitheroe Kid. Hated Sing Something Simple, because it meant school the next day, says Jill. Did you say in the past you really liked a film called The Amazing Mr. Blunden? Yes, absolutely. I bought so many copies of that to give to people. If so, I tried to watch it myself last week, but I didn't enjoy it. Can't imagine why you wouldn't enjoy it. I mean, it's not my fault. I didn't make it. I wasn't admittedly, they wanted me to play Mr. Blunden, you know, but I couldn't, I wasn't free, I think, on that day. I think I was doing something like cleaning the cat or something. Washing a cat. Oh, I loved it. But obviously, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it, if every single person liked every single film? You know, what would we do without Google? Fills up. Fills up. That's one of the slogans on the bag, isn't it? Fills up. We always like that. We like it. Bless you. Wait a minute. If he's up at 5 o'clock in the morning, he's got to be on this morning, hasn't he? Well, it's all going on there. You're better find out this one, Phil, because there's a rumour in the papers that the BBC are after Pip Schofield, because he started on there years ago as T-Boy, and then worked his way up through the ranks. So he was a BBC boy, and I don't think he'll ever leave ITV. They'll make it attractive for him. Here, actually, in the cast list of people who earn money, do you know that Dermot O'Dreary earns more money than Pip Schofield? How can that be? Pip Schofield's on everything. What does Dermot O'Dreary do? I don't understand that. They must have made it up or something. But it'll be interesting. There's no way that he's going to move. And also, Martin Frizzell, the editor-in-chief, he who should be obeyed, they were saying also could be considering a move. Now, whether or not this is coming up to contract renewal time, it is in the case of Pip. I think it's up next year. So now would be a good time to start seeing what sort of money could be on the table. But the BBC have had to cut back. Mind you, everybody's cutting back at the moment. It's not a good time to be asking for extra money. Thank you very much indeed. Right, we'll take a short break. News at 5 o'clock coming up very shortly. And then we've got the poem. You won't want to miss the poem this morning. It really is. It's one of those. I say, just think pistol and knickers. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, the 1st of July. I don't know what that means. Doesn't mean anything at all, does it? Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month, and no returns, and it's cold. It's definitely cold out there, and it's slightly miserable. In fact, it's autumnal weather this morning. Out in the countryside, where Mr. Vickery is, I should imagine it was blowing a bit of a hoolie the other day, wasn't it? He says, he says, I don't do gossip, I'm way down the pecking order. Yeah, just being discreet, that's all it is. Steve, what was the programme called where Judith Chalmers said, come in Cyprus? Oh, that was Two-Way Family Favourites. Two-Way Family. I don't think it was Judith Chalmers. I'm pretty certain it wasn't, but they would do link-ups around the world to RAF bases and army bases, and it was a forerunner to BFBS, I think. Two-Way Family Favourites. Cliff Mitchellmore, I think, was one of the presenters. I can't remember who the lady was, but they all used to have lovely voices. All used to have lovely voices, and they would say, Staff Sergeant Stephen Allen would like to say hello to the family back in Clitheroe with this song from Mantovani. And they would then go into this music. It was a forerunner to a request show. Only you'd write in from all the different forces bases, and you would get it. But I can't remember who. Say family favourites. Here we go. Jean Metcalf. Oh, Judith Chalmers did do it. You're quite right. Michael Aspel did it, and Chris Howland. It ran up until 1980. It was on the BBC Light programme. So it was a wartime radio show. Forces Favourites, broadcast Sunday lunchtime with BFBS until 1980. The opening theme was, with a song in my heart, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It was lovely, actually. It was really good. It was really good. I worked for BFBS for a short while. I used to do I moonlighted from here. I did a review of films with Johnny Walker. Dreadful I was. Absolutely dreadful. You know me, I mean, it's pointless asking me to review films, but it was just something to make a little bit of money. And then I used to do some stuff for COI, Central Office of Information, make little tapes for them at 25 quid a time. Honestly, how we survived, I've got no idea. We used to trek around London. It was very sad, definitely. Steve, my new Blu-ray multi-region DVD player has just arrived. They're small compared to the old ones, says Shane. $99. They are small. Even I was shocked. I ordered one a while. Steve, what can I say or do for my friend who's been diagnosed with diabetes? He's so depressed about it. Good God in heaven, why would you be depressed? At least you know what it is. You should know what it is, and it's doable. You know, with sort of tablets and medication and stuff like that. Yeah, just got to be sensible. Just got to be sensible. That's all it comes down to. Are you ready for the poem? Oh, God. It's not a small poem. Not a small poem. I don't know if I'm going to get through this one. I really don't. We don't even know who actually wrote it. It appears not to have a writer of the poem. So it could have come from anywhere. Roald Dahl? Well, I've got no idea. It doesn't say anything on here. No, you said it's Roald Dahl. It's called Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf. Okay, Little Red Riding Hood. So brace your... Put it this way, I'd lie back and take a tablet. You could still be here on Thursday. As soon as the wolf began to feel that he would like a decent meal, he went and knocked on Grandma's door. When Grandma opened it, she saw the sharp white teeth, the horrid grin, and Wolfie said, "May I come in?" Poor Grandmama was terrified. "He's going to eat me up," she cried. And she was absolutely right. He ate her up in one big bite. But Grandmama was small and tough, and Wolfie wailed, "That's not enough. I haven't yet begun to feel that I have had a decent meal." He ran around the kitchen yelping, "I've got to have a second helping." Then added with a frightful leer, "I'm therefore going to wait right here till little Miss Red Riding Hood comes home from walking in the wood." He quickly put on Grandma's clothes. Of course, he hadn't eaten those. He dressed himself in coat and hat. He put on shoes, and after that, he even brushed and curled his hair, then sat himself in Grandma's chair. In came the little girl in red. She stopped, she stared, and then she said, "What great big ears you have, Grandma." "All the better to hear you with," the wolf replied. "What great big eyes you have, Grandma," said Little Red Riding Hood. "All the better to see you with," the wolf replied. He sat there watching her and smiled. He thought, "I'm going to eat this child. Compared with her old Grandmama, she's going to taste like caviar." Then Little Red Riding Hood said, "But Grandma, what a lovely great big furry coat you have on." "That's wrong," cried Wolf. "Have you forgot to tell me what big teeth I've got?" "Ah, well, no matter what you say, I'm going to eat you anyway." The small girl smiles. One eyelid flickers. She whips a pistol from her knickers. She aims it at the creature's head, and bang, 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 she shoots him dead. A few weeks later in the wood, I came across Miss Riding Hood. But what a change! No cloak of red, no silly hood upon her head. She said, "Hello, and please do note my lovely, furry, wolfskin coat." Well, that was riveting, wasn't it? Little Red Riding Hood takes on a whole new meaning now. She's got a. It used to be said to men, wasn't it? "Is that a pistol in your pocket? We're just pleased to see me." Now she's pulling a gun out of her knickers. I mean, can you believe it? That wolf seems such a nice person, honestly. He just wanted to be friendly. You know, eating the Grandmama, and he was going to go for the kid. But don't worry, that kid was dangerous. Little Red Riding, she'd been through that wood quite a few times. She knew. You know, mugged by a gang of field mice on their way home from something, you know. Don't mess with Little Red Riding Hood. She's armed and very dangerous. Steve, it's by Roald Dahl, says Rosie. See, I knew people knew. Everybody knows these. It is Roald Dahl. Yeah, people know. Very intelligent. Steve, can you ask the lovely Phil Vickery if Pip and Holly are as popular as they seem, or are they divas? No, that what you see is what you get. What you see is, I can answer that one. I can tell you that one. No divish about... Listen, they work on a television programme. You'd notice it. Promise you, they're all as normal as I am. If this studio's in a mess tomorrow and I come in... Steve, remember Housewife's Choice? Says Martin. Yes. And also the... you can still listen to the Navy Lark and Round the Horn. Round the Horn. Remember that? With Kenneth Horne. Lovely voice. And the hysterical flatmates, Julian and Sandy. I was only young, but I laughed my socks off. I know, nobody knew what they were laughing at. Steve, classic. Roald Dahl, definitely. Somebody says, I've just woken up to your dulcet tones talking about pistols in knickers. Thought I was hearing things. Any development on the Colleen and Rebecca feud? No, Ron. It's taken a downward turn. It's not good. They're both going to go for it, and it's going to be the stupidest thing. But of course, it provides the rest of us with a bit of a laugh. I think, bit of a laugh at the same time, because they just don't have any brains at all. I don't know. Steve, could you say hi to all who are still celebrating after Matt Hancock and the NHS got a deal through? Oh, this is the one that's on the front of the papers, which we'll come round to a little bit later on. Also, Dick Barton, Special Agent. Was that the one that we go, dun-dun-dun, 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 dun, Dick Barton, Special Agent. It's like that. Educating Archie, Sunday lunchtime with Peter Brough. Working Archie, sometimes with Max Bygraves. Journey into Space with Lenny. Victor Madden was almost as prolific as Sam Kidd, my husband. Like you said, there's Sam Kidd again, says Vanessa. He was in everything. He was in absolutely everything. I think in Passport to Pimlico, he's one of the road work men digging up the road. I'm pretty certain. Amazing, all these sort of things, isn't it? Jimmy Clitheroe died, actually, on the 6th of June. You know, he died on the day of his mother's funeral. I think the shock was too much for him. Too much. And what TV programme did you run home to watch? None. We didn't do any... I didn't run home for any TV programmes. There wasn't anything. Nothing that I can remember. I think we had sort of... To be honest with you, we weren't that bothered about television when I was younger. It was on, but, I mean, I don't think it was anything... What, when I ran home from school? No. It would have been in... Well, it doesn't matter when it was. It was a long time ago. That would have been in the 60s. Remember the 60s? No, of course you don't. Patronising little so-and-so. And, what? I know what you're doing. You're just reminding me that I'm old. Eh? What did he say? They like that round here, seriously. It's like they hold doors open for me now. It's getting really embarrassing. People give up their seat on a bus. They see me there and they go, would you like the seat? And I go, no, I can stand. Thank you very much indeed. For a few minutes. Mind you, I went to the bank the other day to take some money out, as you do, certainly never paying in, and there was a woman in front of me. She was an old woman. She was complaining that we had to stand outside because they only allowed 2 people in the bank. And so I went in with her. She was complaining about the person in front of her who was taking forever and a day. And it turned out the woman in front of me was also taking forever and a day, but she took out in cash, £2,000. Seriously. I thought to myself, if I'd been, you know, one of those sort of horrible people, you know, with an accomplice outside, I'd be going, she's got 2,000 quid and it's in her handbag. 2,000 quid. First of all, I heard her asking for 2,000 quid. Secondly, she then handed it over the woman. It comes out of a machine and you just hand it over to somebody. £2,000. And she was old, this woman. I mean, she was old. Really old. Like, older than me. £2,000. Gosh, honestly. Terrible. They brought there's a new law that's come in. I don't know if you're aware of this. It's transferring money from your account to somebody else's. They've got new safety features built in now to make sure that the person you're paying it to is who they say they are. So otherwise you don't pay some money over to somebody and it turns out to be fraudulent. So that comes in today. Check it with your bank. They're all in on it. Steve, I can't believe you're talking about Jimmy Clitheroe. That's what I used to play on my phone every night to go off to sleep. Jimmy had a sister, Susan. Used to call her Scraggy Head. Mum and Dad, played by Peter Sinclair as his real name. Danny Ross, who played Susan's boyfriend Alfie, was so funny. And Tony Melody, who played Mr. Higginbottom. And had the most wonderful Manchester accent. Molly Sugden also appeared, says Tanker Driver Phil. They was, you know, it's funny, when you look back at the radio programmes that we listened to, and you could go to the recordings. You could apply for tickets to go to the recordings. Always a bit of a disappointment, I thought. Steve, my husband and I decided it was the law that Sam Kidd had to be in any black and white British film. He's got a son who does voiceovers and all sorts of things. I know the Kidd family. They've been around for ages, as far as I'm concerned. Will Corey and the lads appear on camera on Steve Allen Live? Might do. They might do, provided he gets his hair cut. I don't think we can seriously have him without. I mean, it's going to look ridiculous. It's going to look like I'm standing next to a toilet brush or something. stand him upside down on his head, and it's gonna look ridiculous, isn't it? They could do those things. They did something on the television where if you sort of you get something and you hold it above your hair and it gets attracted magnetically, but I can't remember what that is. Did you used to do that thing where you used to, what was it? Oh, I can't remember what it was now. You used to clench your fist and then you'd slowly stroke the back of your hand with your tie or something like that, and it would freeze your hand. You then couldn't open your hand for a little while. Did you never do that? No, just me again. Honestly, I'm hopeless, isn't it, really? That's how we amused ourselves. Yes, you clench your fist and just very gently with a tie, it had to be a bit of material, stroke the top of your hand and then try and open your hand. It was quite difficult. Sorry? Top of your hand, yeah, you're sort of there on your knuckles, and then you try and open your hand, and it was really difficult. Just me again, isn't it? Obviously, I had different games to play. You know, did you have a hoop? Or a skipping rope? Bit of chalk? Do you have anything like that? Yeah. Trying it with your t-shirt. No, it doesn't work with the t-shirt. It's got to be a tie. It's got to be the school tie that we had as well. It's very important. No good. I can sell you one for a couple of quid, you know, if you want one. Got a little business running in the back of the car. No, definitely, that's what we used to do. I don't know why. It's like leaning up against a wall, isn't it, with your elbow and then sort of trying to fall backwards. No, just me again, isn't it? It really is ridiculous, honestly. You sit here sometimes, I chat away to myself, and I sort of think, no, they're all doing it. Amazing, isn't it? There's people trying this in cars at the moment and on buses. There was a bloke got on the bus the other day when I was coming on the way back from Kingston, and he gets on the bus and he stands, and the driver pushes the little button that goes, "Please take a seat on the bus, no standing." They don't want you standing. I don't know why. Probably because of the bad driving, I should imagine, at the moment. But it's so he then sheepishly had to find a seat. Which I love the programme yesterday, and it's Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away. You know, we've talked about this endlessly, and it's where people fall into debt and they don't bother paying. So you might have a flat or a house that you rent out to somebody. They pay the first month, and that's the last time they pay. And so you have to go to court, and you have to get a High Court bailiff involved. And if the High Court says, yep, you have a case, and we instruct the High Court bailiffs, they come round to your house. Now, this is not county court. County court is a bit lower down the scale. High Court bailiffs have the right to enter your property, whether you like it or not, I'm afraid. They have the power of entry. And yesterday they went round to see some wayward little toe rag who owed money for a hire car. He'd rented it for a day, but because he didn't like it, he'd left it parked, but he wouldn't tell them where he'd left it. So it took them 2 weeks to find it. So 2 weeks, they charged him £3,000 because they couldn't get their van back. So he was obviously a right little so-and-so. Anyway, the bailiffs turn up, you know, high court officials. Here we are, we've got all the documentation. And, of course, people think they know everything. Oh, they think they know everything. And this bloke says, well, I'm not paying it because and they said, well, listen, we're from the High Court. We're not leaving here without the money. It's as simple as that. They're there, and they will not leave unless there is a very good reason for it. And, of course, if it's gone as far and escalated to the High Court, then you have to pay. And some of them are just ludicrous. Some of them are ludicrous. You know, it's people who, you know, you can't wait to get them out your house because they've trashed it from top to bottom. Anyway, this one was 3,000 quid. So anyway, they go to the door and they say, can we come inside? Because what they want to do is they want to look and see inside if there's anything that they can sell, because they have the right to seize goods to sell them. But obviously this little so-and-so lived with mummy and daddy. Daddy was horrible. Daddy was horrible. Screaming and shouting, get out of my house, get out of my house, I don't want you in my house, get out of my house. I call the police. They went, please do call the police. Please do. And he started pushing them and everything else. He was an aggressive little so-and-so. He really was. Not surprised his son was a bit wayward. And anyway, to cut a long story short, police turn up. And they tell the father in no uncertain tones, but this time had calmed down. He was quite clearly going through major blood pressure. And they had to say to him, no, they're from the High Court. They have the right to come in here, and they have the right to seize goods. They're from the High Court. And then finally, when sort of silly old man had realised that nothing was going to change, he then started blaming his son for everything, which, of course, I mean, you know, he'd been there before and obviously owed money before. This time, he obviously thought he didn't have to pay. But they went, well, we're not leaving without the money. So the father had to lend him some money. His brother said he's an idiot. And then he had to phone other people around. Eventually he got the 3,000 quid. And, of course, that's all the bailiffs came from in the first place. If they hadn't started messing around with that ghastly father, I mean, he was screaming and shouting, "Get out of my house, you're not supposed to be in my house." He said, "No, we are supposed to be in your house." It's as simple as that. Steve, did you ever play the art of levitation at primary school when somebody became weightless? Is that where you put your hands on people's heads? Do you remember that? And you could pick people up under their elbows. You could stand one side of somebody, probably not you, Luke, and you better lift them up on their elbow. They'd hold their elbows like that down at their side, and then you'd lift them up, and it became weightless. Do you remember that one? Am I facing the right way today? Am I actually... where's the studio gone to? Am I still in the studio? I am a professional magician. You are quite right, actually. I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle. That means something to members of the Magic Circle, and obviously not to these two in here. Steve, did you ever... Oh, that's a lot of invitation. And what was the game you played about falling backwards? That's where we used to push kids off into the swimming pool. You know, the kid who'd be going... Always picked on the weak kid. Cold water's coming. Yeah, shove. I used to have to run round the pool because they used to want to push me in all the time, which was very good. Steve, I'm a little bit sad. Us overseas listeners won't be able to watch your live show, but everyone watching will have a good time, and it's for a very good cause. You're absolutely right. I guarantee everybody watching will have a nice time. And they're all front row seats. I've had a word, and they've said we can sort out front row seats for everybody. And they're really comfy. They're really comfy seats. So if you would like to join us, I would love to have you joining us as well, because we're raising money for... I mean, now, when I open up the papers, where did I see it? This was another one of those headlines which depresses me. Depresses me no end. And it's UK jobs bloodbath. Now, you know about British Airways, and I got a thing from Wayne, our trolley dolly, and he says, I've lost the blooming thing now. Where's it gone to? Oh, wait a minute. He says, thank you so much for all your support, because he's furloughed. For us in aviation, the industry is still on its knees and will never be the same again, but we're staying strong and hoping for the best. Most of us are still furloughed. You continue to be a lifeline. Wayne, thank you so much. Listen, now, EasyJet, they've axed 1,900 people, nearly 2,000 people. Airbus have axed 1,700 people. TM Lewin, I don't know what that is, I'm assuming it's a shop or something. They've axed 600. Harvey's have axed 240. And this is just the beginning. You know, now you know that Byron, I think, have gone under. And Frankie and Benny's. It's almost unimaginable. It is almost unimaginable. But in Leicester, there's boarded up shops again. People who just literally, all the pubs, they've got all their stock in to open up for Saturday, they're boarded up again. What on earth are they supposed to do? It is an incredibly sad situation. Very sad. Steve, two-way family favourites. Bill Crozier in Cologne, Jean Metcalfe in London. Jean was married to Cliff Mitchellmore. Well, there was quite a cast list of people who actually did it, which was lovely. Steve, lovely memories, says Sharon in Stanmore. We used to listen to the Billy Cotton Band show whilst having Sunday lunch. Then we sat in the lounge to watch Liberace. He would flick his tails away as he sat on the piano stool, candelabra on the piano, and always mentioned his brother George. This is my brother George. He was paid, I think at the height of his career, he was earning something like £50,000 a week, which in those days was a fortune. An absolute fortune, but he worked for it. He worked like a dog, believe you me. And you can buy a DVD of him getting ready at home. His house, do you know somebody bought the house? It's still there. It still exists. A fan bought it and wanted to put all the stuff back in it again. It had a piano, swimming pool and all sorts of things. Not the biggest place, and I should imagine all built up now, but that's where he lived. And he would sit there, and he was very conservatively dressed until he hit Vegas. And then they wanted the full works. They wanted the glamour, they wanted the glitter, they wanted the sparkly jackets, they wanted just as much camp as you could throw at it. It was amazing. They'd never seen anything like it. Everybody else came out in dinner jackets, you know, singing My Kind of Town, Chicago. And he would sit there with these beautiful coats. He had them in 3 sizes. Normal, extra large, and oh my God, because his weight fluctuated. So he'd have each jacket and each outfit made in 3 sizes for him. You know, I mean, it must have been absolutely amazing. Played down the fact that he was gay for years and years, but unfortunately died of complications from AIDS. But he was earning about 50,000, and the contract stipulated that he had to be more outrageous how much more outrageous you could become, I don't know. He had a very cheap show in Vegas. There was him on the piano. He'd be driven on stage by his then boyfriend, Scott Thorson, who would be dressed up in a chauffeur's uniform, white hat. I mean, it looked camp from the start. But yet the audience was made up of women, predominantly women. And he played the piano. He only ever played on stage. He didn't actually play at home. It wasn't his sort of thing. He did it just for a couple of little interview things. But the rest of the time, he was playing for Vegas. And then he'd have the Dancing Waters. You remember the Dancing Waters? That's where he'd go, da-da-da-dum, and the water would shoot up at the back, and then it would... You never seen Dancing Waters? Oh, have a look at it on YouTube. Dancing Waters. You'll love it, because it's coloured lights and water. I mean, they must have got drenched, I should imagine. 84850, Steve at lbc.co.uk, if I forgot what I was talking about, actually. Tim says, and he says, High Court bailiffs do not have the right to enter private property. Yes, they do. Might be different where you are, Sweet Pea, but I promise you down here, they've only got to put a foot in the door, they're in. So, it's easy. It's very easy. Very important, goes Tim, who's a curtain twitcher, to get legalities right on the radio. Well, only if you have got the bailiff standing outside your own house at the moment. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, thank you for the shout-out. Lovely surprise. We'll all have one hell of a party when this nightmare is over and you're invited. God, I hope we've got money left by it. I hope we've got money left at the end of the day. That's it. Steve, being a member of the Inner Magic Circle, does that mean you have to practice your magic skills on a daily basis? No. It's like a hobby. It's like a hobby, isn't it? Where you do something. I mean, some people build model aircraft. Some people stick stamps in a book. You don't have to do it every day. I mean, I read about magic every day. I go to magic websites. I go to magic shops. I've got a very good one near me, which I use on a regular basis. You're always looking for something interesting. I love it, and I love that. I buy the magazines, I buy everything. But there's so many different magic dealers around the world, and Vegas we used to go to actually go to magic conventions. I've been to Blackpool for a magic convention. Been to quite a few places, actually. International Magic in London used to have big magic conventions, and it just became a little bit sort of not cost-effective. But it was a way of people, going out and being able to buy stuff that came from around the world. And I think, really, the thing that killed magic conventions is the internet. I can see something on a magic site in America, well, within less than 3 or 4 days, I can have it delivered. If you have it just done surface post, then it takes a little bit longer. I just ordered something from a company in America called Penguin Magic, and that took about 2.5 weeks. But that's just surface post. I mean, you could have it DHL'd or anything like that over. 84850, Steve at lbc.co.uk. And another one here says, don't you forget that we used our imagination and curiosity in the playground, whereas kids of Luke's age just played ready-made computer games, says Jill. Oh, I don't think he played in the playground. I don't think he played in the playground at all, actually. In fact, I don't think he was allowed to at his school. It was a good school, it was approved, and I don't think, I think basically what they did was handcuff him to the fence, and they just left him there for playtime. 6, so I checked on court enforcement services, and I was practically right, actually. Practically right, because without invitation, the High Court writ of control authorises the High Court enforcement officer and their designated enforcement agent to access land and enter buildings. Now, that's for the purpose of obtaining payment in full, or if this and no payment plan can be agreed, the High Court officer stroke enforcement agent can seize or take control of the debtor's goods and assets. So, in other words, they can't force an entry to a residential property without first gaining peaceful admittance. Once inside, the enforcement agent can return and force entry later, should it be required, i.e. the defendant has not adhered to the agreement terms from a previous visit. That also applies to combined business and residential premises. So that's why, once they're in there, they say, we need to go through your house. Once they're in the door, that's it. But of course, if nobody opens the door, they will call the police. It's as simple as that. If they know somebody's in the property, they call the police, and the police will encourage the person inside that it would be in their best interest to open the door. Because you can't, and also, if they have to go away and come back, they add more onto it. So the bill just gets bigger and bigger. So what starts off as something, wasn't it a case a short while ago? Wasn't it something that was a short while ago, and I think somebody had a parking fine of, I think, 150 quid. By the time the bailiffs got round to it, it was over £2,000. because they just pointedly ignored it, which is fantastic. Noah says, I assume you've never been to Glastonbury. You assume correctly. You assume correctly. Oh, Tim the Curtain Twitch. Oh, go away, you bore. If you had a street in London named after you, which part of London would it be in? Which part of London would it be in? That's an interesting one. Mayfair. No, I'm not wild about Mayfair. I'm trying to think, actually. Where would a street named after you? I think round here. Be the area where you... I mean, I'd like a blue plaque, obviously, which I'm probably going to get anyway on the house. The house which I haven't bought yet, but I told you yesterday I told you on the National Lottery Friday, it's 105 million. Don't bother buying a ticket. I've got the numbers. Okay, I've sorted it out. And 105 million. I'm trying to work out, whether or not I'd be having a heart attack as they phone and say, yes, I can confirm it's got 6 zeros and the number in front of it is 105. Thank you very much indeed. Just have it transferred to my bank account. And then they all get excited because I've already said to the boys, I've said, listen, I'm going to look after you. I don't care what you... Not you, Luke. You're not a member of the gang. And but I've said to Corey, I said, listen, do not thank me. Money is coming your way. £10. Don't thank me. Do not thank me now. It's given without, there's no stipulations of what you have to spend it on, but a thank you card would be nice. So, and that's it. That's my promise to you, and you've now got it on the radio, so that means it's absolutely cast iron. What are you getting? Nothing. Why? So you're not in the Groovy Gang, okay? You're not a permanent member of Team. No, not £5. No, I'm not negotiating. It's 105 million that I've got, okay? And I'm quite happy with that. No, I'm not giving you £4. I'm not negotiating. This only sounds ridiculous. Thruppence halfpenny. I bet you don't... If you can tell me what thruppence halfpenny is in today's money, I'll give you a tenner. No, you're not allowed to Google it. That's cheating. Thruppence halfpenny. Do you know what a threepenny bit looks like? There's no hope, is there, really? See, that's the trouble working with children. Steve, really looking forward to the show, says Jill. Dancing Waters was started in Morecambe and Blackpool by a clever man called Jimmy Curry in the 50s and 60s, and he was headhunted by Las Vegas, says Steph in Malvern. The shows were spectacular. I love them. I love the Dancing Waters, but it was for a Vegas show. It was considered a bit cheap. You also have the folklore ballet from Mexico. It was all done because it all just hinged around him and the costumes as well, which I loved actually. Somebody says I went to Liberace's birthday party at the Selfridge Hotel when he was in London in the 80s. During his speech, he said he had a lovely lunch at Garfunkel's. We didn't have Garfunkels in those days, did we? Find Garfunkels. When were they they came along way too late. That's a modern day invention, Garfunkels, isn't it? A bit like Byron, I should imagine. Although actually I'm trying to think back. We went to Garfunkels. So all of them closed. Oh no, you might... Well, yeah, you could be right actually, because it was founded in 79. But... So it's now part of the restaurant group. That's why I said before, they've got a large number of the outlets would not reopen after lockdown. It shows how unprofitable the restaurant business is at the moment, isn't it, really? Also another one here. And do you remember the programme Journey into Space? No, I do not. And another one here, which says... Oh, yes, somebody else talking about the games that we used to play in the playground. I don't remember games in the playground. I really don't, actually. Billy Cotton's lead singer was Alan Breezy on his radio show. When he transferred to television, Alan was not considered. Oh, right. But Cotton supported him, says Richard in Wapping. That was nice. They used to have those... where's the Selfridge Hotel? It was at the back of Selfridge's. Even I know that. We used to park there. Dale and I used to park there because it had that floor in it that squeaked when your tyres went onto it, because it was like a shiny floor. Yeah, the Selfridge Hotel. So if you look at Selfridge's straight in front of you, okay, look to the left-hand side, which is next to where Marks and Spencer's is. Just go down there, and at the back of Selfridge's, the Selfridge Hotel. I don't even know if it's still open, actually, because when Dale and I went there ages ago, they closed it. And they were doing refurbishment. Now, whether or not it actually opened, again, I couldn't tell you. But it was very popular for people who wanted to sort of shop in Selfridge's and stay in the Selfridge Hotel. Most department stores had some sort of arrangement, but they had their own hotel. I'm sure it was there, actually. Steve, can Trolley Dolly Wayne tell us if there's a light at the end of the tunnel about a return to the skies? Because BA are withdrawing a large number of their planes. Yes. They are. Well, we don't know. I think I heard, I don't know, I'm passing on a bit of tittle-tattle. Is there not a meeting this week with BA and the unions? Is there not something like that going on? That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Definitely. Steve, I don't mean to spoil your fun, but I actually have the winning ticket. Only problem is I'm in Leicester and I've no idea how they'll bring the money to me. Would that class as an essential journey? No, not essential, and you haven't won. I've got the numbers. I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle, for goodness sake, honestly. How people can't get this into their heads, I've got no idea. Steve, I feel Wayne's pain. Before lockdown, I had my perfect milk round. 70% of my customers were city offices, 30% household. Since March, I've been scratching a living serving just my household customers, and it doesn't look like a lot of my office customers are returning anytime soon. And some have already said that they're closing their city operations. I don't think the city and West End will return to anything like normal for a good many years. No one will want to travel on the tubes and buses, says Kevin the Milkman. And if he says that, you can guarantee it's absolutely cast iron. So all the city offices will be going, no, we're not having anything. It is going to take years. It's whether people can survive. That's all it comes down to. It's the survival of it. Very, very difficult. And did you know that there's a museum dedicated to the man's What's-It in Iceland? I think there is, actually, yes. I think you're absolutely right. I seem to... I'll crush you'd have it up straight away, honestly. Any opportunity to put up something rude. It's called the Icelandic Phallological Museum. Nothing funny in it. It's just a museum... oh, my Lord. Dedicated to men's parts. You couldn't take your granny to that, could you? You know, we're going to a museum. Oh, that'll be nice, dear. What the dickens are these things? I mean, it's just a museum full of willies. Bit like joining Tinder, I suppose, really. Saves you having to go to Iceland. There's no difference, is there, really? So, Kevin the Milkman, we wish you all the best. I mean, every day I seem to be saying all these things and saying it's not getting any better now. They've told us that EasyJet evacs 1,900 people. Where are people supposed to go? If you've been flying the skies for a long time, where are people going? If nobody's flying and it's going to take years to get things back on course again, crikey. Steve, I worked at Selfridges. I never knew they had a hotel there. Been there for donkey's years. Selfridge Hotel. Corey, Selfridge Hotel. I can't remember which year it opened, actually. There you go. It opened, it's a 4-star. They've got 200... I'll tell you how big it is. They've got nearly 300 rooms. OK. And I don't know whether or not it's still opened. So, Old Selfridges turned into Britain's largest free indoor skate park. Oh, right. There's a skate park there. I'd rather have the hotel, actually. It's an interesting one, isn't it? So formerly it was that, but it was there for years and years and years. Years and years. So there you go. 4-star. 4-star. Steve, Rhys-Sam Kidd, another actor as prolific, was Michael Ripper. Often popped up in Hammer films as a poacher gravedigger. Do you know, I bought a box set of Hammer films. A box set. And I've never watched them. Never watched them. Corrie... on camera. Will you be broadcasting Steve Allen live from the Memorial Studio or the Big Studio? Big Studio. We've got to. Cast of millions. Have you ever met Jennifer Saunders or Dawn French? Yes. Both. Thank you. And somebody else told me about the Dancing Waters. I love the Dancing Waters. Just when you watch them back again, loads of other people have used them. Loads of other people have used the Dancing Waters. So I thought that was actually quite a nice idea. Wayne, the trolley dolly, is back again, bless his heart. He said there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but it will be a slow recovery. The schedules will start to fill up again, but we're only as strong as our weakest link, e.g. if there's a second wave overseas, then the borders will close again and we'll be back to square one. What we've got to do as well is get the tourists back in. We need the tourists. We need so many places open, so I understand exactly where we're coming from, but I think they've all agreed, haven't they, that that it's going to take a long time. If you think it's going to be solved overnight with, click of the fingers, it's not. It's going to take a long time. Nice to have your company. It's 10 to 6. Steve Allen's early breakfast. Steve, I'm writing, says Lee, on behalf of my mum, Anne. She listens to your show every morning and apparently at weekends as well. She's 95 and housebound, but for some reason she remembers everything that you say and recites it back when I see her. So could you send her a signed photo? I can't, Lee. We don't do signed photos. We don't do signed photos. But we always say, if people say, oh, you know, do you have a picture of what Steve Allen looks like? I always refer them to the National Gallery and to a picture I had painted some years ago, which isn't in there anymore. They've removed it. Only put it in the washroom or something. And so you can go to the LBC website and there you can see a picture of me. And that's about as good as it gets. But I can't remember when that one was taken. I think it was some years ago. But that's it. So we haven't done, good Lord, we haven't done signed photos for an awful long time. Another one here. Hope you are good and well. I know you have to have work-life balance, but I do miss you on a Saturday. Well, I'm here on a Saturday between 5 and 7. Can't miss the programme. We're talking about dentists and the pain which people have to go through. Well, I have 2 big toenails removed last week. I'm normally okay with injections, but I tell you what, two local anaesthetics in each toe was so... Oh, God, it sounds awful, because I went there once. Oh, it was horrible. The nurse said, don't try holding my hand, but stop digging your nails in. I told you the worst thing I had was when I had my skin grafts. I had anaesthetics, one in my chest, one in my elbow, and one in my leg, and it was the most painful injections I've ever had. Seriously, I nearly went through the roof. Thinking back at it, I freeze up completely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Can you just delete that one? Can you see that one there? 0550. Have you got that one? Can you see it? We seem to be seeing different things on this. I get things on the screen different from you, don't I? Can you see it? Just delete him. He's a bit boring. Yes, it's... oh, how marvellous. There you go, look at that. The power of radio. Steve, I've searched all the films that Sam Kidd was in. Wow, he must have been the most prolific actor ever, says Stephen. Yes, I mean, he was in everything. He was in absolutely everything. Steve, great show. Heard Nick Abbott talking about how much you pay for your haircut the other night, says David in Sunderland. You mustn't believe everything that he says. You have to remember he's an entertainer. OK, he's doing it for an effect. He doesn't know any of these things. He makes it up because he knows that somebody will write to me and say, oh, Nick Abbott was talking about your haircut the other day. Would have been Princess Diana's birthday today. Wonder how she'd have dealt with COVID. She'd go around shaking hands, wouldn't she? Definitely. Jimmy Clitheroe had a TV show called Just Jimmy, made by ABC Weekend, with Molly Sugden, of course, as the mum. And the Australian government said international air travel out of Australia won't be back, says Shane, to normal, probably for 2 years. God, that's good. Steve, I don't care if gyms never reopen. I've turned into such a couch potato. You only have to mention the word exercise, and I run a mile, says Neil. I've got neighbours who sell gym equipment. I mean, as long as it goes on, they're quite happy because they're selling gym equipment. We've had a steady stream of people buying weights and all that kind of stuff. I, of course, haven't, because, I mean, I can't even lift the box up. But they had another load delivered the other day because people want to carry on exercising. Not my lot. If ever there were couch potatoes, these would be it. Seriously. Who's Jim? He lives just down the road. You must have met Jim. Have you not met Jim? Yeah. Hopeless, isn't it, really? And I have to deal with this on a daily basis. Seriously, it's a small wonder I've got no hair and I'm on tablets. And I'm Pisces as well, but that doesn't make any difference. Sean Ryder, Steve, was in the Happy Mondays, not the Happy Tuesdays. Thanks, Rob. Thanks. Can't believe somebody actually wrote that. Seriously. That's the sort of thing that would actually go to Nick Abbott's programme normally. He'd have a field day with it. Silicon Valley Sue says, like Princess Di, my birthday is July the 1st. So many happies. When we moved into our house here in the Silicon Valley 30 years ago, the little lad next door told me he knew Lady Di when he was in nursery school where she worked, before she married the Prince guy. When Oliver was all grown up and about to leave for uni, he gave me a great big hug and said, the 2 most important blondes in my life, born on the same day, what were the odds? And tomorrow, says Silicon Valley Sue, July the 2nd is our 50th wedding anniversary. Who would have guessed? Traditionally, we would rest on the 3rd and set off fireworks on the 4th of July, but you folks seem to have appropriated that date. Yeah. We've got the hairdressing salons open and the pubs and the signs going up on all sorts of shops in Twickenham. Not that we've got a great range of shops, getting less and less by the weeks as it goes by, but they're opening up Saturday, and looking forward to it as well. But again, You'll be socially distancing. Sad news, Barbara Windsor's health is worsening amid the coronavirus lockdown, says close friend Ross Kemp. She's 82. She's a sprightly 82. She sort of drifts in and out of things now, and so she's being cared for round the clock by Scott Mitchell, her husband as well. But he's now looking at alternative care options after admitting a specialist told the couple that the Alzheimer's had worryingly progressed. I mean, I don't like to think of that either, and he won't. They've been together for such a long time now. It's like you've sort of taken away a part of him, a big part of him. So she was diagnosed in 2014, and they've actually done the programme about it. We helped raise awareness so they could raise some money. Scott's, a stalwart, absolutely a stalwart. Ross appeared on the One Show the other day to reveal the condition is severely deteriorating, so Scott's got to look at alternative care options. It's terribly sad. It's terribly, terribly sad. Especially whenever I watch her, she's a bubbly little thing. Whichever way you look at it, it was always bubbly Barbara Windsor. Mind you, I used to do my best to get her drunk. And then she stopped drinking, actually. I think both of them stopped drinking. I think Scott stopped drinking and everything. Didn't help me, of course, because I carried on. I always worry, if you go out for lunch with somebody, and we went out for lunch, and I felt guilty that I was drinking, and they weren't drinking. They I forget they had water or something like that. And I remember sitting there thinking, they must think I'm a right old lush. Which actually I probably thought I was at the time. Because whenever they go, glass of wine, small, and I always go, large. Oh, somebody want to bring you a spot? Just bring a bottle. Okay, just leave the bottle on the table. I'll finish it. Don't worry. I'm quite happy with things like that. Steve, what a great name. Silicon Valley Sue. I'm gutted. I'm just Ian the Skip. You can't fit it into the same sentence. Silicon Valley Sue sounds like sort of, it sounds like sort of a cartoon, doesn't it? In fact, I can just see Hanna-Barbera making something like that. And, Steve says, my wife called me upstairs. She said she was putting on a Black Lace number. Brilliant. He said, I love the song Agadoo. Oh, please. Steve, a lot of people talk about Diana's birthday. Do you think the royal family will be celebrating in any way, shape or form? Probably not. Probably not. The Sun this morning, the bungle that may have cost Maddie her life, we're now saying it's the fault of the Portuguese police. There we go, we've shifted that one over to them. Blundered over evidence in a rape case. And Ghostbusters have been called in to investigate a ghost. Well, a ghoul, they say. I don't know what the difference is, but a ghost and a ghoul, who tells beauty spot visitors to F off. The potty-mouthed spirit is believed to be a woman in white murdered by her husband more than 200 years ago. What a pile of crock of what's it, honestly. Ghost-hunting couple Christine and Dave Thomas have been investigating at the site called Dead Woman's Ditch. Oh, yeah, ditch the whole story. It's rubbish. They say, not all, but some can be quite nasty, evil spirits. I've had a night like that, I tell you. That Bacardi, I tell you, that was an evil spirit. Oh, blimey. There was another one. Have you heard of Jack Daniels? Whoa, what a person he was, I tell you. These people are ridiculous, aren't they? Also inside, men with... Oh, I can't read that. Yes, I can. I don't care. It's coming up to 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to read... Because we talked about the Willy Museum in Iceland. And apparently, men with 1-inch willies can still give... women satisfaction. Yeah, right. Come on. It's obviously quite a common thing, isn't it? Why are you both looking a bit crestfallen? Something the matter going on here, is there? Oh, well. Also, Leicester, staying a ghost city under lockdown, so they managed to find a picture of one man standing on the platform looking forlornly into the distance. Not good, is it? And also a workman disinfecting a city centre bench. And a masked couple. Makes it sound like a gang, doesn't it? Walking through deserted shops in the city. The mayor of Leicester's facing calls for him to resign. Crikey. The Queen wants to go to Balmoral, but apparently she's not allowed to. Not that you're going to argue with the Queen. We're going to Balmoral, Philip. I don't think you can, darling. I don't think it's possible, Lilibet. And, well, we're going anyway. And they might go, I should imagine. The plot... This is obviously Phil's agent. I wonder who Philip's agent is. Oh, the music. Because BBC Chiefs are lining up a megabucks offer to poach him from This Morning. He's obviously got contract renewal coming up, isn't he? That's all he's doing it for. I mean, why would he want to go back to the BBC? What shows have they got? He's on everything on ITV. 4 minutes past 6. It's Wednesday, the 1st of July. The pinch and the punch for the first day of the month. Stephen Kent says, when you're drunk, you put your food in the microwave and enter in your PIN number. Do people still use microwaves? Yes, they do. I'm watching that Gordon Ramsay programme where he goes to these dumpy restaurants in America and the food is disgusting. How these places are ever allowed to exist, I can't imagine. And then the owners are having breakdowns and meltdowns and everything else. And so he goes in there. They obviously, it's set up because they call him in. He just doesn't turn up to these dumps of places. Middle of nowhere, and they go, OK, right, it's a fresh fish restaurant, but none of the fish was fresh. It was all frozen, or it was imitation cod in one of it. And he would order these meals, and then he'd take one, disgusting. And you see the owners standing by the bar going, he doesn't like it, he doesn't like it. And you think, that's why you've had to call him in, because your restaurant's a dump. And then he gives them a makeover and shows them the new menu. There were 3 really stuck-up owners of a restaurant. None of them liked each other. And he told them how to do this restaurant, which I think was in New York or something. Anyway, he then leaves them with a new restaurant. There was one miserable old man there. He must have passed on by now, I should think. And he didn't like anything he did. Oh, I don't like this. This is rubbish. He thought he knew best, but of course the restaurant was losing money hand over fist. So he then turns it round and they do wraps and rolls and chowder and all sorts of exciting things. And he goes back there a year later. It's closed. Because the bosses had argued so much about it. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Steve, Silicon Valley Sue sounds like it should be a country and western song. No, she could be the singer. I'm Silicon Valley Sue, I live in the outback, here or whatever. I don't know. Sam Kidd wrote an excellent book called For You, the War is Over. Oh, I didn't know that, actually. I might have to get it, actually, which is good. Also, The Glums is still a favourite, says Dallas. Jimmy Edwards, June Whitfield, Bill Kerr, good Lord. And Robin Brighton says, you remember the Galloping Gourmet? Can't remember his name, Graham Kerr. But he would make a dish, rush around the studio, choose a woman from the audience. It's terribly sexist. And then sit down at the table for 2, and they tried his food. He looked like he'd gone to heaven. It did, actually. The camera would do a close-up of him eating. And he would sort of, something would dribble down his mouth. And he'd always pick a woman from the audience. And, but mind you, Andy Williams did that. He would rush into the audience and sing a song to a lady there. And there's the classic bit on YouTube where Andy Williams goes into the audience to sing. And he looks at this woman sitting down, and it's a bloke with a wig on. It's a bloke with a wig on, and they don't really know what to do, which is good. Have you ever watched the Hammer Studio film The Anniversary with Betty Davis and Sheila Hancock? With Betty with an eye patch, playing a cruel mother, says, well, she played a cruel mother most of the time, didn't she? I thought, Betty Davis. Your dad's uncle. How marvellous. It's so exciting. It's Luke's dad's uncle was in it. So, again, somebody you don't know. And we're now obviously trying to bring him to to sort of... Anyway. And so that's good. And Luke, of course, himself, as you remember, used to have a little acting role himself. Where he actually played a fairly old man at the age of 10. It was marvellous. I can't remember what was the thing again? Mr. Darling in Peter Pan. It was such an integral part, that role is really... Mr. Darling was the one... I mean, let's face it, without Mr. Darling, we wouldn't have had the children. And to be honest with you, good time we didn't have the blooming children. Yeah, and he was 10 and he played it as an adult. He was grown up then. It's a shame, actually, because as he got older, he's got worse. He's sort of basically been regressed. So, how much do you think people earn? I could not believe... I mean, they said here, TV's top 10 earning presenters... They've got Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby £1 million a year each. Well, that's got to be the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever read. He must be earning at least... Listen, Paul Hollywood's got £8.5 million in his account. Graham Norton, 2.2 million. Chris Evans, 2.5 million. Claire Balding, Claire Balding is earning more than his... How is this possible? And then at number 4... Dermot O'Dreary, £3 million. What, he's earning more than Pip Schofield? How can this be? Gary Lineker, £3 million. Bradley Walsh, £4.6 million. And Anton Deck, £7 million each. Good Lord. Well, that's not a year. They haven't done anything for ages, have they? Well, they're having to do adverts at the moment because there's no television work for them. And it doesn't look likely they're going to bring back any of the programmes at the moment. I don't know what ITV are doing. But I doubt very much. I mean, when you look at Pip Schofield, he was doing children's BBC in 1985. He went on to co-host Saturday Morning Kids Show Going Live from 87 to 93, the year he also married his long-term girlfriend. That's Stephanie. A year later, he landed his first ITV show, Talking Telephone Numbers, took over as This Morning co-host in 2002, alongside Fern, and then with Holly, with whom he'd formed a winning duo hosting Dancing on Ice. It's very interesting because you read this whole story, that The Sun have got a whole page on it, and at the very end, it says the BBC insisted no approach has been made to Philip Schofield at all. So it's just a pile of old rubbish, isn't it? Pile of old rubbish. Why would they be interested in having Pip Schofield? They can't afford the people they've got. Really can't. And can you believe that Claire Balding is earning 2.6 million? What, and Pip's only earning $1 million? Get another agent, Phil. You might have had to take a pill after that. So, fill your boots at the Beeb. Megabucks bid for Schofield. And it's just a blatant lie. Because the BBC have said, we've made no approach to Philip. Why would they want him? He's been with ITV far too long. Far too long. Jane Moore's column today. We always like Jane Moore. But MasterChef judge Greg Wallace, the one with the fake smile, always frightens the life out of everybody, says happy men are not in the pub laughing. Happy men are at home with their wives. There's a middle ground too. Sometimes they can be in the pub laughing with their wife. I agree. And also the price of property in France has plummeted because of the pandemic, but still ahead, it's Dick and Angel. Lovely. They are absolutely delightful. Absolutely delightful and charming. But I did tell you the other day, I've got this place. It's an addictive escape to the chateau. You can buy one really cheaply. It's got 13 acres of land, stables, numerous outbuildings and 1 million bedrooms for $325,000. I mean, seriously, you could move. There's no work. Nothing. No, it's a joke, the 1 million bedrooms. It's just like, people say a gazillion bedrooms. It's a joke, Luke. You can see why in the playground he was the kid that nobody wanted to play with. 1 million bedrooms. That would be a hell of a chateau. Enormous. Imagine just the towels alone would have set you back a small third world country's debt. Have we got soap in? I've just ordered 2 million bars. Anyway, we've still got dreary old Maura Higgins. She's finally got round to binge-watching Normal People. And she's a bit naff, I'm afraid, actually. But she's declared that the lead actor, Paul Mescal, is so fit she has him set in her laser-like sights. Which means, says Jane Moore, as any Love Island aficionado will tell you, he's a lamb to her slaughter. Good job he's a fast runner. Don't go within 1 million miles of her. Her star is faded. Her star is faded. You don't want to go anywhere near somebody like that. Definitely. What was the other one that says? Oh, yeah, I don't remember seeing the Glums, actually. I've heard of it, but I don't remember enough about it. Steve, I'm a member of a secret society. It's so secret, I don't even know who the other members are or what the address is. I know. Mind you, that's the bloke who thought that I went all the way to Watford to pick up water from Costco. Seriously. Also... we've had a lot of people telling me about this museum in Iceland. I wondered why Darren was going to Iceland. There's obviously a reason. I bet he knows that museum. I bet if I say to him tomorrow, do you know that museum? He'll say, yes, Steve, I do know that museum. Talking Heads secrets revealed. I love Talking Heads. Also, Boris Johnson's £5 billion New Deal is not enough to prevent a mass loss of jobs. I absolutely agree. 1 million bedrooms is about 9,000 Ritz hotels. 325,000 is a bargain. I'd go to the bank and they'll lend you money on that one, Luke. God, you could be quids in on that. You could rent rooms out, shilling a night. You'd make money hand over fist. Hand over fist. Other stories in the papers for today. Catherine Dreary Tilsley fears for Strictly Celebs about a live... Who cares what she thinks? It's not her programme. She's not on it. She was on it last time round. And so she fears they will struggle without a live... Don't worry about it, dear. It's nothing to do with you, OK? God, nothing worse than somebody who's desperate for publicity. The deadly price of crossing the Channel. How much do you think they're charging? These people smuggling gangs have moved into the Calais migrant camps, and what they're offering is £450 for a surfboard. Well, that's not going to get you across the Channel, is it? £900 for 2 windsurfing boards tied together with rope. £1,350 for a 2-man kayak. I mean, I'm assuming if these people sitting in these migrant camps have got £1,350, why don't they go and buy their own kayak? You know, save yourself the money. But if you want a place on an inflatable boat, it's 4,500. Well, if you've got 4,500 quid, why don't you just get a plane? They say all prices paid in cash, euros or US dollars, before they're taken to the beaches. I wouldn't bother. Kick 'em where it hurts. Kick 'em where it hurts. Here's little Tony Hudgell. He's got 2 prosthetic legs, bless his heart, and he's completed a charity walk raising more than £1 million for the NHS hospital which saved his life. That's who we should be celebrating. That's who we should be celebrating. Steve, I can't stand Dermot O'Dreary. Well, do you know, I can't believe that he's earning more than Philip Schofield. Philip Schofield's 10 times Dermot O'Dreary. Can't understand it. Can't understand it at all. And Claire Balding, 2.6 million. Of course, all these people are going, what do you put that down there for? These are from 2018 figures. There you go. Steve. One of Britain's top trophy hunters has boasted how his bloodthirsty hobby is like mainlining on heroin. His name's Paul Roberts. He features on a list of more than 500 of the world's most notorious hunters, 7 of them British. And he's released today in connection with a new book on the 5th anniversary of the killing of Cecil the Lion by that American vile dentist, Walter Palmer. Do you remember Walter Palmer? The ghastly, but luckily people picketed his dental practice. He gives details of 33 African hunting trips. He repeatedly shot a leopard. He said it took 2 loads of buckshot, 3-inch Magnum buckshot, a slug... What was it? Are these people sick or something? The answer is yes. They are sick. The new book, Killing Games, The Extinction Industry, says 6,000 lions have been killed by hunters since Cecil in 2015. This bloke, Roberts, has hunted since the 60s, and his vile trophies include a lion rug, antelope horns, elephant tusks and buffaloes. You disgusting piece of filth. That's his bloodthirsty hobby, unfortunately. Dear me, that is so bad. Where these people come from? I mean, it's like an addiction. Well, let's take away the addiction. Let's sort of get him regressed or something like that. The diary today, it's hair transplant time. Jimmy Carr has been obviously given some transplanting. He told all on Peter Crouch's show at the weekend. So it's because people are getting panicky. I mean, you know, we've seen a few high-profile people. Nobody's too sure what Davy Boy Beckham's wearing on his head, but whatever it is, it doesn't match. The one on Joe Swash's head is just ridiculous. And now Jimmy Carr. I mean, he obviously thought that he was going to sort of lose the hair, but then there's plugs all over this article for the place that did it, so it must have been a freebie. Why would you be plugging somebody unless they gave you either a huge discount or they went, listen, you know, you can have this for free? I don't know. Earth-shattering bombshell of the week. Looking after yourself and your skin is a big, big, big one for me, says Rita Ora. Yawn. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. 21 minutes past 6. Steve, after 5 years of training, I've just qualified as a mountaineering instructor. Brilliant. Brilliant. Going back to The Amazing Mr. Blunden, Steve, the young girl in it, played by Lynn Frederick, yeah, I forget how old she was when she played. She was supposed to be playing, I think, a 16-year-old girl, but I think she was about 30. But she ended up marrying Peter Sellers. She inherited his money, with the result that Sellers' son and daughter from a previous marriage, and also a daughter from Britt Ekland, ended up with nothing in his will, and Lynn Frederick's got everything. On her death... Because how old did we discover she was? I can't remember when she died. She was born in Hillingdon. She went to Los Angeles, so she was found in her Los Angeles home. She was 39 when she was found. Her ashes were mingled. She was cremated at Golders Green Crematorium. Her ashes were mingled and then interred with the ashes of Peter Sellers. So I'm assuming his ashes somebody must have kept, which is interesting. But then on her death, she left everything to her daughter. We don't know how she died. It's kind of open, isn't it? But, I mean, she did quite a lot of things, actually. But it's the fact that when you look at her, you have to realise that she's actually a lot older than she's playing. A lot older. And so when she did The Amazing Mr. Blunden, where she was Lucy, that was in 1972, and then she did, I mean, loads of things. The Canterville Ghosts, Fall of the Apocalypse, Cormac of the Mounties, The Long Return, Voyage of the Damned. She went up to 79. And that was her last thing there, but she was in all sorts of bits and bits. She did television as well, but whether she took her own life or not, I have no idea at all. But she's interred because the producer said, "Oh, are you allowed to do that?" I said, "Well, if they were married when if they were still married and they hadn't got divorced, then, presumably you can do whatever you want. I mean, she might have kept his ashes. I don't know. I don't know anything about her at all, apart from the fact she was in The Amazing Mr. Blunden, which I liked. And Connie says, didn't you say in one of your shows you met Steve Strange? Yes. He just came in, actually. Just came in. That was a long time ago. Steve, Donald Trump's sons have prided themselves in trophy hunting and killing. There are some disgusting photos of them online. Listen, don't get me going on people who go out and shoot animals who haven't got the faintest idea what's going to happen to them. Because it just seems a little bit one-sided to me. And also seems totally pointless. There was that dreadful old baggage, the Colin Campbell woman, and she threw an insect onto the fire when she was in I'm a Celebrity at Me, and Tony Hadfield said, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Why'd you throw that onto a fire? What are you doing that for? Because she's so stupid, she didn't realise. Steve, why do UFOs not want to be seen yet are lit up like Christmas trees? I've got no idea. It is true, though, isn't it? That's why they don't exist. And, anybody who says they are mad, as a broomstick. Simple as that. People like that. 20 lockdown comfort movies. These are golden oldie films that you watch, apparently, again and again and again. Jaws. Oh, do me a favour. It looks so dated now. And here's the plastic shark coming up out of the water. They do it at Universal Studios, which I went to see. And the boat... the railway you're on, all of a sudden it goes over a bridge, and then the bridge drops in the middle, and you're on it, and then up comes the bit of plastic from the lagoon. The Godfather, I wouldn't watch it again. It's a bit heavy for watching again and again and again. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Top Gun, Lethal Weapon, Monsters Inc. So that's quite nice, but I wouldn't watch it again and again and again. Ghostbusters. I've never even seen Ghostbusters. I know the music, but I've never seen the film. Rocky. Oh, the most boring film under the sun, honestly. Gonna Fly Now, wasn't it? I think that was the music from it. The Incredibles. I don't know much about that. The Lion King, The Breakfast Club, Back to the Future. That's good. Back to the Future's good. I could probably watch that again. The average, 10 times you would watch that. I know. I don't know who they've surveyed for this. Sound of Music. Well, I've watched that about 50 times. I am Julie Andrews. Star Wars Return of the Jedi. I'm not really a Star Wars aficionado. I know people sort of get... I mean, when they did it out here, that's where all the stormtroopers come from, isn't it? There must have been 100 out here. It looked really impressive. Really impressive. I loved it. Sooner we get some of these big galas back in Leicester Square, the happier I will be. Mary Poppins. Oh, I'll watch that loads of times. Loads and loads of times. You won't leave us, Mary Poppins, will you? Spitspot. Won't leave us, Mary Poppins. And then she goes... Then the umbrella starts talking to her. I thought, my God, I've been on some dodgy cigarettes in my time, but nothing where the umbrella speaks to you. Oh, Mary Poppins, you didn't want to go to see these children in the first place. And then it turned out it was all about saving Mr. Banks, which got very confusing. Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. People watched that 11 times, apparently. Star Wars... and it's all the Star Wars things. These people must be mad. A New Hope. The Wizard of Oz at number 12. Oh, God. Come on, Toto. I mean, she was another one playing very young when she was getting on a bit. Die Hard. About Christmas, we now know. Die Hard. And, you know, the most watched film... Oh, they asked. Dirty Dancing, 12 times. Dirty Dancing? What for? Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. There's much better films out there. Much better. It's a shame, really. Apparently, the survey found, on average, Brits watch 18 hours of telly a week, 7 more than before the lockdown. Oh, dear. But these films, I'm not... Dirty Dancing. Is that the one that goes, so I've had the time of my life? Is that Dirty Dancing? I don't know. It is. I trust you two to know. Dreadful, isn't it, really, honestly? I'm working with people. They don't know anything about, modern people, but they know something from some archaic old film. Who do you like on Celebrity Gogglebox? Who do we like on Celebrity Gogglebox? Giles Brandreth's very good. He's very good value, Giles Brandreth. Always very underestimated, but I love him. I think he's super. I'm always sort of slightly nervous about what Roman Kemp's going to be wearing, because he seems to spend most of his time in a little pair of Teedley shorts. I mean, at some occasions you can see his pants. Not really the thing we need to see. Keep your legs clamped together, for goodness sake. Honestly, dreadful. And the other ones, some of the celebrities, I don't know who they are. I look at them and they go, oh, so I think, who the dickens are you? And they're supposed to be celebrities. I thought a celebrity was sort of somebody that you instantly recognised. Right, yeah, Rylan and his foul-mouthed mother. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I wouldn't swear in front of my mother. Oh, joy, as a lost cat has been found, 12 years after it went missing. I mean, how do they know it's the same cat? Could be anybody, couldn't it? But apparently it was chipped, which is good. So, Heinz and their flavoured ice cream. I'm sorry, tomato ice cream? Salad cream ice cream? What in goodness only knows name is going on there? Very odd, isn't it? Very odd. Colleen Rooney goes out shopping. Might as well get the food in, dear, while you can, before the money vanishes in the pockets of the lawyers. This ridiculous case, honestly, far more interesting stories going on in the papers, except for poor old dreary Rebecca Vardy and dreary old Colleen Rooney, honestly. Pierce Brosnan on saying, once you're a Bond, it's with you forever. Yes, I would think it was, actually, because the amount of people... I mean, we can all probably name all the people who've actually played James Bond, because you remember them, although you can't. But the films get longer and longer and more tedious. I'm sorry, after an hour and a half, I've had enough. Just show us what you've got. That's a nice little gadget, this and this and that. I couldn't care less about anything. We just want to see lots of people go, pow, 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 and that's the kind of thing we need. And then James Bond goes, so, would you like to come up to my room? And the bloke goes, no, I don't think so, no, at all. Perhaps one of these days might end up with a gay James Bond. That'll be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Take on a whole new meaning. Actors fighting over that one. But, I mean, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Steve, I'm enjoying the repeats of Catweasel. We need to get a life. If they remake it, who would you cast as Catweasel? I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less, seriously, about whether or not there's another Catweasel. It was Jeffrey Bayldon, wasn't it? Was it Jeffrey Bayldon, I think? And another one here. It says, have you ever watched Jonathan Strange and Mr. No. Don't even know what it is. Glenn says, my lorry's got a picture of the Godfather on the side of the cab. Really? What for? Why would you have that? And, oh, dear. I saw Michael J. Fox at the Garden Centre the other day. Wait for it. He had his back to the fuchsias. Right, you're barred. You've got no friends. Children will be told to avoid public transport, walk or cycle. Good. Does that involve mummy and daddy not taking them in the car? Generally mummy. They sit in the back there, they get to school, they're more tired than when they set off. Don't you dare say anything bad about the film Dirty Dancing, Steve. It's my favourite film, and summed up my husband and I to a T. He was the gorgeous bad boy and I was the awkward teen. We fell for each other. I'm going to be sick in a minute. And we were together for 25 wonderful years. 25 wonderful years. So that's her film. That's Rachel in Cornwall's film. Don't tell me he ever lifted you up above his head. Please tell me that never happened. She says, please read this out, and I text you all the time, but I never get a mention. I'm the one with the dog called Widget, who, by the way, is listening to you too. By that time, I should imagine, by the time I said the word widget, the dog had put its head on one side. That's somebody else's voice. It knows my name. How can you call a dog Widget? Goodness sake, Rachel. Alinka wants to know, why is Dr. Zhivago not on their list? I know. There are so many films. In fact, none of my favourite ones are on that list at all. It's ridiculous. I mean, Dr. Zhivago should be on there, shouldn't it? Don't you think? Steve, I've watched every Father Ted during lockdown. Totally love Father Jack Hacker. I nearly said a rude word then. Decided not to say it. It's not just hairdressers, Steve, that people are craving. Beauty salons are in great demand, especially for the waxing service. Well, you can get some of that gaffer tape, can't you? Doesn't that work the same way? Can you do self-waxing? I don't know if you... Yeah, because by now my auntie needs legs. I mean, seriously, she looks like a navvy. Seriously, I mean, she's had to put on thick surgical stockings. It's ridiculous. I mean, she's so hairy. So hairy at the moment. But, I mean, it's been quite a few months. So I don't understand why you can have a hairdressing salon open, but you can't have a beauty salon. You can't go and get your nails done. And yet, strangely, when you go to the nail salons, and I've never been, but I've seen it through the window, I have the gift of being able to do that, it's a case of the people who are doing it are wearing masks. But they've always been wearing masks. They've not, because they're using chemicals. So you sit there being asphyxiated. You know, they're actually there going, OK, here we go. What colour would you like on them? I thought about having it done, actually. And then I thought, no. I don't think it's for men, even though they say it is for men as well, actually. Loving the show this morning. Just made my son laugh. And, hey, you think I could cover your show one day, says Gerald? I shouldn't think so, no. No, I don't. I mean, but why do you think I don't take holidays? I'm too worried they might find somebody better. There is that danger. They might go on holiday, and then somebody phones a friend of mine, and they go, "Oh, I heard the person doing your show today, Steve. They were really good." I'll be going, "Why have you just told me that? I'm coming home. I'm on the next plane." Throw them out. It is that danger, isn't it? You always hope that whoever replaces you isn't actually as good as you. And then people go, "Oh, we did miss you when you were away." I mean, the worst thing you do is come back to nothing. Nobody says a word to you. People in the office studiously avoid your gaze. You know, you walk past somebody and it's supposed to be going, "Oh, nice to see you back from your holiday." Nobody says a word. Nobody says a word. And then and you go to sit down, they go, "That's not your desk, Steve. We've moved you... sorry? We've moved you over there." What, in the corner? Why am I in the corner? I always end up in the wrong desk, actually. But I have got... The good news is, for me, I've got 2 pigeonholes. 2 pigeonholes. I don't know why, actually. It doesn't make the slightest difference whether I've got 1 or 2. Front of the Daily Mail, now Kim Kardashian's a billionaire. So they say. But we had this with another one of the Kardashians. It turned out to be a blatant lie. And, as I say, I'm sure, you know, you put these things in the papers. I mean, it doesn't make any difference to us over here because she's over in America. The lockdown lion cub... Aren't lion cubs the cutest ever? Aren't they just little sweetie pies? They really are. They were born in April, all 5 of them. And Mum lifts them up by the scruff of their neck. I mean, you hope she doesn't bite too hard. Otherwise you could be asphyxiated. The one thing you've got to do now is keep them away from any lions. Because a lion comes into a pride, it will kill all the cubs. But this picture is just so... They just look like giant, friendly pussycats. They don't rip your arm off. It's as simple as that. You don't mess around with these lockdown lion cubs. They've had their first public outing, and I think they look great. I think they look absolutely fantastic. What have we got here? Can he fix it? This is the bold new vision for life after the virus. Oh, I love the way we're talking about that. We've even just closed down Leicester, and already we're talking about life after the virus. This is why people get confused. This is why people get confused, and there's anger and despair of the residents sent to Coventry. And there's a woman here who doesn't want the business to stall. Her name's Vicky. She runs a fruit stand in the marketplace. I mean, people are struggling. They're absolutely struggling. And we're going, oh, so what's going to happen after the virus? Let's get through it first. Let's get through it. It makes it a lot easier, doesn't it, really? Steve, I've only just tuned in. I'll ask the Pope to write me a note. Oh, I think so, too. And, no, there isn't that danger, Steve. As Carly Simon said, nobody does it better. Yeah, but you never know. You're not telling me in the entire country there's not going to be somebody who's a hell of a lot better than me. Some have tried cover me over the years, yes. In fact, actually, when I went away on holiday one year, there was about 6 different celebrities covered me. And for some reason, I didn't see that as a threat at all, because not one of them had done radio, so they would talk through it by the producer. And it's quite interesting when you listen to somebody who just obviously doesn't have I mean, I'm quite happy talking to myself, doesn't bother me in the slightest. That's sadly what radio presenters do, unless you're doing a programme with sort of other people, and it's what they call a zoo format. The zoo format is where you've got a round table of people and they all chip in, and some are funny and some aren't. And then you've got the other thing, which is the lockdown zoo, where you just keep them quiet. You know, you speak because I'm funniest, okay? I'm leader of the gang. I'm the one who's going to be funny. I don't want somebody trying to eclipse me. So, but it's difficult, isn't it? I don't know. I don't think you ever know whether or not you think you're any good or whether you're not any good. I suppose you just have to work on the longevity and the audience figures. That's the only thing you can go by nowadays. You can't go by what people say to you. You have to go by what the surveys all say. And so far, we seem to be okay. And, Steve, isn't that how Graham Norton became successful so quickly? Stood in for someone? I really don't know, actually. I really do not know. Steve, what about the Slipper and the Rose? I think I've seen the Slipper and the Rose. Annette Crosby as Fairy Godmother. She was lovely. You know Annette Crosby, don't you? Yes, you do, from One Foot in the Grave. OK, she was the long-suffering wife of Victor. Any update on Tony Beak these days, says Don? Nothing from Tony Beak. Nothing from... not a peanut from him. Presumably nothing going on at all, I'm afraid. Steve, remember Blake 7? Classic, says Mark in Reading. Yep, and Barry in Welling says, I've been watching Heidi High during lockdown. Oh... Do you know, the saddest thing was all the way through, the end show was Sue Pollard as the chalet maid, who finally got to be a yellow coat, and then they closed it all down. And she stands there, and bye, she's waving them all off. Oh, it was terribly sad. Terribly sad. We've lost a few people from that show, actually, over the years, but I liked it. I just thought it was, I think, Sue Pollard, I mean, believe it or not, I know that everybody goes, oh, she's mad and everything else. She's mad in a really nice way, but she's a great singer. She's a really, really good singer, and she does pathos. She does pathos. She does things well. Very well. I tell you, who's that other woman I've seen? I can't remember who she is. She's an actress. I've interviewed her. And, what's she in? She's in... I can't remember. I can see her face. Oh, she was in Duty Free. She was in Duty Free. And she plays the downtrodden wife of Keith Barron. Keith Barron, who we lost as well, which was absolutely terrible. And it was David Gwen Taylor. She's fabulous. She popped up in a Midsummer Murder the other day. And to start with, I didn't recognise her. I interviewed her. She's so nice. I mean, really, and she's she just gets on with it. Cracking actress. But if you want some really good situations, then watch Duty Free. Get the box set. Because he's being naughty boy, playing away, trying to pretend that they're rich and all the rest of it. And she's going, but David, we haven't got any money. We can't afford to do this. And he's chasing Joanna von Geisingham. And it's just it's so brilliantly written. But I love Gwen Taylor. Love Gwen Taylor. What else we got in the paper today? These are eucalyptus trees. Do you know anything about eucalyptus trees? You probably don't. I put one in the garden years and years ago. Within a year, it's like taking over the house. It was terrible. Apparently they can turn soil into desert and damage the environment when burnt as fuel. So why is the Duke, they say, one of Britain's most stately homes, planting 7,000 of them? Oh dear, you don't want eucalyptus trees. This is the Duke and Duchess of Devonshire. Oh no, definitely not. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, you'll like this one. Olivia de Havilland. No, means nothing to them next door. She's Dame Olivia de Havilland. The British actress, dubbed the Queen of Radiant Calm, is the last surviving principal cast member of Gone with the Wind. Believe it or not. She and her sister, Joan Fontaine, are still the only siblings to have both won Oscars in a leading actor category. Fontaine won 1 and Olivia de Havilland won 2. How old do you think she is today? She's 104. 104, so happy birthday, Olivia de Havilland. My goodness me. My goodness me. Kylie Minogue had her first number 1 in 10 years in the year 2000 on this day. I'm spinning around. That got her to number 1, and obviously made a little bit of money. And a monster star that has mysteriously vanished from a nearby galaxy has left astronomers baffled. It was 2.5 million times brighter than our sun. It may have collapsed into a black hole. And it's just gone completely. The researchers say it could be the first known example of a star ending its life in this way. God, don't tell me they think as well. Located 75 million light-years away from Earth, it was last noted by astronomers in 2011. They think it's collapsed into a black hole. Isn't that amazing? I mean, I'm not even sure what a black hole is, to be quite honest with you. But whatever it is, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Alfie in Leek. Well, perhaps he's having a leak, I don't know. He says, the first time I ever heard your show, Steve, I thought, this is mad. Who's it for? Well, it turns out it's for me. You're hilarious. Thank you. Sue says nobody put Steve in the corner. Oh, I don't know. Did you know Annette Crosby's daughter is the drunk woman in Benidorm, says Jonathan. I agree with you. So I've got it on the brain now. Gwen Taylor and Duty Free. The Christmas specials are also in the box set. And a few months ago, I saw it in a theatre. She's marvellous. Marvellous. It was a production of The Croft. She's so nice. Seriously. There's quite a... Celia Imrie is another one of my favourites, and Joanne Lumley. And, there's certain people you think, oh, I'd love to meet them. And then you get the opportunity to meet them. And you go, wow. I'm still excited over Julie Andrews. And that was basically for about 15, 20 minutes. But that was quite long enough. Quite long enough. So thank you, Rachel, very much indeed. Robin Chertsey. He says, during lockdown, I've watched Waterloo Road from Series 1. It's brilliant. So many young actors that we see in current shows. Well, that's always good, isn't it? That's always very good. I've never seen Waterloo Road. It's just one of those things that's never quite entered my my sphere at all. Say hello to the lovely Ultimate Spikers on Facebook, especially Peter, who never misses a spike. Always up having his sausages, says Angie. Oh, good show, of course. Thank you very much indeed. Somebody says, why don't you get Dermot O'Dreary to cover your show? You'll be applauded all the way back to the studio on your return. And it was Graham Norton who stood in for Jack Doherty on Channel 5. That was his big break. Ah, I remember Jack Doherty. I do remember Jack Doherty. And so Graham Norton... Ah, right. Oh, well, there you go. I've learnt something new. And Steve said, who do you listen to when you're at home? Well, actually, no, this is addressed to me, sorry. When you're at home or in the car on the radio, is it always LBC or another station? Martina, there is no other station. Heavens above, I'm a contract badge-wearing, fully paid-up member of the Global Radio Group, thank you. No, I've only got LBC tuned in. I've got obviously every other radio station in the car, but I just choose to listen to LBC. Because I like hearing arguments on some of the programmes. I get a bit desperate for the arguments. Oh, good news is it's come through. Sorry, every day we always get quite sort of worried about the car, the information of which car I've got. Because I have to go looking for number plates. And sometimes I take the producer with me, because his eyesight is an awful lot better at a distance. At a distance. So we always have to go for the at a distance thing. We go, oh, right. You know, now we can find out where it is. So always listen to LBC. I mean, to be honest with you, you don't need anything else at all. It's so straightforward and simple. It's got every sort of presenter on here. Some you like, some you don't like. Some get you annoyed, some get you worked up. Some you desperately want to appear on their programmes. Some, you know, you can't, you know, stop listening to them. People become very addicted to LBC and have done over the years. I watched Alan Bennett's Talking Heads with Jodie Comer last night. Take it from me, the young lady will be a superstar, says Perdita. Who is a superstar? Poise, insight, maturity, fabulous command of accents and a big sprinkling of charisma. She's got the whole package. Thank you, Perdita. Very much indeed. I love Alan Bennett's Talking Heads. I love all the early ones. Oh, goodness. Kay says Gwen Taylor's in Heartbeat. She is. Is Heartbeat the one that I'm watching at the moment? She plays that sort of down-and-out woman who's always up for a bit of a scam, which I love. Thank you, Kay, down in Surrey. Isla White, washed, just awake. Just awake. People sort of do this. And they sort of say, I'm terribly sorry. People write in and apologise now. I'm terribly sorry, Steve, I'm late. And I always think to myself, well, that's quite a nice sight. I don't mind people being late, but just bring a note, OK, from your parents. 7 Days to Noon is the name of the film where a man carries a bomb through London. The film, The Bolting Brothers, I believe, is one of the very best, not only for acting, but with the shots of London under siege, with people leaving in charabancs. Great shots of the East End and of Westminster, near where you are, Trafalgar Square and all that. Mesmerising, says Miriam. Do you know, I love seeing films of London where it's an old film, but they filmed around this area. And you go, oh, that's not there anymore, that's gone. I mean, right next door to us in Leicester Square used to be an enormous theatre. And the only reason you know it was an enormous theatre, because there's photographs that exist. But if you go to Barclays Bank, on the back of our building, there's a blue plaque up on the wall which celebrates the theatre. I think it was the Hippodrome. Not the Hippodrome. I think it was, I might have got that wrong, actually. Or the Leicester Square Theatre. A huge place, huge. And I wish it was still there. I wish a place like that when you could go in there and it'd be like sort of wandering into a Cliff Richard film where they go, let's put on a show. Let's get the vacuum cleaner out and start cleaning up. I love stuff like that. Love stuff like that. Front page of the Daily Star today. Sorry to use the word. You have to get it. The headline is, Not Again. Bog roll bandits are back. Hoarding loo roll is back on the agenda for the city of Leicester. I mean, so they do have deliveries into Leicester. Mind you, we know that the people up there can't be the brightest pennies in the box because they're the first ones to go into lockdown. And we don't want that, thank you very much indeed. So they've started stockpiling toilet... I mean, really? There's no shortage of it. The toilet manufacturers, the toilet paper manufacturers are laughing. Heinz reckons it's got summer treats licked with a range of DIY ice creams using its sauces. The recipes include tomato sauce, mayo, salad cream and even bacon bits. David Schalbert of Heinz Sauces says, this summer is looking different. Never heard of that. So it's National Ice Cream Month, which starts today. Each wacky creation calls for about 200 grams of double cream mixed with 70 grams of milk, 160 grams of condensed milk, plus one of the 5 flavours, including ketchup creams or mayo creams. You can buy the recipes. It's a kit with a golden scoop, 15 quid. Not sure I want anything like that, thank you very much indeed. I definitely don't think I want things like that. Oh, look, it's a picture of Nicole Scherzinger with Tom Evans on her birthday. This is her boyfriend. It's lovely. Nicole Scherzinger is about 190. The Ghostbusters which I told you about, but don't worry about it. And the runaway horse was swimming more than a mile out to sea. It was off County Donegal. Luckily, somebody turned it round. Head to the shore. Head to the shore. Fans have rushed to the aid of this morning's hosts, Holly and Pip, in their war of words with Colin Campbell. Ghastly old baggage. The telly toff. She's not a toff at all. She's fake. Branded Phil a total jerk and a nasty piece of work and accused Holly of playing a dumb blonde. She's not a very pleasant person, is she? Put it down to the fact she's old and past it. OK, then we can all rest easy in our beds. If you really want to see how bad she gets, go to YouTube and type in Lady Colin. As I say, anybody less like a lady would be hard pushed to find. As I say, just an old bed and breakfast person. She's having to make a living because she's not really titled. She got it because she married some bloke who had a title, and that was about it, I think. Also, Michelle Keegan says she felt pressured into being a pin-up in her early Corrie days. Oh, God. Don't you just hate it when people complain? I mean, listen, if it wasn't for that, nobody'd know who you were. Why bite the hand that feeds? Love Island's Luke Trotman and Sienese Fudge have hit back at trolls after they posed topless for a photo shoot. That's how desperately sad life is for them. And here's David Gandy, who apparently is a model. Dawn Neeson's put a picture. I bet Dawn Neeson would like him a lot, actually. So I just realised I've got to go.